The man holds the main character's resume in his hand, says to him, "Mr. Han, due to your academic qualifications and work experience, we cannot give you this position. But since you are an old friend of Mr. Du, when we have a suitable position." The man with glasses and a little stubble on his face was a little surprised by this answer. "How's that?" The man in the suit conducting the interview continued, "If a suitable position becomes available in the future, we will contact you immediately. I have a job, so I will go. Good luck." A man in a suit is in a hurry to leave. A girl in a suit standing next to him says, "I'm sorry that everything turned out this way. Should you call a taxi?" Han sits on a chair, holding onto it with his hands and saying that he shouldn't. Coming out of the office, a man in a suit tells the girl that he heard that he and Mr. Du studied at the same school, and then he entered the university, and I also heard that his ex stole all his money. Han pays attention to the man's words. He continues the phrase, "How dare he ask Mr. Du to help him with his work? That's why the boss misses the old days so much, when no one turned to him for help." Han frowns in disappointment, squeezing his lips and says, "The last chance is lost." His thoughts, "I'll take care of him, I'll help him, this is all just a farce, a grown-up loser." Metro station. Han passes through the turnstile. He stands on the edge of the platform with his head bowed with one hand. He holds the strap of the briefcase that weighs on his shoulder, and the other hand is stuck in his pocket, continuing to reflect on his bad life. The train is approaching. It will finally break. The grinding of wheels on rails. Han stands in the dark. He wonders in surprise, have the lights been turned off? He shakes his head and calls for someone. The sound of a bell is heard. Han opens his eyes wide and opens his mouth slightly. A blue cube hung in the air in front of him and said, "The newbie gift set is open." Han looks up at the cube in shock. The cube continues to say, "With the help of accumulated consumer value, you will fulfill your desire. Make a wish." Han looks at the cube with hope and says, "If all this is true, I want to go back in time." He presses the button, confirm. Han floats in the air, covering his face with his hands, and thinks that this time he wants to become successful. He closed his eyes. Han's eyes widen. He hears the sound of wheels on the rails. The train is coming. Han puts his hand to the window in surprise and looks at his reflection. He cups his face in his hands. There is a blush on his face. He thinks, have I really become younger? Have I really traveled back in time? He quickly turns his head to the side. A young blonde girl sits opposite Han and looks out the window. He looks at the girl, continuing his sentence, "Impossible, Yanfei." The girl looks at Han. She takes out one earphone and says to Han, "Do you want to say something?" He waves his hands nervously and answers, "No, he just wanted to ask where we were passing." He doesn't understand why the popular girl at school is sitting opposite him. Is it possible? Han's eyes widened. That day, August 30th, 2013. He leans on the table and says to Yanfei, "Beauty, don't you remember me?" She holds an earphone in her hand and asks, "Did we go to the same high school?" Han answers, "Yes, have you already enrolled?" She says yes. He says, "You took the wrong road." Yanfei nervously asks, "Is the wrong one more expensive? Doesn't this bus go to Jiangxin?" Han adjusts his glasses. He closes his eyes, holds his forehead and says, "He wanted to say that you are dear to my heart." Yanfei's eyes look from side to side. Han sits next to her and smiles. He says, "Our meeting is destined for us by fate." Yanfei closes his eyes, moves away from him and shouts, "Don't come closer. Xiao Han, help me." An angry man in a white t-shirt and a flesh-colored cape stands behind Han. Xiao Han says to leave her immediately. Han sits in his place covering his face. Xiao Han and Yanfei are sitting opposite. Han's thoughts, the shameful sight of the past is simply unbearable. Why was I like this? He picks up a jar of instant noodles. The train of thought continues. He was eating instant noodles. He looks at Xiao Han with displeasure. And this guy is exactly the same as he was before. Maybe the past me would have tried to deal with him, but the current one would never do it. Han pours hot water into instant noodles. The sound of a bell. A system sign with the inscription, "The wish function is closed." The consumer system is officially open. The system plate says, Han Lai, life, knowledge, physical fitness, appearance, primary characteristics, secondary characteristics. Han looks at the system table in front of him in surprise and thinks, what are these? What other characteristics? At 18, I'm a real fool. Just looking at yourself makes you feel bad. Han takes a close look at the specs. Caption, hint core of the system, gain experience through consumption, which you can use to improve skills and characteristics. He thinks simple rules are great. Then he notices and wonders why he has 2 driving tests with different levels. Han thinks about it. He embarrassedly covers his mouth with his palm and blushes. Maybe the system is about driving, making money, improving consumption. If I improve everything to level 5, I will be on top of this world. Before this, I was an ordinary gray mouse, but now I will surpass everyone and become a new type of person. Han stands in the snow-white robes of God with his arms outstretched and his head raised, with a bunch of people at his feet. Han calls out to the chubby guy, "Are you done yet?" Han, spreading his arms to the side, shouts, "This is real." He walks carrying noodles and thinks, spending money is not a problem, but first you need to earn it. You need to think about how to earn your first money. Xiao Han says to Yanfei, "Let me treat you to the restaurant in the carriage." She replies that she has noodles. He says Auntie will scold me for eating this stuff. Yanfei turns to Xiao Han and says irritably, "You are you, I am me, my mother is my mother, stop patronizing me." Xiao Han was speechless. Han laughed. Xiao Han asked what's funny. He angrily points a finger at Han and says they were in love as children, so it's my duty to take care of her, so don't laugh. Yanfei says she just wants to eat what she wants. Han eats noodles in large portions, thinking, every favor on your part is equal to helping your opponent. I'm afraid this guy and I have different paths. A few minutes later, Yanfei returned with a determined look, saying she was late, almost everything was sold out. Han hands her a pack. He says, "If you don't mind, I have duck legs." Joyfully, Yanfei looks at him and asks how much they cost. "I'll give it to you." Han says 2.5 yuan is a great price. Yanfei says that she does not have such small ones and will try to look for 3 yuan. Han says with his mouth full, "It's too much." He hands her half an orange with the words that we should live evenly, take half an orange. Yanfei says, "Great, I didn't think you would be so caring." She smiles sweetly with her eyes closed. Han blushed a little and said, "Nice." He thinks she has such a sweet smile. Xiao Han throws a wad of money on the table saying, "I have money, I can pay you for the entire restaurant car, but you decided to accept his leftovers instead." Yanfei yells at him to stop being so rude. Xiao Han shouts looking at her, "You prefer to eat a disgusting packaged duck leg, but not go to the restaurant carriage with me." Yanfei gets up and asks him, "Have you thought about my feelings?" Han hid behind a piece of paper, thinking intensely, how cruel this girl is. Yanfei continues telling Xiao Han, "Mind your own business, we are not suitable for each other, finally leave me alone." She leaves. Xiao Han asked where she was going. She replied that she would throw out the trash. Xiao Han glares at Han. He grabs him by the collar. Han falls and his glasses fly off. Xiao Han says that Han is to blame. He kicks him and says, "Get out of my sight." Han is lying on the floor of the carriage, a drop of blood on the floor. He gets up on all fours and thinks, "I didn't think that my body at 18 was so weak, but..." He calls out to Xiao Han. He turns around. Han madly wipes the blood and smiles, still thinking that he still needs his pot of gold and Xiao Han his golden ticket. The train enters the tunnel. Yanfei stands by the bed where Han is lying. She asks the doctor how he is. The doctor shines a flashlight into Han's eyes and says, "The pupils are not responding. He is in a deep coma. Perhaps this is a cranial brain situation that is quite pessimistic. Where is the next point? We need to get him there quickly." A system table on which it is written, extensive bruise of the left arm and hip, fractures of the nasal cartilage and bones of the oral cavity, bleeding, the absence of one tooth, multiple bruises of the face. Han's face is covered in bruises. Xiao Han can't even imagine how much trouble he caused. Han sits on the floor holding his face. Xiao Han screams, "You fool, how could you pretend?" Han's thoughts, in his past life, he solved all issues exclusively with the help of his fists. Xiao Han, gritting his teeth angrily, grabs him by the collar and asks, "What did you say?" The beaten Han says that he is a monster and smiles. Xiao Han is filled with rage. Han says in his mind, "Let me show you what it means to be truly ruthless." He looks straight into Xiao Han's eyes with an icy gaze and tells him, "Without your help, I really had a hard time coping. I am grateful to you." Han smiles. The veins on Xiao Han's face bulged with anger. He hit Han in the face with all his might. Witnesses began to panic and ask where the police were. Xiao Han sits on Han and says he will beat him to death. Another guy starts pushing him away. Xiao Han continued to break free and asked to be released. Excitedly, Yanfei asks, "What are you doing? Stop immediately." Xiao Han looks at her in confusion and asks her to listen. He begins to shake his head, looking first at her and then at Han, who is already almost unconscious. Han smiles and looks at Xiao Han and whispers to him, "Loser." Yanfei pushes Xiao Han aside. She grabs Han's face and asks, "How are you?" She looks around. "Is there a doctor here? We need a doctor. A person needs help." Han reaches out a shaking hand and says to her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He lies unconscious, and an alarmed Yanfei sits next to him. She closes her eyes and calls out to the doctor with all her might. The policeman deals with Xiao Han and interviews eyewitnesses. Xiao Han says Han started first. The guy standing next to him pokes his finger at him and says, "I saw everything with my own eyes. This guy was approaching the girl, and she didn't like it. An argument ensued when she went to throw out the trash. He just went and attacked the guy. Friends also confirmed that the guy who was beaten did not even resist. Yanfei hears the conversations and thinks, "It's my fault, because of me he got hurt. You shouldn't have gotten into trouble." Xiao Han shouts, "I struck the first blow, it's true, but he mocked me." The policeman looks at him visually and says, "Enough, the facts speak for themselves. Don't you really think about the consequences when you beat someone?" He straightens his cap without taking his eyes off Xiao Han. He continues to say, "Don't think that you can beat people just because you are richer. If something happens to Han, you will not escape responsibility. For breaking the law you will go to prison, it's clear." The policeman handcuffs Xiao Han, who cries. He grabs Yanfei's hand and asks her to say something. She knows that he is not that kind of person. She pulls her hand away with tears in her eyes. Xiao Han is shocked, and in confusion he pronounces her name. He finds the phone and says, "I'll call my father. My parents love me, so they will find a way." Xiao Han's father asks, "Are you with Yanfei? Have you eaten?" Xiao Han starts crying loudly and shouts, "Dad." Han clicks his tongue and says how painful it is. Yanfei opens his mouth in surprise. Han tries to lift him up. She grabs his hand and asks, "How are you?" "Still hurts." He blushed. Han's nose began to bleed. He covers his nose with his hand and says that everything is fine. Yanfei rushes to the rescue and asks if everything is exactly fine. Where is the blood coming from? Han blushes and thinks while looking at her, she really is a real goddess. Yanfei looks at him and says, "You scared me to death. Soon we will arrive at the station. I will go with you to the hospital." Han interrupts her saying that he is fine. She covers her face with her palm and points at his face, "But he knocked out your teeth." Han thinks, "So what? Before any scratch gave me a headache. But now what?" He hides his joyful face and says, "That guy suddenly just attacked me and started beating me. I need to examine him for the report." The train leaves the tunnel. Yanfei looks out the window and thinks, "Xiao Han, how could he attack a stranger? If something bad happens, There are images of fear and excitement on her face. Someone comes in. Yanfei catches Han as he falls. He hugs her and says, "Thank you, you are truly the goddess of our second high school. Beautiful and kind." She looks up at him and asks, "Are you from the old school too? No wonder you seemed so familiar to me." With Yanfei's encouragement, Han sits down on the floor and addresses her. "The goddess really remembers me. It's a great honor." She supports him and says, "Even in this state, you are still acting cocky." He says, "You reminded me that I should pay more attention to training in future. It would have been better if I was beaten when I was alone. But I should at least be able to protect the girl who is next to me, right?" Han shows his muscles and says he is a tough guy. Yanfei agrees with him. "You have a great mindset, but given this situation, you should still focus on protecting yourself first." She hits him on the back. He screams as he is still injured. A policeman takes away a crying Xiao Han. The man is reaping what Xiao Han sowed. This time he will really be detained. If you often walk by the river, your shoes will get wet sooner or later. I hope that in the future this guy will change his hot temper. Han's eyes widen. Hospital ward. He sits on the bed covered in bandages and turns to the nurse. "Nurse, am I in heaven?" The nurse laughed ridiculously. She says, "This is a room specially designated for you. It is provided with the best medicines. You can rest here until you get better." Han smiles and shows thumbs up. "Thank you for your hard work. I appreciate you." Later, system table with the inscription, Attribute panel, experience 12 of 50, points 2000. Han looks at the table and thinks, "These are my experience points. Even though I didn't pay the medical bills, they were still counted as mine, and so the payment for the points turned into experience points." He lies on the bed peering at the table. He smiles. "This is great," Han thought. His face was surprised when someone entered the room. Yanfei waves her hand and holds a bouquet of flowers. "Han, how are you doing?" she asked. He asked to sit on the bed and said, "Let's change our address to each other, otherwise I'm embarrassed." Yanfei replied, putting flowers in a vase. "Okay. How about a tough guy?" she asked. Han blushed. "You are deliberately laughing at me," he said, and laughed a little. Yanfei hands him glasses. "I brought your glasses." Han looks at her. "In my past life, I had very little contact with this beauty." He thought and imagined Yanfei in a wedding dress. He puts on his glasses. The smile has disappeared. "I just heard that her wedding was quite a grand event," he thinks. He looks at her and blushes. The train of thought continues. "She is so cute, with a good character. I have to thank Xiao Han for giving me the opportunity." Yanfei peels an apple. She says her dad will be here soon. "Why don't we exchange contact information?" Han is surprised. Yanfei smiles, holds the phone in her hand. "Do you have WECHAT?" she asked. "WECHAT. Happy Han asked again. "Looks like you have it, right?" she asked. Han said that he had already sent a request. "We're going in," said a voice. The nurse escorts several people into the room. Yanfei hugs the man and calls him daddy. Father asks, "You're not injured, right? Let dad take a look." Han sits on the bed and looks questioningly. A man with a bald head bows sharply. "I am very sorry. I am the father of Xiao Han. I could not raise my son correctly. We came to apologize to you," he says. Han waves his hands and says, "There's no need for that. He tries to get out of bed. Xiao Han's father grabs his hand and says, "Don't move. You shouldn't move with such an injury. You might get worse." A woman with red hair tied into a bun covers her face with a dark fan. "It is quite appropriate to apologize. We spoiled our son too much. Han, you should not stoop to his level. We will compensate you for this." Han put on an innocent face, put his face to his chin. "Mr. and Mrs. Pan, this incident was partly my fault. When he started beating me, I called him a loser. I shouldn't have done that," he said. Mr. Pan says to Han, "I recommend that you consider the offer. We will compensate you for the entire amount. As a settlement fee, will you agree to compensation of 800,000 yuan? Han adjusts his glasses. He is shocked by the amount he heard and his eyes widen. He smiled with satisfaction and clenched his fist. 800,000. He thought. Han looks at the wad of money with wide eyes. How many points can I get for such a large amount? He thought. Mr. Pan spreads his hands and says, "If you think that's not enough, we can add more." Mrs. Pan confirms. Han thinks, as expected, he really spends a lot of his son's work money. He will thank Mr. Pan. Han says, "No wonder Yanfei told me that Mr. Pan is a smart person." "But what?" Mr. Pan asks in shock. Han continues by saying that if you can solve this issue with money, it only proves that you are a responsible and caring father. However, I think it is more important to make him understand that if he does not correct his behavior, it may lead to him will ruin your whole life. Mr. Pan slaps his forehead. "That's right," he says. He bows. "When I return, I will form him properly so that he will not cause any more problems in the future." Han sits on the bed and scratches his head. "By the way, I really don't need the money. I want Xiao Han to understand that his terrible behavior can cause great harm to your family. It was your attitude of sincerity that convinced me to agree to resolve this issue. However, if such an incident will happen again, don't blame me for not warning you." In tears, Mr. Pan grabs his hands and says that of course he understands that when he is released, he will immediately bring this offender to apologize to him. Mrs. Pan says to Mr. Pan, "It's time for us to leave. Let Han rest." Mr. Pan says, "Sorry, Han, please rest. Take care. I won't bother you anymore." Han waves goodbye. Yanfei, her father, Mrs. and Mr. Pan leave. Mr. Pan grabs Yanfei's father's hand. "Mr. Chen, please accept my apologies. My problem child has caused you so much trouble. I assure you that it will not happen again. Please don't let this incident affect the long-term relationship between our families." Mr. Chen smiles. "Of course," he says. He thinks, "If this guy dares to cause trouble again, I will personally beat him." He continues saying, "We are late here. You must have things to do. You can go and do them. Don't worry about anything." Mr. Panbo, "Of course, I have unsorted documents. When I finish my work, I will contact you." They go in different directions. "What's the matter?" Mr. Chen asks Yanfei. She says thoughtfully, "Xiao Han was somehow strange." Mr. Chen tells his daughter, "I'm glad you're okay. That young man from the Pan family isn't bothering you anymore. It's surprising that your mom told him to look after you on your trip." She says, "I'll definitely talk to her about this later. If Xiao Han was more mature and rational like Han, this wouldn't have happened." Mr. Chen asks, "You seem to have a good relationship with this young man. You have only known each other for a day, right?" Yanfei straightens his hair. "That's not entirely true. He's from the same second high school as me. Besides, he was beaten up because of me, and I think it's easy to make friends with him. He's a very good person," she says and smiles. "What do you think of him, Dad?" she asked Mr. Chen. He puts his hand to his chin and says thoughtfully, "He was very mature and reasonable." "Dad, be more specific," Yanfei tells him. Closing his eyes, Mr. Chen says, "My dear daughter, at your age, boys who are so mature are usually shaped by the circumstances of their lives. For such people, success takes precedence over personal feelings. If you ask me whether he will have a promising future, then I will confidently say that he will. Be persistent, adaptable, and determined. He is truly a very outstanding young man." Yanfei says that he doesn't underestimate him and covers his mouth with a slight laugh. Mr. Chen continues, "But I have to remind you, being in a relationship with a guy like that can be quite difficult." In his mind, Mr. Chen cries and says, "My dear daughter, please don't fall in love." Yanfei nods his head positively. She smiles and says, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm not interested in him." Spreadsheet. Points 387,561. It seems that the previous increase in points was not a mistake. The money others spent on me turns into points. The hospitalization fee and the services of the nurse who provided me with medicine for the last 2 days were added as points. Han thinks and looks at the table with its characteristics. Mr. Pan mentioned that he provided 200,000 yuan for medical expenses, but I can get points for it after finishing the treatment. He thinks. He falls on the bed with thoughts. At the moment, I have a fairly large number of glasses, but how should I use them? He adjusts the glasses. An idea comes to his mind. Sure enough, he exclaimed. Han thinks, the injuries to my face and the rest, no one will notice if I improve my vision, right? Inscription on the spreadsheet, vision restoration 300 points. Memories Han. He asks his grandfather walking the dog, Grandpa, are you playing with your grandson? He presses buttons on the spreadsheet, continuing to think, in my past life I had a lot of problems due to poor eyesight. Button on the spreadsheet system, yes. Han says he's counting on the system. He closed his eyes and then opened them. The electronic system table says, your vision has been restored. He is surprised at how clearly he can see it. Han gets out of the hospital bed. He goes to the mirror. He takes off his glasses. He straightens his hair while looking in the mirror. What a stunning view, Han says and smiles. He takes off his glasses. Eyes, they are also called the mirrors of our souls. As a wise master once said, alluring eyes have a multi-layered clear structure and a bright rich color. Who would have thought that a simple radiation from the eyes could change someone's personality so much? He reflects. Han leans against the spreadsheet and presses the button, accept. He thinks my attractiveness rating went up 3 points, which shows that different features can influence each other, and focusing on improving just one aspect can optimize the overall result. A notification came to my phone. Han takes the phone from the bedside table. SMS from Yanfei. I'm at the Confucius Temple now, should I bring you something? He writes a reply SMS. You know that I still don't have a tooth. Instead, it's better to bring me a book. SMS from Yanfei. Sorry, it slipped my mind. I'll bring you the book soon. Han smiles and sends an emoticon with a smile and a text message. You don't have to apologize. I'll be waiting for you. By the way, did you have any problems with the Pan family? Yanfei puffs out his cheeks. Text from Han. Otherwise, I'm worried about you. Mr. Chen looks at Yanfei and wonders why he has a strange feeling. The next day, Han smiled holding a book in his hand. I asked for a book, but don't you think it's too much? Han asked, scratching his nose. Do not you like it? Yanfei asked and covered her mouth with her hand. Han says, I feel like you are making fun of me on purpose, right? I'll reimburse you for the cost of the trip, just pick it up. Yanfei hands him the book and says, I was joking. This is one of the popular short stories. He takes her and says, you are truly a goddess who will never disappoint me. How quickly your mood changed, Yanfei said smiling. She continues her speech, by the way, I'm not a goddess, just call me sister. She winks. Yanfei approaches Han. He looks at her questioningly. Han blushes and moves away and covers his face with his hands. Don't look so close at me. I'm not selling my body, he says. Yanfei crosses his arms and says, no one even thought about your body, and let me tell you that without your glasses, you really boosted your charm. He fixes his hair and says, do you really think so? When I move on from his injuries, I will become even more charming. Yanfei covers his face laughing. So now you're saying that you're a pretty handsome guy, and your glasses only covered up all this charm? She asks. Han gestures to class and says, bingo. Yanfei says she won't bother him anymore, but she will still visit him before leaving tomorrow. Han reaches out for her. Don't you want to listen to me? He asks. She waves him goodbye. Better prepare a speech to impress my dad tomorrow, she said. Why did she suddenly mention her dad? Han thought as he waved his hand at her. Later, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. I was too reckless and didn't manage my emotions well. I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you accept my apology, Xiao Han says, bowing to Han, who is sitting on the hospital bed. Mr. Pan and Mrs. Pan stand holding back tears. Han crosses his arms and says, I accept your apology. You have very loving parents. Don't make them worry anymore. A man in a black suit hands him documents. Looking at Han, Xiao Han thinks about how much this infuriates him. I asked a lawyer to look at the contents of the contract. Mr. Pan was very careful, and there were no problems with the contract. Besides the compensation of 800,000, he spent about 200,000 to pay for treatment and other expenses. Han thought to himself. Mr. Pan hands him a red envelope and tells him that he is very grateful, and to make sure this never happens again. Han takes it. Mr. Pan, you are too kind, he says. In total, he received 1.15 million yuan. Now that he has money, he will be able to pump up his characteristics to level 69 and still have 500,000 left. Han puts his hand to his head and thinks 500,000 is quite a large amount. But I will need more money for future improvements. Maybe I should just spend 1 million yuan and buy a cozy apartment. He is lying on the bed. The train of thought continues, but then I will have to eat only ramen. Drops of tears appeared at the corners of my eyes. Someone calls Han. He sits down and answers, I'm here. Yanfei comes in, followed by Mr. Chen. She says, we came to see you. How is your recovery? Han reaches out to shake Mr. Chen's hand. He pats him on the shoulder. Just stay in bed and relax, he says. He continues saying, we have to leave soon, but we wanted to visit you before leaving. Here is a little gift from me. Han, take this. He hands him a red envelope. Surprised, Han asks, what is this? Mr. Chen continues to say, I have never said this before. After all, this matter was caused by Xiao Han's inability to properly deal with his emotional problems. I am here to apologize and make amends to you. He places the envelope on the nightstand. Han blushed. He points his finger at the envelope and shouts that he cannot accept this money. What does Yanfei have to do with the existence of Xiao Han? As far as I understand, Yanfei is not guilty of anything, so I cannot accept this money. Mr. Chen puts his hand on his shoulder and says, truly a hero among young people. I understand everything. When you feel better, then you should come to me as a guest. Han scratches his head. Mr. Chen continues, by the way, Han's grades should be good, right? If your university is near where my daughter is studying, I will be forced to ask you to look after her. Han asks again in shock. He waves his hands to the side and says, I study at Shanghai International Research University. Yanfei looks at him with sparkling eyes. Blushing, Han continues, this is just a third-level liberal arts university. Shocked, Yanfei asks, is it a third-level university? She and Mr. Chen were speechless. Han says that when he was young and frivolous, he thought that grades meant nothing, so he took the wrong path, and only after the results came out did he feel regret. After this incident, it took him a long time to come to his senses. Change your thinking. Yanfei looks at the astonished Mr. Chen. Han puts his hand over his glasses. Since I can't go back in time, he says, I just have to start a new stage in the form of a university. Well said, says Mr. Chen. The past cannot be changed, and the most important thing is to become better in the future. Since you received such a large compensation, I think you should create your own business, right? Han nervously replies, you are right, but first I need to calm down and think about everything. Mr. Chen puts his hands behind his back and tells him, I knew you would answer like that. In a few years this will be the world for you young people. Han says, Mr. Chen, even after 20 years, you will still be a pillar. You raised Yanfei well. I will definitely inherit your spirit and become better in the future. Mr. Chen waves his hand and says that he will wait for it, but now it's time for them to go. Yanfei smiles sweetly and waves goodbye. Blushing, Han wishes them a successful journey. She's so cute. He thinks it's time to act. He clenches his fist. Are you sure you want to leave the hospital? The nurse asks Han. He answers yes. She offers to add him as a friend and he agrees. In the next few years, the country will develop rapidly. Han thinks in 2 years prices will skyrocket. Those who take advantage of this opportunity will be able to get rich. He gets on the bus, merging with the crowd of people. He looks out the window and continues to think, I don't even remember the last time I rode a bus. City of Dreams. Hello, I want to buy a small apartment from you, with an area of 40 to 60 square meters, says Han and puts the bank card on the table. The main thing is that it is near the university. If there is a suitable option, I will immediately pay the full amount. An employee in a black suit smiles welcomingly. We have an apartment with a good view, which is located next to the university. Compared to several apartments that I showed earlier, the price will be much more affordable. This, Han says admiringly, pointing his finger. The price was less than I expected. I understand how my parents left a down payment on the purchase of the apartment. He thinks, I should have bought it and then, when prices soared, I would have sold it at the highest price. He imagined his parents saying that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. But now, Han continues to think, it doesn't matter, he's entering the apartment. He had a tear of joy. She looks too luxurious, thought Han. He approaches the mirror, spreads his arms wide and says that he has more than 1 million points. It's time to improve. Han smiles. He is missing one tooth. Heal my teeth, he shouts. Han opened his mouth, but the tooth did not grow. He thought about it and began to read the system table. Dental treatment requires a higher level than he currently has. It's clear, he thinks, on the electronic system table it is written, improving the limit of appearance points. 3 third-level skills, a 5th-level skill, a gift system. The limit is 69 points. He continues his train of thought, and dental treatment will lead to the fact that the appearance score will increase this number. It seems that first he will have to go up to level 2. He is studying the spreadsheet. Han says he scattered the glasses more or less evenly. The main thing is not to miss anything. Bright light. Han rubs his eyes. His body glows blue. This is a feeling of strength. He thinks his brain is also becoming clearer. This is too harsh. He grabs his head with his hand. Too much information is entering his brain. A bunch of digital symbols and words rub past Han. He widens his eyes and asks him to stop. His eyes slowly close. I should have guessed. He thinks I should have done it gradually. He is lying on the ground. The first thought that came to him after waking up, am I still alive? Han is lying on the floor. What day is it today? He asks and jumps up. He feels as if he has been born again. He takes his head and thinks the improvement in his characteristics is not surprising. That the old man says that he cannot eat too much at once. It seems that not only the logic of thinking has increased, he looks at the characteristics in the system table. Accounting, level 3, finance, level 3, marketing, level 3, literature, level 3. It is clear that the gap between people is not only a way of thinking, but also a stock of knowledge. For some knowledge seems useless, but for others, it can be very important. Han reasoned. The main thing is to manage them correctly. He imagines standing in the center of people in a business suit with a crown on his head. That is, with enough time and experience, I will also become the highest elite of society. He sits in the lotus position with his head on his hand, and the bell rings. Han takes the phone. He says, hello. The question comes from the receiver, is this student Han? You asked for 15 days leave. Today is the last day. Do you want to skip the semester? Perhaps you have some kind of plan. He answers, confused and excited, I'm sorry, but I'm not completely cured. I'll tell you. I'll let you know when I feel better. The system says that an update is available. Han looks at the spreadsheet on which it says, update, increasing the number of charisma points is available. Each improvement requires 200,000 experience points. He cries in a mood and asks why it is so expensive. The system adds, at the moment, improvements will cost only 200,000. But when improving to level 5, the cost will be 9,999,999 experience. Han thinks that level 4 improvements cost 200,000, and to improve to level 5 you will have to spend 10 million each. He declines by pressing the cross and tries to forget about it. He thinks it's too early. Another notification from the system. A new gift feature is available. Every time you spend money, you are less likely to receive a gift from the system. All gifts received will be stored in your inventory. Han closes his eyes because everything is so complicated. Forget about it. I'll figure it out when the time comes. He tells himself. Sunny day. Girls pay attention to the handsome guy. Straightening his hair, Han thinks, Shanghai International University, I'm back. He walks down the street, slightly corrected the bridge of his nose, cured his eyes, healed his nose. The girls turn to look at him. It's good that I spent glasses, he thinks, smiling, on improving his face. Han knocks on the teacher's office. Teacher Liu, he says, looking out of the doorway. I'm Han from the Faculty of Humanities. I came to check in. A plump, bespectacled man points to a chair and invites him to sit down. Sorry to bother you, says Han. I was in the hospital for several days and almost recovered. I just had a slight concussion. He submits the certificate to the teacher. Here is my certificate. Teacher Liu takes her and says, seriously, I have a hard time believing this. He puts the certificate on the table. Let's forget about the formalities and get down to business, he says. Okay, Han answers. Teacher Liu didn't help me in my previous life, he remembers, but he has a poor mind and an underdeveloped body, so I can easily deal with him. Without looking away, he looks at the teacher. Thank you, teacher, says Han. How is the situation in our university dormitory? It's very noisy in the dormitory where you were assigned. Teacher Liu answers. Han nods understandingly. He hands the teacher a red envelope, who looks surprised. The doctor told me not to be in noisy rooms. This is a small gift from me, Han says, smiling. The teacher puts the envelope in his shirt pocket. I will apply for a 4-bedroom, he says, but it will be more expensive. Han remembers a past life where he sits on the floor and everyone laughs at him. In a past life I shared a bedroom with 5 crazy people who mocked me. I don't want to repeat this experience again. He hands over a bank card. Don't worry, I'll pay, he says. Notifications sound on your phone. Yanfei sits at the indoor desk and picks up the phone. SMS from Han. Photo of the room. I'm back. Congratulations, she replies. SMS from her. Don't forget to eat right and rest. Han is standing in the room with a suitcase. How nice it is to see that she cares about me. he thinks. He is sitting on a chair, looking at the spreadsheet, wondering if I can increase my appearance to 79 before the start of winter break. I have changed so much, how can I explain this to my mother? He leaned back in his chair and said, I have more than 40,000 yuan left. I need to go and buy groceries. He holds a poker with groceries, thanking him for the purchase. He is standing on the sidewalk and the phone is moving. Han looks at his phone and thinks what to do next. Behind him, a fat, inconspicuous guy with glasses is sitting on the ground. He notices him. How much does this book cost? Han asks, pointing his finger. He remembers that this guy's family was in a difficult situation, and he earned all the tuition fees himself. This book costs 168 yuan, the guy answers. Do you sell used books at the original price? Han asked, squatting next to the guy and holding a book in his hand. 100, the guy shouted, and another set of magazines for you. This is a hot collector's edition. Exhale, Han tells him to keep it. Notification from the system. You bought a book on transforming yourself. The gift function is launched. Get an additional bonus. He sits speechless. Ebook. An unremarkable scripture can slightly increase the intelligence score, according to the current situation. After reaching each next level, a huge amount of experience is required. Han reflects. What luck? He takes the book with a joyful face and raises it above his head. He returned to reality. The not understanding guy asked what he was doing. A classroom with students already sitting in it. Han enters the office followed by men. With a magazine at hand, this is the teacher. Silence. He says, the last student from our class has arrived. Let our new classmate come up and introduce himself to everyone. Please applaud him. In Han's thoughts, in a previous life, because of my insecurities, after I introduced myself, the whole class laughed at me. But now, he walks to the seat next to the teacher. Everything has changed. He puts his hands on the table. He smiles. Hello everyone, I am Han. They say he came from the city of dreams. I was hospitalized due to illness and could not show up earlier. I regret it, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to make amends in the future. I am honored to be your classmate. The girls listen carefully and look at him. The reason why I study finance is because with the help of it, I have the opportunity to realize my dreams. I want to be a kind but rich person. I know it's hard, but I'm not going to give up. I hope that in the future I can make friends with the same passions and goals. Han continues. Looks like someone is daydreaming too much, a guy in class shouts. Han says, despite all the difficulties, we can walk this path together. Everyone is looking at him. He raises his index finger and says, I hope we all do well in the future. Well said, the teacher says and applauds. And with him the whole class. A red-haired girl with a short haircut whispers to another girl with long dark hair who is lying on the desk what she thinks about him. Han adds, I forgot to say two things. Firstly, is there a leader in this group? If he is, then let him come to me and we will discuss payment for additional tasks. He raises his finger up. Secondly, is there at least one girl in this group who likes me? I am very young and have never fallen in love. If you are interested, the girl who is sleeping before pays attention to him and blushes slightly. Then meet me in person and not in public. He leaves the podium and waves his hand. The guys in the class say that he really thinks about himself. He will live in our dorm. He hasn't seen him since the morning. Two guys pass by. Han thinks, Lu Zhai and Duan Xiaoi. I don't think that they will be a hindrance for me. Like in a past life, you don't have to worry about them. He sits down in the last row. It has begun, he thinks. Girls pick up Han and ask a lot of questions. They surrounded him and asked him to be added as a friend. Sorry, they say the girl came up. She places a piece of paper on the table in front of Han and says hello. She smiles and says that she is the leader of the group. My name is Xia Liutin. First, let's discuss your payment. Secondly, I want to add you as a friend, the girl says. Xia Liutin, one of the three goddesses of the university. Han reflects, she won the title of the most beautiful goddess 3 times. Although she is beautiful, but in a past life she really let me down so that I almost left the university. Blushing, he scratches the back of his head, immediately makes demands. He asks. Leaning closer, Xia Liutin says, why can you push them out and no? Han thinks that in this life he can change her. He smiles playfully and says why should he add her as a friend? He was just looking for the headman. He stares intently. Xia Liutin, maybe you liked me, he says. Xia Liutin, blushing. She straightens her hair and sighs. You think too much about yourself. I'm not interested in you, she says. Han asks how much the lesson would cost. She says about 200 yuan. He hands over the money and asks if she will notify about any events. She said I will give 3 days notice. Xia Liutin found herself a handsome guy. With these words, the red-haired short-haired girl unexpectedly hugged her from behind. Looking at the phone, Han says that he won't bother her anymore. The red-haired girl sits down next to him. My name is Yu-yun, she says. My hometown is in Jeongnan. Han says she has a beautiful name. Yu-yun says I like your name too. What are your hobbies? She looks at Han with her head on her hand. He is silent. She looks at him tuned in and thinks he didn't even pay attention. Yu-yun points his finger at the phone. Han, what brand is your phone? I haven't seen these before. He replies, Xiaomi 1. She thinks his character is similar to children from rich families. Why did you choose him? She asks. Han briefly and indifferently answers, power. Yu-yun begins to get nervous irritably. She jumps up from her seat. Han sits without emotions. She leaves angry. He thinks that he doesn't want to talk to her because she's just using people. In a past life, she pretended to be friendly. He remembers how Yu-yun hands him a gift. Although she didn't want it and was very angry, but after that she manipulated people, asking for money under various pretexts. Han gets up from his chair. One of the girls asks why he didn't talk to Yu-yun because she is as beautiful as the head girl. The other supports her and advises her to be more friendly. He says, I just don't want to communicate with her, and although the head woman is beautiful, this does not mean that I pay attention only to appearance. The girls look at him and listen carefully. He continues, moreover, I pay more attention to the girl's character and intelligence. Liutin looks at him from the side, with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The month has risen. Students crowd around the elevator. One of the students asks if Han will be waiting for the elevator. He points his finger to the side and says, my room is not far away, I'll go up the stairs. The lights are on in the dorm windows. One of the guys in the room asks if anyone has cigarettes. Here he falls silent. His attention is attracted by the arrival of Han. A blonde guy kicks a chair. Han stands with his hands hidden in his pants pockets. The chair falls. The guy angrily tells Han to leave here and why he even came. Han silently looks at the lying chair. All three guys in the room look at him. The fair-haired one lights a cigarette. He just put the cigarette in his mouth when he suddenly hears, could you please leave my place and don't forget to pick up your chair, says Han. The guy exhales smoke and asks what if I don't want to. Han silently raises a chair and asks where the guy's bed is. He answers from above. Han climbs the stairs to the second tier. A guy with blonde hair looks at it silently. Another guy with a bald head lies in his place and says, this guy is really interesting. The fair-haired one confirms. But I think he's too arrogant, he says. Han stretches out his bag. He takes out a hammer. Another guy with red hair and glasses opens his mouth wide. He is scared. Han smiles like a crazy smile. A guy with red hair, speechless, sits on a chair and points up. The blonde guy turns around warily. Han sits in the lotus position. In one hand he holds a book on the wall, and in the other milk. He closed his eyes as if reading a prayer. The guys were very scared and surprised by his behavior. The blonde man begins to get angry and a vein appears on his face. He is about to start a fight, but the red-haired man holds him back. The red-haired man says, didn't you see how he took a hammer out of his bag? What normal person carries a hammer with him? Be calm. The bald guy needs to go down from the second tier. If I feel calm, I have to get out of here as soon as possible, he thinks. Han is holding a book in his hands. Where are you going? He asked, looking frighteningly at the running guys. The bald guy points to the fair-haired guy and says his girlfriend asked us to come out and help her. Han smiles mysteriously. Girl? He asked. The fair-haired man began to sweat from fear. They ran out of the room. I scared them too much, Han says with a satisfied smile. Electronic system table with its characteristics. Although I have a system, I shouldn't rely on it too much, he thinks looking at it. I can gain knowledge, but it won't be able to completely influence my mind. I need to try harder on my own. The sun is shining in the window. Do you mean Han is from a rich family? The girl asks while eating a sandwich sitting in the dining room opposite Yu-yun. They also study at the Faculty of Finance, but live in the dormitory of the International Exchange University. Why is this life so unfair? Says some girl in a suit and brown hair in a ponytail. Isn't your family rich? Yu-yun turns to Liutin. Trouble is on her shoulder. How many houses do you have? She looks at the phone. The girl in the suit turned angrily when she heard about several houses. Liutin silently drinks juice through a straw, closing her eyes. She opened her eyes. Han extends his hand while standing in his sports uniform. How good it is to be young, he says with a smile. He opens his mouth to eat the matcha. Someone is calling him. One of his classmates waves to him and says good morning. He smiles sweetly and waves back. Han, Yu-yun says in a row to him, I heard you live on the bottom floor. How were you able to achieve this? It's amazing. The crowd begins to whisper that this is definitely connected with the teacher. Han thoughtfully looks at the ceiling and says that it is just luck and nothing more. How tired I am of this university, says the fair-haired guy from the dormitory, walking down the corridor and smoking a cigarette. How tired I am of the teachers. Just look at these people, they all have stupid faces. One of the classmates asks Han to please move out of the way, with fear in his eyes. Someone dares to disturb me, says the fair-haired one, shifting his gaze. And then he fell silent in horror. The cigarette from his mouth fell to the floor. He looks at Han looks at him. Everyone is silent. Some girl asked another why they were looking at each other like that. She believed that she didn't know, but Han was very unlucky. Han looks sternly. The blonde guy is sweating and laughing nervously. Then a bald and red-haired guy intervenes. They say good morning to him and ask if he had breakfast. The blonde guy turns around and prepares to run. Han asks if he will return to the room today. He turns his head in fear and with a forced smile says that he has business and will not be able to return. Yu-Yun and Xia Liyutan are whispering about whether Han and this guy really know each other. The red-haired and bald guys said while rubbing their palms, if you need help, then contact Xiao Dongbei and Din Din. The sound of the elevator, Han says no need. He presses the up button of the elevator and asks, are you going to enter, looking intimidatingly. They push the crowd with the words Han and his friends go first. We will follow you, and Han ends up in the corner of the elevator. Elevator closing signal. Han is standing in the corner, with Xia Liyutan standing nearby. He looks at her. She straightens her hair, blushing. She really has an S-class figure. He thinks looking at her, he has a slight blush. It's just a pity that. The signal for the doors to open. Everyone comes out. He and Xia Liyutan are standing. Someone is placing a hand on Han's shoulder. You're amazing. The guy says, Hyun and his friends seem to be afraid of you. Have you known each other before? Han removes his hand from his shoulder. Please don't touch me, I don't like it, he says, looking angrily at the guy. That guy says how strong Han is. Han holds a wallet in his hand. The guy nervously looks into his shirt pocket. Han says thanks for taking care of my wallet and pats him on the shoulder. The guy apologizes, runs out of the elevator, and says goodbye to Han. Sometimes it is possible to resolve a conflict without resorting to violence, Han reflects. His name is Xia Liyutan. He turns without giving birth to any emotions. He puts his hands in his pockets and asks what happened. She crossed her arms. Didn't you say you wanted to be friends with everyone? Why were you so rude to him? Han passes by and, saying that he doesn't remember this, enters the classroom. Yu-Yun jumps up and waves his hand at him. Xia Liyutan, passing by Han. He looks at her. She sits down in her seat and, resting her head in her hands, asks what kind of friends he wants to make. Han shows his index finger, probably to friends who don't ask many questions. Yu-Yun starts laughing loudly. Xia Liyutan looks at her blushing. She wipes away tears of laughter. Sorry, she says, Han is so funny, I couldn't help myself. She leans closer to Han and says that she has questions for him. Can he add her to WeChat? He scratches his nose and says maybe later, but I rarely communicate. My phone is always on silent mode, so I can't expect quick answers. Xia Liyutan looks at him offendedly. That's why you still haven't responded to my message. You don't perceive me as a prefect at all? She asks. After all, I went deep into economics last night. He thinks and imagines the image of Yanfei. Sorry, a lot happened yesterday, so I was busy, he says. Offended, Xia Liyutan blushes and pretends to read a book, because she doesn't even want to look at Han. Although he looks good, she imagines Han surrounded by girls with vegetables instead of heads. His character is terrible. I will deduct points for this. She looks sadly at the book. The best option for me is to keep my distance. She glances at Han. She opened her eyes wide. The rustle of pages. Han writes something without paying attention to anything. Looking at the book, he thinks, even though my skill is level 3 accounting, I don't understand a lot. Although these questions are not very difficult. When I can fully understand this, I can use my knowledge to make money. There's an open question on the table book. To acquire knowledge, Han plus knowledge is equal to the king, and understanding them is not the same thing. The more knowledge I gain, the more difficult it will be to understand this. Han plus knowledge is equal to Han is crushed. It is impossible to accurately extract the necessary knowledge at the right moment, he reasons, clutching his head with both hands. Then knowledge becomes a burden. It is better to comprehend this knowledge now. He collects textbooks and notebooks in a bag, so that there are no problems in the future. You need to create a plan and act on it. He continues to write diligently. Xia Liyutan looks at him and thinks, what is he doing? Solving problems. Yu-Yun sits next to him and looks at the phone. And the teacher hasn't finished speaking yet, she says. Can't I understand this myself? Han interrupts her. Yes, she says irritably. At the same time she thinks, since you have such an ability to self-learn, then why are you still here? Han holds a yellow book in his hand. After the summer holidays, He began, I got into a fight and ended up in the hospital, missing the opportunity to pass the entrance exam. In fact, I am a genius. But in the past I lacked motivation and now I am trying to fix it. He puts the book down aside to the others. Zia Liutin and Yu Yun look at him. Your choice to believe me or not, he adds. Zia Liutin is surprised. She says she doesn't believe it. He's lying. Yu Yun undermines Han. He turns his head in her direction. I believe that you are a genius, she says, winks and shows a thumbs up. The moment I saw you, I felt that you were different from other guys. Han looks at her with suspicion. Yu Yun, you're not stupid either. He thinks, in your past life you played with naive boys, but now you ended up marrying some rich guy, as you wished. It's not surprising that you want to get closer to me. Yu Yun and Zia Liutin communicate with each other. Han looks in their direction. Old age, he says with a smile. Since you don't believe me, what do you think of me? He asks. Yu Yun turns and looks at him. Okay, says Zia Liutin, blushing. She points her finger at him and says, first of all, you are truly a genius, but because of your terrible character in high school, you are not willing to study hard. Han looks at her, not expecting to hear such a thing. Zia Liutin imagines him as a bully in sweatpants sitting on chair. She continues her story. On the eve of the entrance exams, your girlfriend cheated on you with a rich guy. Because you didn't study, you can't even get into a level 2 university. You couldn't handle it, and went to take revenge on them. In your imagination, 2 guys kick Han. But in the end you were seriously injured and had to be hospitalized, and only recently you came to your senses. You were angry, and you wanted them to pay for it. Han's angry face. So you started studying hard. You keep the phone which your ex-girlfriend gave you to motivate and remind yourself of this. Han studies hard. You warn yourself to stay away from attractive girls so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Han brushes off the girl. So you kept your distance from me the whole time. She smiles self-confidently, points a finger at Han and says, in your introduction, you mentioned that you want to find a girlfriend to forget your ex-girlfriend. But you didn't take any action or didn't respond because you were hurt. I'm afraid of a new relationship. This sounds more reasonable. Zia Liutin's throat rests, his hands on his hips. Headman, Han addresses her. Have you tried to work as a short story writer? He smiled sarcastically. Zia Liutin blushes. Han was surprised by something. A blushing Zia Liutin throws her hair behind her back and says, I need to study, manage the class, and solve student council problems. Where can I find time to write novels? Han narrows his eyes. This reaction. I hit the mark, he thinks. It's interesting, he thought and looked in her direction. In a past life I had never heard of this. He remembers the past associated with her, although she set me up, but her results in all aspects are really impressive. He remembers when he looked at from her side. She has a strong personality, self-control and self-discipline. It is difficult for ordinary people to get close to this. In the memories there is a wedding photo on the nightstand with a picture of Zia Liutin. I thought that after graduation she would live a good life, but I heard that it is not so. I never thought that she had such a side. He lies down on the desk, covers his head with his palm and looks at her. Han puts his hands to his face. In my previous life I never heard of her writing novels. He thinks, this proves that she is very careful. What should I do? An idea comes to his mind. He remembers the past. He went to her office to use the printer. She was in a hurry and asked him not to touch her files. But he accidentally saw a message that came to her. It's time for monthly update. If he understood correctly, this is her account for writing novels. This interested him and he decided to see what secrets she was hiding. Zia Liutin looks at her textbook. She studies hard. She takes a pen from the table. Zia Liutin is thinking about something. She thinks, why is he seeing her by the nose? She is very nervous. She looks towards Han. He suddenly said about the novels. He didn't know, right? She thinks. Call from class. Yu Yun asks if Han wants to go to the cafeteria with them. He refuses because he has unfinished business. With feigned tears, she hangs herself on Zia Liutin's neck and says that no one has ever rejected her. Aren't you just playing with him? Zia Liutin thought. Just don't pay attention to him, says Zia Liutin and hits her forehead with a click. It's already dark outside. Walking down the street, Han carries papers and thinks about tomorrow. There will be no classes tomorrow. You need to buy a computer, a phone and a new SIM card. He walked to his door. It's a pity that the communication fee is so expensive. He thinks he's going to open the door. He is determined to think that he should be more economical. He grabs the door handle. Everyone in the room is already asleep. Hyun woke up. He was scared. Han walks across the room, hunched over. He throws his bag on the floor. Hyun turns to the wall in fear. Xiao Dongbei wakes up. Han is standing in the corridor and warming up, hearing it from the room. It was so scary, I want to move out of here. Satisfied with himself, Han smiles. He likes to scare them. In 2013, the market for electronic items was booming. Han stands at the display case with telephones. A consultant approaches him and offers his help. Han thinks it's a shame that such a thriving scene will decline in a few years. Han points to the phone and asks to see it, and he asks what floor the Apple store is on. Apple logo. Han pays at the checkout with a card and thinks that although the price is high, but over the next few years, the 5S has the best price-performance ratio. iPhones are used for both office work and everyday life. He takes away the package with the goods. His attention is attracted by a fat man who is picking his nose. Han remembers the computer and thinks that it is better to buy a laptop. Many stores that sell PCs are deceiving people. He buys a Coca-Cola for 2 yuan. The seller says that he can then return the bottle and get 5 jiao. Han drinks Coca-Cola. A blush and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He hands the bottle back. Han thinks, after buying a phone and a laptop, I have 15,000 yuan left. I wanted to go to a driving school, but that won't be enough. I have to save. I bought a phone but forgot about the SIM card. He buys a SIM card. A notification comes from the system. The owner has purchased a SIM card. The gift function has been activated. Please accept the gift. Han looks at his new SIM card. The system gave a gift for buying a regular SIM card. What can it give me? He decides to accept the gift and presses the button, accept. The spreadsheet says SIM card. 1. You can choose any number. 2. Automatic connection to any network. 3. The number cannot be tracked without the owner's permission. 4. You can intercept calls from any people. Han draws attention to points 3 and 4. He looks at his SIM card and thinks that it is priceless. If used correctly, it will definitely be useful. He inserts it into the phone. I will use it as the main SIM card. He smiles contentedly. Dormitory. Yuyan asks Zia Liutin, who do you think Han is? Why are you asking? They are interested in Zia Liutin. Yuyan says that he lives in an international dormitory. His family must be very rich. His roommates are also rich, but they are inferior to him in temperament, and he was a little rude. Zia Liutin sits in bed and reads a book. He just has that kind of character, she replies. Her phone rang. SMS from Han. Here is my phone number. You can add me to WeChat. Just don't tell it to anyone. His number. She thinks. There are many levels of telephone numbers. The presenter stands at the podium. 139 is the first batch of mobile phones opened in 1995. The value 6666 is inferior to 1111 and 8888. Plus the area code. People who understand the account rules use them to make the number perfect. Zia Liutin sits on the bed and looks at Han's phone number. Suddenly Yuyan screamed. What's happened? Zia Liutin asks her. Nothing. Just a scary moment, Yuyan answered, lying on the bed. Don't pay attention. Zia Liutin is sad on the bed and thinks about who Han is. Han types on the keyboard. He peers at the screen. It says, group not found. He thinks maybe the name is wrong. Han crosses his arms. Maybe she hasn't created it yet, he thinks. So she created a group in her second year when she had a fan base. Han goes to some site and keeps thinking, if she had a fan base, this proves that her works were popular. The golden era of online literature will soon come. Many works start adapting it into films and TV shows. He puts his hand to his chin while continuing to look at the screen. The spreadsheet says, literature, level 3, writing, level 3. Although he doesn't have time to write novellas, he sits and looks at his characteristics. He knows what will be popular in the future. With her talent and his foresight for the future, they will succeed. Han puts his finger to his forehead. He enters the query again on the laptop and says he needs to try again. Several groups appeared on the screen. Happy Han looks at the screen and says that he found her second account. It says on the laptop screen, to add as a friend you need to answer a few questions. The first question is, who am I? Second question, who are you? Third question, why do you want to add me? Han is upset. She's definitely writing novels and not doing something forbidden, he says. He ruffles the hair on his head and frowns. What should I do now? He thinks. An idea came to him. He starts working on the keyboard, but sees an inscription on the screen that nothing was found for his request. I can't believe this, he thinks, looking at the screen in shock, if I'm not mistaken. Then before starting her studies she had 6 jobs, which were either completed or abandoned. He hits himself on the forehead in disappointment, knowing her identity. It is normal to have a couple of abandoned works, but abandoning 4 works is no longer like her. He reprints, ruling out various factors. Only 2 remain author. He cries out perfectly. Han walks into the audience. Yuyan jumps up and calls him. Come here, she says. The girls begin to discuss the relationship between Yuyan and Han. He walks past them without paying attention to the sound of the word. Han sits down next to Yu-Yun and thinks, I didn't expect that she would be so interested in taking the initiative and communicating with a guy. This doesn't seem like her style. She smiles sweetly. Yu-Yun tells Xia Liyutin that Han is already here, but she doesn't react. Han looks at her and thinks, appreciate the last moments of your pride. The bait has been thrown. All that remains is to wait. He looks at the audience. It's funny to watch the situation in the class. Han thinks, although Feifei is getting closer to Down Xiaoe, he likes Xia Liyutin more, but he will date Yu-Yun. But after the wedding she will cheat on him. Fang Feifei liked Lu Zhai at first, but Lu Zhai is the captain of the Yu-Yun fan club. Yu-Yun and Fang Feifei will never become friends. However, Xia Liyutin and Yu-Yun have a good relationship. But it is just a superficial friendship, nothing more. The exciting student life has just begun. Yu-Yun asks Han why he didn't read her messages. I read the books, so I didn't notice, he replied. Doon Xiaoe hugs Lu Zhai. Han looks at them and thinks, as expected, he takes every opportunity to laugh at someone. Yu-Yun says to Han, you're not going to take the translation exam, are you? Xia Liyutin silently looks at them from the side. All those in front turn towards Han. Frightened, Han says, why is everyone looking at me? The transfer exam will be held in May next year. It is too early to talk about it. Yu-Yun says yes, it's still early. But I think with your diligence, if you prepare in advance, you definitely have a chance to pass. Lu Zhai and Doon Xiaoe also started talking about the transfer exams. Doon Xiaoe suggests trying. He glances at Han. There is still a little time. We will have time to prepare. Lu Zhai says that if he can't pass it, he will be very ashamed. He pulls himself up while sitting on a chair. Doon Xiaoe says that unlike them, he will not have to work after graduating from university. Feifei smiles sweetly and says that he envies him. One of the classmates asks if the Xiaoe family doesn't have 4 apartments that are located in the center. Doon Xiaoe proudly says that he has 4 multi-room apartments. He spreads his hands. The entire audience starts talking about how having 4 multi-room apartments is a luxury, and his family is truly rich. The girl asks in what area his houses are located. Yu-Yun says that Doon Xiaoe can earn money by renting them out. He sarcastically replies that if you work for about 2 years, you can rent any apartment. Han looks at him carefully and thinks Doon Xiaoe is the destroyer of his family. I don't know why he talks about 4 houses, because in fact this is far from the case. He squints. The Xiaoe family belongs 8 small residential buildings and a small store. His parents opened this store. Although he is not as rich as he says, he can still live a comfortable life. In simple words, his family has an average status. How could they fall for this so easily? He turns his gaze to Xia Liyutin. Compared to them, she arouses more interest in me. Xia Liyutin look at Doon Xiaoe. She has her own characteristic about him in her head. Although the Xiaoe family has money, considering other aspects, the overall assessment is really low. He can be considered an ordinary person with some utility. She then looks at Han. She thinks he is different. He is good in every aspect even though they are the same age. She gives him another 0.5 points for calmness and equanimity. She blushes, puts her fist to her chin and thinks she will add the same amount for her appearance. Doon Xiaoe turns to Han. You study so hard. Han turns his attention to him. Are you really thinking about taking the transfer exam? Han says they'll talk about it later. Feifei asks where he is going to transfer. He remains silent. She thinks that he is very different from all of them, and it seems that his classmates do not interest him. Perhaps he is not going to stay here for long. Tired Han repeats to them that it is too early to talk about this. Yu-Yun says, I see you have already finished doing the work. She excitedly covers her mouth with her palm and adds, if you are not going to pass the translation exam, then why are you studying mathematics? In our university it is not so important. It is not surprising that you did not pay attention to others. Han is confused, very similar to her. He thinks, trying to make an enemy out of me. But it's quite funny to watch how these children act. He thinks, maybe he'll play with you. Lu Zhai imitates Han and says that he is afraid to say it. Doon Xiaoe mockingly says that maybe Han has big ambitions so he doesn't say, right. He asks, do you want to go to Fudan or Jiaodong? Unperturbed, Han replies that he needs to think about it. Feifei tried to say something to him hesitantly, but was interrupted by Doon Xiaoe and called Han a braggart. Lu Zhai points at himself and says if Han can do it, he will eat a pound of nasty things. Yu-Yun jumps up sharply from her seat and blushes. No one understands her reaction. Han looks at her without emotion and says she can discuss this with him so that he can take her to a restaurant and feed her delicious food. Zia Liutin makes a face and spits. Yuyun blushed even more. She begins to hit him in the shoulder. Han himself does not understand anything that he said wrong, so he looks at her with slight surprise. He makes an innocent face, almost crying, and says, "I didn't suggest this, why are you hitting me?" Blushing, Yuyun turns away from Han in offense. She crosses her arms over her chest and tells him, "You shouldn't be like him anyway. You shouldn't be as disgusting as him. Only Lu Jai can be so disgusting." Han really knows how to joke, say the students in the audience. Lu Jai holds his head and looks at Han. He has thoughts in his head that when he says this, it sounds disgusting. But if Han says the same thing, it sounds funny. Duan Xiaoi looks at how Yuyun continues to sit and beat Han and thinks what is going on. Why does she look so embarrassed? Then he turns his gaze to Zia Liutin, who is sitting not far from Yuyun and Han. She looks at them without taking her eyes off and laughs. When was the last time she laughed like that? He closes his eyes and smiles strangely, showing his teeth. He thinks, "I can't let him replace him. Otherwise I won't even be able to find a girlfriend." He throws his hands up while sitting at his desk and says, "My house is not far from Fudan University. When Han takes his exams, I can take care of housing for you." He opens his eyes, looks at Han and points his index finger at him, continuing his line, "Especially for you, I will remove the rent. But Han, you really need to study hard. I hope you accept my invitation." Without giving birth to any emotions, Han looks at him. He thinks he is trying to provoke me, then says, "When the time comes, we can discuss this." Moreover, not all universities teach specialties that are related to finance, so the choice will be difficult. Han picks up the textbook. There is complete silence in the classroom. Everyone is looking at him. Zia Liutin also doesn't look away from him. She thinks he didn't see the provocation in his words. No, it's impossible. How could he not notice? Han is reading a textbook. He just didn't pay attention. She continues to think. Everyone in the audience begins to slowly whisper about what happened. Han, she says his name out loud. With your level of mathematics, before you aim too high, you should succeed. You have good knowledge and learning ability. With your level of mathematics, I don't think it will be difficult. Han starts to get nervous because she praised him and it was unexpected. Duan Xiaoi angrily asks what his math level is. He wants to see how good he is. Han writes. Duan Xiaoi pulls out the sheets of paper on which he wrote and asks what this is all about. Is he seriously deciding this? Although if you use a special formula, Zia Liutin starts giggling. Don't you know what formula to use? Duan Xiaoi pouts. Feifei examines these sheets of paper and asks why there is no calculation process. Han takes the sheets and says that the topic is too easy, so he immediately writes the answer. Feifei looks at him with admiration and says that he doesn't even understand the first chapter. Yuyun says that he must have put in a lot of effort. He replies, these tasks are worth the effort. He thinks that now his level of knowledge is equal to that of second-year students, but he needs to study even harder. Feifei and Yuyun say that he has too much to study. Han is surrounded by girls and asked to help prepare for exams in the future. Duan Xiaoi clenches his fist in anger. He doesn't understand how an ordinary guy can act like he is better than everyone else. Moreover, all these girls believe Han's pretense. Why is it that everyone, even Zia Liutin, has changed so quickly and supports him? His abilities are truly exceptional. In this case, I wish you successful admission to Fudan University and hope that you can quickly find a good job. With hard work and a little family support, I'm confident that in about 10 years, you'll be able to save up a down payment for a house like mine. He says, although income will be limited immediately after graduation. Naive child, Han thinks looking at him. Rent and utility costs can significantly reduce your budget. But don't worry, you can rent one of my apartments. Duan Xiaoi continued, considering that we are classmates, I'll give you a discount. Lu Jai says that Han lives in an international dormitory. Pay annually 3,500 or 100,000. The difference is clearly significant. All my family's real estate is located in the city center. Without a good income, it will be difficult to find good housing, says Duan Xiaoi. Yuyun wonders if the Han family can compete with the Xiaoi family. It has begun, Zia Liutin thought, smiling. She wants a real conflict to begin to see how Han will look after defeat. At the very last moment she will intervene. She looks at Han playfully and thinks that this will be interesting. Han covers his mouth with laughter. He asks what is the most expensive house of the Xiaoi family. Duan Xiaoi says that each of their houses is expensive. Han laughs. He says he doesn't understand why he's talking about apartment buildings when his family only owns small houses. Duan Xiaoi blushed and sweated from nerves, his face looking intensely at Han. He stands up and pretends that he doesn't understand what Han is talking about. The audience began to whisper again. House in the 4th district of Yongbu. A familiar address asks Han. A medium-sized house for several people, approximately 110 square meters in size. A rather unremarkable building. Duan Xiaoi stands confused and scared. The rest of the houses are for rent. Han continues to put moral pressure on him. Han adds that his parents purchased a 48 square meter job for a store. He asks, what is your average house price in Yongbu? Duan Xiaoi stands there and can't say anything. Han looks directly at Duan Xiaoi and asks with a smile what is the most expensive house his family owns. You, the blushing Duan Xiaoi shouts and points a finger at Han. He and Feifei look at Han. Han, who are you? Thinks Xia Liutin. He sits at his desk and raises his hands to his face without any emotion to address Duan Xiaoi. Not only did your family receive new housing, you came here from a village that was about to be demolished, but the local residents came together to prevent this. However, the family did not participate in the analysis of this case. Duan Xiaoi looks at Han with horror. He is nervous. He is sweating. Your family came to everything ready, continues Han. When the local residents agreed with the developers to be provided with new housing. Duan Xiaoi, it was just luck. He glares at him. Instead of bragging, you could have put in the effort and improved your life. This wave of urban development has brought prosperity to your doorstep. You should appreciate it. Everyone in the audience listens carefully to Han and everyone thinks about his words. He continues, firstly, your family's prosperity is not as great as you say. Secondly, even if your family has some wealth, this has nothing to do with you personally. Han shows 2 fingers on his palm. Remember 2 points. Don't come closer to me and unravel your contradictions and stories. Your current situation is pretty bad. You have nothing. You know. Duan Xiaoi nervously asks how he knew all this. Han answers quite simply. Duan Xiaoi listens to him carefully and smiles in confusion. I came here to study, but my family didn't want me to cause trouble, he says with a smile. Crossing his arms over his chest, Han continues to say, yes, I myself don't like being bothered. There are only 64 people in your group. Xia Liutin and Yu Yun look at him carefully. So I found information about everyone so that I know who to communicate with and who to ignore. As for you, Han turns to Duan Xiaoi. You yourself must understand your level. Here is advice for you. Don't let the same situation happen. He leans a little closer. I hope you can understand it. Silence fell in the audience. Duan Xiaoi swallows nervously. He stutters and says that he understands everything. The bell rings. Students, it's time for lecture. Today we will delve into microeconomics, says the teacher standing at the podium. Microeconomics involves the analysis of the economic advantages exhibited by individual economic entities within society. Duan Xiaoi's reaction. Xia Liutin thinks, looking at him, blushing. What a loser, he doesn't even believe him. However, she turns her gaze to Han, who is talking with Yu Yun. He was amazing. She blushes and brings her pen to her lips. I thought that I can intervene to stop the conflict, but my plan was destroyed. Maybe I should write a novel about an overbearing CEO who is in love with me, and make Han the main character. Her face flushed red. She hits her cheeks with her palms. She tries to calm herself down and forget about it. She looks at Han again. Someone once said, speak softly, but act boldly. The ability to be gentle and cruel makes a man a real man. Han's behavior now was even more perfect than I could have imagined. She thinks, softening her gaze. Show mercy when tolerance and harshness are required. When firmness is required, I should get closer to him. The lesson is over and the students little by little collect their things and leave the classroom. Han, where will you have lunch? I ask Yu Yun, waving his hand. Xia Liutin and I are going to the cafeteria. Do you want to come with us? Han, holding a notebook in his hand, looks at Yu Yun. Han covers his notebook and waves his hand, saying that the canteen is too expensive for him and he can't afford it. A message arrives on the phone lying on the table. 1206, friend request. I don't believe you. Closing his eyes and clenching his hands into fists, Yu Yun shouts, you can't afford food from the canteen, but you walk around with the newly released 5S. Han looks at the phone and blushes. This is Yanfei, he thinks. Continuing to look at the phone, he replies, that's right, I spent all my savings on him, now I'm broke. Yu Yun pouts his lips with suspicion. She puts her hand in front of Han. He looks at her. Then I will pay for you, she says. I can't pay you back, he replies. Yu Yun looks at him with anger and disgust. Did you think that I would ask them to return? A thought flashed through her head. Embarrassed, she crosses her arms and turns her head away from him. You don't need to give it back to me. I just want to treat you, she says. Han sharply draws attention to her. Thoughts sound in his head. I used to play dating simulators and now this is happening. Could I really change her script? Yu-yun is standing all red with embarrassment. Han smiled. He became interested. Han has a blush on his face. This is so awkward, he says, covering his face with the phone. Yu-yun blushes even more looking at him. She is surprised by this answer. She takes his wrist. Come on, Han, stop being stubborn, let's go, she says. Han is sitting at the table. Okay, he says, laughing slightly, I just wanted to tease you. Fei laughed a little. Yu-yun looks at the girls blankly and asks why they are laughing. You two, nature finger to lips and blushing, says Xia Liutin, are so funny. Xia Liutin holds his stomach and laughs loudly. Yu-yun continues to hold the already standing Han. She blushes more. Yu-yun pinches Han's hand. Han, you're making fun of me on purpose, she says. Han twitches in pain and screams. Why did you decide that? I didn't even think about mocking you, he says. Yu-yun, offended by the demonstration, turns his head away from him and looks in the other direction. She looks at Han again and purses her lips and thinks, what am I doing? Why am I trying to invite him? Does he think I'm frivolous? Fei pats Han on the back and says if he doesn't want to have lunch with Yu-yun, how about having lunch with her? He replies, I don't mind being paid for, I just don't like the food in the cafeteria. You can discuss this with Yu-yun. Fei froze in place, stunned. Han thinks that thanks to Duan Zioi's stupidity, these two became interested in him. He looks at how Fei is talking with Yu-yun. But I am not interested in them. Although they are beautiful, I don't want to enter into a serious relationship with them. He looks away. One wants pure love, and the other wants to marry a rich guy. This will end sadly. Han puts things in a bag while talking with Fei. Yu-yun notices this, judging by Han's reaction. He is not interested in us, she thinks. Given his past behavior, he probably had experience in relationships and most likely saw a lot of beautiful girls. She looks closely at Han. That guy will be difficult to achieve. She looks away. But if his family is rich, it will be worth the effort. She puts her palm to her cheek. Han, she says. Yu-yun, Fei interrupts her. You bought a new skincare set, so you don't have much money? Let me pay for Han. Yu-yun is both scared and surprised as she tries to find the right words. I have enough money, you don't have to worry about it, she says. Fei puts her index finger to her lips and makes an innocent face. Okay, but you don't have to ask me for money, she says. They stand and look at each other warily with serious expressions on their faces. Han approaches them holding a bag pressed to his chest in front of him with both hands. Maybe let's go already. He breaks their silence with a smile. The office is empty. Han is standing in line holding the phone with both hands, and Yu-yun is blowing up behind him. Why did you buy a new phone? She asks. Han nervously brings the phone closer to his face because the head girl started making up stories. He says, if he had continued to use that phone for a few more days, the whole school could start talking about my ex-girlfriend, and then I was heartbroken. An irritated Xia stands behind him. Liutin, without dragging me into this, she says and shows a cross with her hands. Han, have you really never had a girlfriend? Fei asks in a row from behind. He looks at her. Yeah, he answers. When I was in school, no one noticed me, he says. Duan Zioi and Lu Zhai are drying them from behind. This guy says Lu Zhai. Han turns sharply. Which? I didn't hear, he asks again, looking as if he's ready to kill. Duan Zioi covers Lu Zhai's mouth. Don't pay any attention to us, he says, scared. Yu-yun approaches Han and says that he is indeed very humble. Han looks at her embarrassedly. Without saying a word, a small blush appears on his face. Slyly smiling, Fei asks him what kind of girls he likes. Tell us. The dissatisfied Xia Liutin stands separately and silently watches them from the side, crossing her arms. What kind of girls do I like? He wondered, and said, let me think. Yu-yun turns around and looks at Fei. His eyes widen as an idea occurs to him. Probably the one, he says, blushing, and imagines a sweet girl with long red hair who winks at him, who is not only beautiful but also gentle. He breaks into a smile, understands and shares similar values, and makes him feel comfortable next to her. Smiling ridiculously, Yu-yun shows class. No wonder you haven't had a girlfriend, she says. You're quite traditional, but that's okay. He looks at her blankly. A guy like Han deserves better. What qualities make someone better? Han suddenly asks. Yu-yun. Fei looks at him questioningly. It's personal for everyone, says Yu-yun, and puts his hands on his shoulders, sticking out his chest. I have quite big, but guys like it, she thinks, and strangely tries to smile. She was clearly nervous for some reason. Yu-yun is right, Fei confirms. What matters is what Han likes. She smiles artificially and thinks, Xia Liutin is beautiful. Yu-yun has a great figure. I need to come up with something too. Although I don't have feelings for Han, Xia Liutin thought embarrassedly. It's very annoying to be their imaginary rival. Besides, if I participated, I wouldn't lose. She looks at them with thoughts in her head. They act like children when it comes to competition. Okay Han, Yu-Yun says and takes his arm. She takes him away with the words, let's go. If we delay, then there will be nothing left for us. Xia Liutin looks at this with wide eyes. There are instant noodles and other food on the table. I bought some fruit. Yu-Yun comes, lifting a black bag over his head. Xia Liutin stands a little further and drinks juice through a straw. And Fei Fei sits at the table. Hanyu, she says with joy on her face, where is he? I'm here, says a voice behind Yu-Yun. Han says, I couldn't eat your food for free, so he holds out a piece of cake. I'm not sure what you'll like, but I think everyone likes desserts. He holds a piece of cake in one hand and a white one in the other for now. I bought several types. Yu-Yun, Xia Liutin and Fei Fei turn and look at him. You can choose which one you like best. He holds out his hand with the package. With great joy, the girls quickly choose their desserts. These children are so easy to please. Han thinks. Something catches his attention and he turns his head. Xia Liutin, why don't you eat? He asks. She looks attentively at the strawberries on top of the dessert signatures on the sides with her hands. Han smiles and proudly raises his index finger in the air. It contains premium cream. It is very healthy. Try it, he says. If you don't eat it, give it to me. It was quite expensive. Xia Liutin looks at him. She laughs a little and sits down at the table. Why should I give it to you? Says Xia Liutin, blushing and eating the dissertation. Satisfied, Han covers the smile on his face with his hand. This trick still works, he thinks. By the way, says Yu-Yun, removing the spoon from the TT. How did Han know that I want a dissertation from this place? This store is not cheap, thanks to Han. Han breaks chopsticks. You're welcome, he says, smiling contentedly. But these dishes aren't cheap either. On the table in front of him are noodles, rice with shrimp. That's right, Fei Fei notes, there are 2 large chicken legs, quite expensive. Yu-Yun looks at her while bringing a piece of cake to his mouth. Exactly, Yu-Yun says displeasedly, since I am treating Han, the food must be excellent. Why is Fei Fei always trying to find some flaws? She thinks while looking at her. Smiling arrogantly, Fei Fei says, I'm worried because you don't have much money. As long as Han needs something, I will support him, Yu-Yun replies. It was inappropriate, Han says as he eats his noodles. With his mouth full, Han says that if he eats like this every day, she will run out of money in a week. To prevent this from happening, he says and points his chopsticks at Fei Fei, she will buy food tomorrow. Fei Fei stands in shock with the cake in her hands. She didn't expect this, but she abruptly puts one hand on her chest and says, okay, tomorrow I'll feed Han something tasty. Great, says Han with a happy face. Come tomorrow, Fei Fei says and slaps his palm. Yu-Yun jealously says that Fei Fei can treat him tomorrow. She will not compete, but she will not treat her anymore. Well, okay, Fei Fei says calmly. Han begins to think. It looks like a wheel of fortune, however, they are the same as in his past life. He puts his hand to his face. People only grow when they cross certain thresholds. Only then can one rationally evaluate the stupid things they did in the past. He picks up a tangerine. He peels a tangerine. Yu-Yun and Fei Fei quarreled, but he didn't react. Xia Liutin thinks looking at Han. Judging by his behavior, they don't interest him. Han eats calmly, not paying attention to anyone. Xia Liutin, she blushes and shudders sharply. You want a tangerine, but there is only one share left, says Han, holding out his hand with a share of tangerine. No thanks, eat it yourself, she replies negatively, waving her hands. Okay, he says. Han looks at her and thinks, comparing her to Yu-Yun and Fei Fei, she is much more interesting. He throws the share into the air and eats it, continuing to think, you made my life difficult in the past. How can I repay you? The most interesting is yet to come. Han, you're back. Someone is screaming. Han looks at the phone. He turns around, and in front of him is a breathless Xiao Dongbei. Han asks if he has had lunch yet. He answers, not yet, we are just getting ready. Why does Han ask so late? Xiao Dongbei says that if Han hasn't had lunch yet, then they can have lunch together. This is a good opportunity to improve relationships with each other. He smiles and rubs his palms. Han replies that he has already eaten. He turns, by the way, are you going to party all night again? Xiao Dongbei replies in fear that of course not. He looks at the floor, nervously scratches his head and says, this campus is small. Besides access to the internet, there is nothing else to do here. How rich kids spend their time. Han ponders and chuckles. I know well, now they are just surfing the internet. But in the future they will find new ways to spend their time. Nightclub on the sofa, there are men and women sitting. In many cities there are clubs that can show off their VIP areas. I used to wonder about the source of their wealth. But Han is standing in the dorm room with Xiao Dongbei and Din Din. My curiosity has waned since then. No need to worry, Han suddenly says. There are still many opportunities ahead. He smiles arrogantly with his arms crossed. He is lost in thought. Later in the near future, I will surpass them in wealth by a significant margin. My name is Kai Xiong. I am from the northeast region. You can call me Xiao Bei or Xiao Dongbei. My hometown is quite small and the family is in the wood business. Han, if you ever need to build a house or buy wooden furniture, you can contact me. Xiao Dongbei says, holding a tin of Coca-Cola. My name is Ding Yu, but everyone calls me Din Din. I am from Jiangsu province. My family runs a factory. Han, would you like a cigarette? Says a guy with red hair, wearing sunglasses, holding a cigarette in one hand and a pack of cigarettes in the other. Han waves his hand. No thanks, I don't smoke, he says. In confusion, Din Din previously dropped a cigarette on the floor, and Xiao Dongbei looks at Han in surprise. It is really different. Not smoking is good. Smoking is harmful to your health, says Xiao Dongbei when hugging Din Din. He looks at Xiao Dongbei and says, we just smoke for fun. Xiao Dongbei interrupts him, having fun. I really scared them a lot, Han thinks. He leaned his hand on the top tier of the bed. Okay, we need to create a friendly atmosphere in our hostel. He continues to think. Suddenly he says, since we are all in the same dormitory, there are things that should not be hidden from everyone. Xiao Dongbei and Din Din look at him. As for me, Han continues to say, I also have my own problems. Sensitivity, low self-esteem, or the fact that I'm an introvert. He smiles a little and blushes. Unpleasant things always weigh on me. I don't know what to do about it. He stands half-god towards them and continues to say, earlier when I read Buddhist scriptures it scared you. This is my way of fighting internal demons. In fact, I really value friendship, but I don't know how to get out of this well, since we are in the same dormitory. This must be a heaven-given destiny. Xiao Dongbei and Din Din look at him in shock. In the future, please take care of me, he says friendly. I hope we can become good friends. Frightened, Xiao Dongbei opens his eyes very wide. Why did he suddenly say this? A thought flashed through his mind. Din Din thinks with the same fear that he didn't expect that he had such problems. Xiao Dongbei leans on the first tier of the bed, covers his face with his hand and cries, Mom, take me home, he says. Confused, Han extends his hand towards them and asks what's wrong with them. Xiao Dongbei and Din Din walk down the empty hallway of the door. Xiao Dongbei looks around. Din Din says, if it weren't so difficult to find housing here, I would have moved out a long time ago. Why do I feel that Han lied to us? Xiao Dongbei says sharply. Din Din is very nervous and sweating. I thought about that too, but I think Han is pretty good although quite creepy. Let's think more joyfully. Xiao Dongbei shouts and hits him on the back with his palm. He spreads his hands to the side and says, consider him a godlike figure who protects us. Perhaps he can help us. In the future you and I will lead the way being powerful. Imagination. Xiao Dongbei Din Din walk proudly, and in the next they are followed by Han. In one in his hand he holds a book and in the other a hammer. And brother Han, Xiao Dongbei continues, holding Buddhist scriptures in his right hand and a hammer in his left will protect us. Thinking about this he blushes and scratches his nose. What a wonderful sight, he says. Din Din sighs, holds his head and tells him to forget about it, as Han really doesn't understand. Xiao Dongbei says, you may not understand, but your sister can. He blushes more in his thoughts. The beautiful blonde girl. When Ding Xiao begins to act, there is no person she cannot handle. Fool, Din Din shouts and hits him on the head with his fist. He angrily punishes him for the obscene gesture and says that he will not give his sister to anyone. Innocently, Xiao Dongbei puts his hand to his heart. I was just joking. Why did you get so angry? He says. Dining room. Feifei, Han, Yuyun, Xia Liyutin are sitting and having lunch at the same table. Yuyun shouts at Feifei and points his index finger at her. Why are you talking as if we are scoundrels? Feifei answers with a straight face and waves her away. Xia Liyutin just looks at them and remains silent. Xia Liyutin look at him. Yesterday he ate my food and used my things. Today he behaves, shouting at Yuyun with clenched fists and blushing with anger. Xia Liyutin puts his palm forward, stopping it. Wait, Han interrupts her. These are false accusations. Yes, I ate your food, but I didn't use your things. I even packed them in a special bag. Here you go. He holds out the package. Yuyun and Xia Liyutin look at him in surprise while sitting opposite at the table. She snatches the bag from her hands and screams that she was just joking. Han asks incomprehensibly why you grabbed it like that. Blushing, Yuyun lowered her eyes and looked at the poker and thought, this guy, although he is a little rude, is quite reasonable. I need to get him somehow. Han propped his head on his fist. I wonder what she's thinking about, even though I don't want to mess with them. Used to tease Xia Liyutin. Pretty good idea. Time goes by so slowly. Sports. Han runs around the stadium. Studies. He sits hard and doing homework. Planning. Some papers are pinned on the board. I live an ordinary life. If someone asks if there is anything interesting, Han is walking down the street towards the university. Then, Han continues. In front of him there are 3 girls talking to each other about who Han will be with. I suddenly became a celebrity. He sits exhausted at the computer screen. How can I get rid of this fame? He says. Han, someone is calling him. Xiao Dongbei and Din Din leave the room. Din Din says we are leaving. I will bring you something when we return. Good luck, say Han. It's the 9th on the calendar. Han Syria has under his eyes. He stands in front of the calendar holding a pen in his hand. The holiday will begin tomorrow. If I remember correctly, tomorrow there will be a meeting for those who stayed in the hostel. They say and do something on the computer. A dialogue is opened. An argument begins. Han thinks this guy needs to watch his words better. Even though it's his first year of study, conflicts have already begun. I think Xia Liutin will start acting. Xia Liutin is sitting on a chair, wearing a pink nightie and a towel on her head. She is reading the conversation and sending messages. Guys, let's not argue. You can vote on where to go. Please let's not make malicious comments. Han was right. She intervened in the dispute. A conversation is open on the computer monitor. Han looks contentedly at the chat with one hand on the mouse and the other resting his head. Everything is the same as in a previous life. Even the reasons for the quarrels have not changed. I am sure that Xia Liutin is busy communicating with everyone personally, trying to resolve the situation. Han sits back and thinks, about one class only a few people can get 3 certificates. The rest will graduate with 2. Disputes are everywhere, and sometimes people can't even figure out who is right and who is wrong. One mistake can lead to more conflicts. Xia Liutin controls the class with his personal charm. He puts his index finger to his temple and thought. If everyone respects her, then what she says will be effective. But in a situation where everyone is arguing, no one will pay attention to her. In the conversation they write, Chen Pin, is it worth making such a fuss about this? Lu Zhai, if you beg me, then perhaps I will buy you tickets. Han, do you feel stronger when arguing with girls? Han, Chen Pin, if you don't want to go, you can just say so. Han, why not just vote for the place you want to go? Yu Yun, I support this idea. Fang Feifei, I agree too. Wang Jiahong, I'm with you. Lu Mingmeng, let's vote. Han raises his hands above his head and looks at the screen in confusion. Although I didn't really want to interfere, but it turned out quite easily, he mentally says. Han looks at his characteristics indifferently. The spreadsheet says, popularity increasing. After I dealt with Du and Xiaoi, he thinks my popularity has increased. With great popularity, it is easier to restrain jumped out of class, however. Han imagines himself from an expensive black car, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by security guards in black suits. Now I'm not even sure what family I'm from, he thinks. A message arrives on his phone. Han takes the phone, texts Xia Liutin. Thank you for your help, we were able to agree. Tomorrow we are going to the safari park. And in the evening we will go to Xinqiandi. I will pay for you, in gratitude for your help, she writes. SMS from Han, how much does it cost? Xia Liutin looks at his message. Behind her Yu Yun is changing clothes and talking on the phone. Don't ask for cheap anymore, answers Xia Liutin. SMS from Han, okay. She looks at the message from Han with anger. This is her first time spending money on a guy and all she gets in response is, okay. He tensely clenches his fist and says, just wait. Han sits on a chair and silently looks at the phone. Having not received an answer, he is surprised because he thinks that she is angry. He breaks into a cold sweat. I said something wrong, he says. Okay, let's try to communicate differently. He thinks and sits down at the computer again. Last time I spent a lot of time sending her a friend request. The following message appears on the monitor, new message. Surprisingly, Han blushes. It says, I like your work, can I give you a little advice? Loneliness of the Shining Cucumber, 201309. 3020249. Thank you for reading my works. He received an answer. So you need to concentrate. Han thinks and tries to concentrate, whether she needs to be sure or not. He types a message. What is your Tencent QQ number? Do you have a group for readers? Please continue to update the works. I will support you. All that remains is to wait for the answer. 21/13/2013 9:30. 9/13/2013 10:1. Happy Han talking on the phone. Hello, how are you? I'm doing great. I've grown a few centimeters. Yes, I still have money left. Rest more. When I become successful, I will buy a luxury villa for you. My voice has changed. I don't know what happened to it. All my classmates are very friendly. They call me Big Brother. Continuing to talk on the phone, he goes through the turnstile. I'm not kidding, okay, bye. Han disconnects. Yuyun, jumping up and down with happiness, waves and shouts, Han, we have been waiting for you. Feifei stands nearby with her arms crossed and looks at her with displeasure. Yuyun pretends to fall into Han's arms. He thinks it looks too fake and tells her to be careful, otherwise she might fall. You won't go home. You have enough money. Feifei turns to Yuyun, looking tired with slightly lowered eyelids. Yuyun replies not to worry, she doesn't have enough money left. She continues to hold on to Han. Feifei, Yuyun look into each other's eyes. I can see in your eyes that you are up to something. Yuyun says mentally, I will not leave him. Han pulls his hand away and looks down at her in disgust and says, let's go meet the others. Duan Xiaowei and Chen Pin approach them. Okay, everyone here, send it, Xia Liyutin says with a smile and raises the red flag. Today she will braid her hair in a ponytail. I'll go buy metro tickets. Follow me, she continued. One of the classmates blushed and said with a satisfied smile, our prefect's legs are really good. Okay, Han asked. He turns his head and asks what is so attractive about her legs. Playing sports for a long time. He imagines Xia Liyutin doing sports. Her legs are really amazing, and not only her legs, Han smiled and blushed. Her figure is also graceful. Closing his eyes, he thinks that she is a queen. Han, what are you talking about? If you don't hurry up, you might get lost, says Xia Liyutin. Okay, we're going, he replies. Xia Liyutin is starting to move. This is our first event with the class and Han shouldn't have any problems, she thinks. She looks to the side in fear, her eyes wide. Duan Xiaowei is bent over and holding his back. The subway is full and I'm already tired of walking. Do you seriously want to go there? He says. Why not, replies Chen Pin. The last time we were there was when we were children. And crossed his arms on the Shruti. Moreover, it's cheap, only 65 yuan for a student card. He continues to say, not everyone is as rich as you. Duan Xiaowei looks at him angrily with his head raised. Are you kidding me to use a low price as an excuse? I can lend you money, he says. Who is making fun of you? Chen Pin answers. No one forced you to come here. Duan Xiaowei is very angry and there are veins on his face. You have some problems, he shouts. What do you mean you want to fight with me? Chen Pin shouts. Both are preparing their fists to fight. Xia Liyutin looks at them in confusion and incomprehension. How did this happen so suddenly? She thinks. What are you doing? Xia Liyutin shouts and walks towards Chen Pin and Duan Xiaowei with a serious face. They simultaneously turn their heads in her direction. Yuyun grabs Han's hand. They are going to fight? It's so strange, she says. Han flinches from the sharp touch. They won't fight. It's okay, let me go, he says, trying to pull his hand away. I'm afraid, Yuyun replies and presses closer to him. Feifei looks at what is happening and is clearly unhappy. Han, I'm afraid too, Feifei shouts, rushing at him. Why are you both afraid? They fight all the time, says Han, looking at them angrily. He blushes. Why suddenly they became so active? The only one who should feel fear is me, he thinks. He stands on opposite sides of him, Feifei and Yuyun, holding his hand. How about you let me go? Han tries to pull his hands away, and I will resolve the dispute between them. No, they scream together. It's too dangerous, they might attack you, let them deal with it themselves, don't bother them, says Feifei and Yuyun. Han sighs with annoyance and tiredness. He closes his eyes. They don't want to let me go, he says mentally. Well, you yourself forced me. Feifei Yuyun blushed deeply. Han pulled his hands away. Yuyun runs away crying. Han calls with relief. Finally, in a past life they didn't even look in my direction and now they are trying to get closer to me. He turns to the side where the conflict occurred. Duan Xiaowei rubs his face, which already has abrasions. This is our first event, and you have already had time to quarrel, says Xia Liyutin, putting his hand between them. She looks towards him. Han. Why is she looking at me? He wonders. She looks with her eyes asking for help and purses her lower lip. Han walks towards her. He suddenly sits down on one knee. I urgently need to go to the toilet, he shouts and runs away. Xia Liyutin is very angry. Enough, she screams. Chen Pin and Duan Xiaowei look at her in fear. If you want to fight, go where there are no people. She continues, don't spoil the mood of other students. Now we're all leaving. We'll meet here in 2 hours. Xia Liyutin, angry, quickly leaves with her fists clenched. The students are whispering. Weren't they supposed to gather here? These two must be crazy. They even angered the headman. A little while later, Han sits on the street and looks at the phone. SMS from Yuyun. Han, what are you doing? I'm in a small grove. Do you want to join me? SMS from Feifei. It's so hot today. Han, do you know where I can change? Not understanding what to do now, he hits himself in the face with his palm. He scrolls through his phone and thinks, I need to focus on my goal. I don't want to ruin my relationship with Xia Liyutin because of this mess. She should have already resolved this issue. I should write to her. Zia Liutin walks through the park and looks at the phone. This guy really ran away. She sits down on the bench and puts the phone next to her. I hoped that he would help me. I won't talk to him anymore, she says. On the phone screen, 1307, you have a new message. SMS from Han, help me. Zia Liutin gets up from the bench, taking the phone in her hands. She waves her head in different directions. I won't answer him, she thinks. She then sneaks a glance at her phone. I won't talk to him. Thinking about it, he types, what happened? I'll just ask. SMS from Han, I need help. My stomach hurts, but I didn't bring toilet paper with me. Zia Liutin spits with laughter. With a satisfied smile and blush, she writes a reply message. I can't help you with this. I can't go into the men's room. This guy has finally fallen into my hands, she thinks. SMS from Han, ask someone to pass it on. SMS from Zia Liutin, when you ask for a favor, you must ask correctly. Message from Han, I beg you little sister. SMS from Zia Liutin, think about what you should call me. Happy Zia Liutin looks at the phone and puts her finger to her chin and thinks if he called her an invincible, kind and charming little fairy, she would think to help him. She looks at her phone with disappointment and disapproval. A text message from Han, Mom. Madam, Mom won't come too. Then dear. Zia Liutin is very angry with Han, clutching the phone more tightly in her hands, and the veins on her face are bulging. She stopped in place and looked at the phone. Glory remained in her head. Help me, I ran out of toilet paper. Offended, she thinks he must have been sent by heaven to mock me. You have to be a fool to pay attention to him. He can't say a few beautiful words to make a girl happy. She puts the phone away and looks straight ahead while continuing to think. That's right, even when Yu Yun and Feifei were interested in him, he didn't show interest. What are you thinking about? Zia Liutin flinches in surprise. She turns quickly. Hold it, Han says with a smile, handing her an ice cream cone. In his other hand he holds his phone. Eat quickly or it will melt. Zia Liutin blushed very hard. She didn't expect it. The ancients once said that literature is like looking at a mountain, not appreciating flatness. An article that simply lays everything out in a straightforward manner and doesn't fully engage the reader's emotions is not a good article. The same principle applies to love, and a love story that doesn't evoke emotion is also not a good love story. First you need to make someone angry, and then create surprises to create a noticeable contrast. With the help of emotional fluctuations you can really strengthen your relationship. Insincere flattery doesn't work. Only by mastering methods of improving relationships and keeping them fresh can you truly attract another person. Looting turned away with an embarrassed frown. The main character sat down on the edge of the bench. He told her to quickly get the ice cream. He stood in line for a long time to buy it, so it must be delicious. Raising his eyebrows, Han said that he had just bought some toilet paper and his stomach was still churning, so he needed to hurry back. Looking at him, Looting said that if he needed to go to the toilet, he had better go straight away rather than deliberately disgust people. Smiling, Han thought that this girl was usually quite aloof, and her sense of humor seemed to be sensitive to such jokes. He said that if she didn't take the ice cream quickly, he would force it into her mouth. Taking the ice cream from his hands, Looting asked if he had washed his hands. The main character said that he just found food on the way to the toilet. Spreading his hands, he asked why he should wash his hands since he had not touched anything. He thought that since her sense of humor was so unique, he could mess with her. Looting started laughing and Han asked what happened. She continued laughing and he asked why she was laughing. Looting pushed him lightly. Continuing to laugh, she said that she was having trouble breathing from laughing. Looking at him, she thought that he was always laughing and even bought her ice cream, and it was no wonder that Feifei and Yu Yun were always walking around him. She thought he was really interesting. While licking the ice cream, Looting thought that although this guy can be annoying sometimes, he is really incredible and funny. She thought that she couldn't say that she liked him much, but if she said that she didn't have positive feelings for him, it would be a lie. She pulled her hair behind her ears. Looting said that in that case, perhaps she would give him a chance. The main character thought that this little cucumber was suddenly acting tall and mighty. He heard the sound of an alert. A dialogue box appeared next to it. The dialogue was written, skill, complicate, current level 1. Han thought that he had received a new skill. He thought that he had about 180,000 experience points, so he should focus on raising this skill to level 3. Smirking, he thought that persuasion level 3, acting skills level 3 and level 3 complicate are not just for picking up girls. The main character thought that, on the one hand, he could hide himself, and on the other hand, check on others. He asked Looting if it was tasty. She said it was quite tasty and had a strong milky taste. The main character asked if there really were no other flavors. Looting asked what other flavor there might be. She looked at the ice cream in horror. She angrily asked if he wanted to die. Han, getting up from his seat, asked what she was thinking about, because he meant whether she felt the taste of love. Rising from her seat, Looting shouted to him to stop. A little girl running past crashed into her. Looting lost her balance. The main character caught her with his hand on her stomach, and she fell face down on his chest. Looting opened her eyes in embarrassment. The main character looked at her, narrowing his eyes. He said there are a lot of children here and they are very noisy. He told her to be careful and not fall. Turning around, Looting said that the children's behavior was understandable because of their age, but the students in their class were even more rambunctious, and there were even more strange people in their class than she had seen in her entire high school. Sitting down on a bench, she said that, according to rumors, the National Academy of Communications is not easy to manage, but she thinks their class monitor has it much easier than her. She said they don't encounter problems all week long. The main character looked at her with raised eyebrows, and Looting said that their class is full of troublemakers, and even when they go out to have fun, a fight ends up. Han said that human energy is limited and cheap. He asked if she understood what he meant. He said limited energy means they can only do so much during the day, but since they have nothing to do, all that extra energy is wasted, making it very cheap. The main character said that the reason why the students at the National Communication Academy are so easy to control is because they have money. He said that they always lack energy, so they are not tempted to provoke others. Han, with his head down, said that they are the opposite of them because they have no capital, and stuck in this small world. They can only play on their phones and computers, and their energy has nowhere to go, so they are constantly restless. The main character said that although there are always small conflicts in their class, they do not cause big problems. While in the National Communication Academy it is usually quiet, but if something happens, it is sure to be big news. He said that they need to first understand the difference between the two situations in order to find an appropriate way to manage the classroom. Looting said that this makes sense, and his insight is quite remarkable. She asked how she could manage the class effectively in a situation like this. The main character said with a smile that she cannot simply suppress them, and such conflicts will only increase over time. He said some people weren't worthy of her experiences, so it was better to focus on doing things that mattered. Looting thought that this actually made sense, and focusing on one's own tasks was indeed one of the solutions. Han said she's just too idle and needs to put her energy where it needs to go. Looting thought that pride without strength is an arrogance, but what if it has strength? She thought that although she has ambition, she lacks his mindset. He does have the capital to be proud, with his inner strength and vision. Smiling, she thought, however, with her arms crossed. Looting said that his words made sense and she would focus on herself in the future and learn from him. Frowning, she said that one day she would surpass him and become even better than him. Han gave her a thumbs up and wished her luck. Looting angrily asked what he meant by that tone and if he was trying to calm her down like some kind of baby. Smiling awkwardly, he said, "Not at all." Yuyun came running, shouting to Looting that she had finally found her. Breathing heavily, she asked if she was feeling better. Noticing that she was sitting next to the main character, Yuyun twitched. He wondered in shock why they were together. She wondered if Han didn't respond to her messages because he was with Looting. Approaching Looting, she asked if she was feeling better. Looting crumpled the piece of paper in her hand. After throwing it in the trash, she said that she was already fine and she couldn't stay mad at them forever. Yuyun said that she did not respond to her messages and she was worried. Looting apologized and said she wasn't looking at her phone. She asked if she wanted to go to the elephant show together. The main character, grinning, thought that there was a saying that men always prefer 18-year-old girls. He thought that when they both stood together, they radiated youth. Looking down, he wondered if Feifei was there now. Yuyun turned around and asked if he wanted to go to the elephant exhibition with them. She discovered that the main character had already left somewhere. She asked where he had gone. Looting said maybe she should call him and ask. The main character's phone rang. He picked up the phone, putting the phone to his ear. Looting irritably asked where he was. Han said that he needed to finish his business. He asked if she wanted to come and support him. Looting shouted who would want to support him. She told him to go and die. Yuyun asked what business he was talking about and what the two of them were doing just now. Looting thought this guy was joking and she had the phone on speakerphone. She said he was in the toilet and was deliberately trying to disgust her like a small child. An airplane flew in a clear sky. Yanfei, sitting at the airport, looked at the photo of the monkey that the main character sent her. She told him that she also wanted to go to the zoo. Han said that he will take her there when she is free, and if they have enough time, they can even go to Sanya because the local aquarium has mediocre shows. Yanfei replied with a smile that it sounded great and she agreed to everything. She said she was looking forward to the winter holidays. The main character, while straightening her hair, thought that she was still very cute. Noticing that it was already after 4 o'clock, he decided to go meet the others. The large gates of Safari Park were thrown open. The girls were arguing about where they should go to eat, saying that hamburgers and barbecue were unhealthy. Looting thought, why were they arguing again? The main character, raising his hand, suggested skipping the restaurant and just going to Snack Street, because there everyone can eat what they want, and they can go shopping along the way. Yuyeon exclaimed that she agreed and everyone could eat what they wanted. The students behind her nodded in satisfaction. Snack Street. Someone asked Han if he wanted to try it. Someone else exclaimed that the fried squid looked delicious. Looking at Yuyeon, the main character wondered if she was always that honest. He thought that this seafood dish must have cost at least 300 or 400. Yuyeon had pink bunny ears on her head. She asked if it was cute and if he wanted to try it on. Han said it was cute, but not for him. Pointing his finger at her, he asked if she was going to find Looting and the others, and if the girls wouldn't have more fun launching together than with him. Yuyeon said that if she goes to the store with Looting and the others, Han will be left alone. Grabbing the protagonist's hand, she led him along and thought that although she did not know what happened between Han and Looting during the time they spent together, she should take advantage of every opportunity and make her move. She said they had a lot more places to go. They entered one of the shops. The main character saw Yuyeon pressing her face against the display case. He saw her looking at the necklace. Han remembered how he gave her this necklace in a past life, and she looked at him with disgust. He asked if she liked it. Yuyeon said that of course she likes it, because it is very beautiful. She was talking to a salesman wearing black clothes. The main character looked in her direction, drinking cola from a plastic cup. He thought that in his previous life, he bought this necklace with love, saving money for a long time, but he never saw her wear it after that. Han thought that he was no longer interested in her now, but she fell in love with the necklace that she once hated. Smiling dryly, he thought that this scene was really absurd and funny. The main character asked the seller to wrap it and give him the receipt. He thought that, in that case, this necklace would be a special bond that marks the end of an era of his past life in which he was simp. Yuyeon asked if he would buy it for her. She said that she would need to go and show it to Feifei later. Han stopped her and said that he would return it right away, and the item was not expensive, but he didn't want to cause more problems. A dialogue box appeared behind him. The main character thought that they were offering bonuses for this too. The dialogue box had a description of the item, Pet Leash Set. When you put a collar and leash on pets like cats and dogs, you can take them out for a walk with confidence. Effects: obedience plus 50, happiness plus 50. Han thought this set would be heaven sent if he raised huskies. Yuyeon said that she couldn't fasten the necklace. She asked if he could help her put it on. The main character, taking the necklace in his hand, said that it is difficult for him to deal with such things because men have clumsy hands. Yuyeon said that it is not a problem and he can take his time. Han fastened the necklace around her neck. Hearing a loud sound, he turned to the side. There was a crowd of boys and girls behind the glass. Looting looked at them with his face pressed against the glass. The main character wondered when she got here and if she had gotten it all wrong. Clenching his fist, he wondered what he could be guilty of, since he had simply helped the man put on the necklace. Smiling, he thought that he wanted Little Cucumber and his love should bloom online. Looking at Looting, Han thought about offline. If the contrast is not strong enough, how can he make her open her heart to him online? After leaving the store, he pretended that he had just seen Looting and Feifei. Feifei said with a grin that they were preparing to meet the others. She asked if they had interfered with him. Yuyeon said no, and they were just about to look for them. The guy suggested that since they were all here, they should go back because there were too many people here. Looting suggested splitting up because it was getting late. She announced that today's activities were over. The guy said that if they were bored, they could just leave. The girl with pink hair told the guy that she had fun today. The guy suggested going for a walk together outside, and then they would have more opportunities. The main character ran his hand through his hair and smiled. He thought that there would be no other chance. Looking down, Han thought that in his previous life, the financial class did not organize more such meetings until graduation. And life is a journey from loneliness to loneliness. He thought that many people are just passing through in life. The words he said to her earlier were also meant for himself. As he left, the main character thought that he had no need to let these people passing by influence him, and he should not get involved with these troublesome guys. He thought that what mattered was creating a career and making money. With his hands on his waist, Han said he felt relaxed. Little Cucumber, thanking him for his support, sent him her QQ number. Smirking, the protagonist thought that it seemed that his business partner in the novel industry had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Looting climbed onto the bed. On her phone screen was a friend request from Ham to Cucumber. Looting thought about what she should say. She wondered if she should say hello or ask him what to call him, since this is the first reader who wants to talk to her, and he gave her an extravagant gift. A gift worth 6,666 diamonds appeared on her phone screen. Looting threw her phone to the side in embarrassment. The main character in the chat asked why this book is not finished, because he really likes this book. He asked if she had plans to start a new book. Looting thanked him for his support and said that she didn't want it to be unfinished. It was just that the data was very bad and she was feeling a lot of frustration. She said that there seemed to be a lot of problems with the content of the books, making it impossible to continue writing. With his hands behind his head, Han thought that Little Cucumber's writing style was quite unique. Resting his face on his hand, he thought that if this habit of writing was pressed too hard, it might become a beautiful but empty shell. He thought she focused too much on her writing style, ignoring the most important plot developments and basic logic. The main character thought that since they would be collaborating in the future, simply praising her without pointing out her mistakes wouldn't work. Typing on the keyboard, he thought that she needed now to be praised, pointing out her shortcomings. Han wrote that her current state is quite good, but Misty Rain and Frost has some plot problems and her skills are a bit immature. Looting thought he was able to point out her problems with such precision and he truly is her best fan. She thought that he had actually read her novel seriously. Looting told him that with his support she felt much more motivated. She asked if he could give her specific feedback from the reader's perspective or tell her how she could correct these mistakes. Raising an eyebrow, the protagonist smirked. He asked if she felt desperate and was looking for help anywhere. He asked what professionals are for if any fan could carefully analyze these shortcomings. Han smiled widely, rubbing his chin. He said she was lucky because he seemed to be an expert. The main character said that, aside from general problems like plot, character development, and pacing, her biggest problem may be her lack of general knowledge and life experience, which prevents her from fully embodying the story she wants to tell. He said that the story she wants to tell is quite ambitious, but if she cannot fill it with relevant details and content, the story as a whole will not feel deep, and such a superficial story may make readers feel a sense of effort in understanding it. He said that, above all, she has a rich imagination and writes whatever comes to her mind. Han said such novels aren't necessarily bad. It's just that the style sets a much higher barrier to entry for readers than typical internet novels. He said that only those who understand this can appreciate its value, and that is why the data of her novel are so bad. He asked if he was right. Looting thought that what he said was absolutely true. Blushing and frowning, she wondered if she had just met her own boya. She told him that he was incredible and his analysis was absolutely accurate. Looting asked how she could change this. The main character rubbed his hands with a grin, smiling. He thought that now they would begin their pleasant work together. The full moon was shining in the night sky. Yuyun asked Looting that she was still awake. Looting told her to go to bed first and she would go to bed a little later. The main character stared at her laptop screen with her face in her palm, and Looting said that her main problem at the moment is her lack of life experience, but it is not something that can be quickly solved. Han suggested that she avoid similar topics for now and write stories within her comfort zone. He told her to effectively use her strengths as a writer and gradually build her fanbase. He asked what genre was easiest for her to write. Looting looked at her phone, frowning nervously. She replied that she was good at depicting specific scenes delicately. The main character took a sip from a large white mug. Looting said, for example, capturing the nuances of change in a woman's body and mind. Han, embarrassed, choked on his drink. He asked if she was trying to be tactful about intimate scenes. He thought that he couldn't believe that Little Cucumber had such a specialty. The main character asked in the chat if she meant intimate scenes, because this type of context is quite a hassle. Looting asked what she should do. Yuyun wondered who she was talking to, since she was still awake. The clock on the wall showed 2 o'clock in the morning. The main character asked if she genuinely enjoyed writing novels and if she intended to pursue it as a career. Looting said she really likes it. Looking down, she thought that this was actually not entirely true, and that she really had no choice. Han thought that Looting was quite ambitious. Looking at the keyboard, he thought that this type of personality meant that she would be a fairly ordinary worker. And given this fact, she should either start her own business or marry into a rich family. He thought about how he remembered her once joking about how she wanted to be a model, but gave up because the waters were too deep. Smiling, the protagonist thought that for now, for her to continue writing novels should be her best decision. He wrote to her that he had an idea. He said he always wanted to write an unconventional suspenseful romance novel about an overbearing CEO. The male protagonist will be a handsome, proud and genuinely overbearing CEO with a gloomy and cold demeanor, while the female protagonist, Zaimeng, is very attractive and good-natured, but resilient like Cinderella. The main characters meet each other on a train and, after a series of events and coincidences, they develop feelings for each other and their relationship begins to blossom. However, a conflict arises between the companies of Zaimeng's father and the main character due to business circumstances. The main character's innate coldness and ruthlessness leads to her father being mercilessly imprisoned, which has caused a significant rift between the main character and the main character. The main character's sister, in order to protect her, signs an unfair agreement with the main character, sacrificing herself. In the end, having learned the whole truth, the main character goes through a profound transformation. She evolves from a seemingly insignificant wildflower to a cold, ruthless and cruel protagonist. After this, she returns to the protagonist, pretending to be submissive, and sets her revenge plan in motion. Han asked Looting what she thought about this storyline. Pursing her lips, Looting silently looked at the phone. The bright afternoon sun illuminated the library building. Taking one book from the shelf, Han said that it was a very hefty book and he needed to gain speed reading skills. Noticing something, he raised his head. Noticing Looting reaching for the top shelves, he greeted her. The main character asked if she was going to take this book. He asked to be allowed to help her. He asked if she was really thinking about writing a novel. Looting frowned and asked if he was the one who told her to focus on self-improvement. She said she felt it would be better if she developed more interests and hobbies. Han said writing novels can be financially rewarding if done well. He said that, unfortunately, this is not his forte. Otherwise he would like to try it. Looting thanked him for helping her get the book and said she had things to do so she was leaving. The main character smiled, waved his hand and wished him good luck and a good holiday. Looting pushed her chair back. Sitting down at the table, she placed the orange book on the table. She wrote to the main character that this story is really exciting and imagery is incredibly sissid. The main character said that he was glad that she thought so. He offered to work together. He said that he could create the general outline, but he didn't have a writing style, and furthermore, he wasn't very good at writing novels with female protagonists. He said he regretted not releasing these ideas. Han suggested that he hire her to finish and polish his initial draft. Looting looked at the screen with her face in her palm with a worried expression on her face. There are two options for compensation. The first option offers 20 yuan per 1,000 symbols of revisions, paid once a month. Regardless of the word count, Han will ensure timely payments. The second option involves profit sharing. If Looting has confidence in their cooperation, it can receive a third of all profits, including subscriptions, tips, copyrights, and everything else. Looting said it was a bit sudden. She asked if she could think about it for a moment. The protagonist replied that he was not rushing her, and he would organize 3 golden chapters and an outline for her, and she could decide after she looked at them. Looting thought that getting 20 yuan for revisions may not seem like much, but for a side hustle it is worthy. Moving away from the table, she thought that if she decided to do this, she needed to be open to trying. And if its outline and 3 golden chapters matched her expectations, why not give it a try? Raising her fist, she thought that they were all aiming for the same bachelor's degree, so why should Han outshine her so much? Looting thought that she refused to be overshadowed by him. The main character thought that although Little Cucumber is a little stubborn, she is still quite smart. Walking through the library, he thought that together with the inadvertent hint he had given her earlier, she should be more interested in this matter. He thought that he would provide her with an outline for the popular future chasing wife at the crematorium big female lead novel. Turning to the side, Han thought that female-oriented novels were just testing the waters, and right now he needed to take advantage of every opportunity to earn money and move up in the system. He thought that there were a lot of things he wanted to do in the future. An alert sounded on the phone. Looting, taking the phone in her hand, saw a message from the main character that the outline and the first 3 exciting chapters were ready. Smiling, she thought that 3 days had already passed and she thought he would run away. Yuyun told her that she was leaving and would bring her some food later. The door closed. Looting turned to her laptop. She opened a word processor program. The text documents contain the names of the main characters, synopsis, and character traits of the characters. Looting thought about the name of the main character. Opening her eyes, she thought that she had the same last name as her, clicking her computer mouse, she thought it must be a coincidence. Looting thought this outline was even more exciting than she had imagined. Even though it follows the cliché of a knight in shining armor, the performances of the characters in the story are outstanding, especially the main character, who, by simply analyzing the enemy's background and strengths through details like clothes, watches, and style of speech, skillfully dissects the enemy, and his words sharp and strictly to the point. When faced with an enraged opponent, he calmly reveals his cards, completely shattering his opponent's confidence. Looting thought that while some parts have overly masculine language and descriptions and the main character's reactions are not always appropriate, these were just minor issues. She wrote that she had finished reading and the contents were indeed very moving. She said that she would like to try, however, she does not want a writing fee, but wants 1/3 of the profits. The protagonist agreed and said that if they were going to share the profits, his expectations for them would be very strict. He wrote that he could provide her with a trial draft. Smiling, Han clasped his hands in front of his face. He suggested that she try something she was good at, writing a passionate scene between the main character and heroine. He told her to clearly detail the reasons, setting, specifics, and use vivid imagery. He said to approach it from a woman's perspective and let her imagination run wild, and she can write as many words as she wants because there is no limit to the length. Looting thought irritably that he only asked to write this because he wanted to read it himself. Closing her eyes, she mentally told herself to calm down, because this was all for the sake of art and ideals. Having received the answer, the main character smiled. Looting agreed and said that she would write all this and send it to him. She asked if they could change the main character's name because it was too common a name. Han suggested changing the name to Zymengting because it sounds more artistic. Looting thought that the name was becoming more and more similar to her name. She asked why not change it to a more artistic last name. The main character grinned. He said that this last name has a special meaning so he can't change that, but he will leave it to her to choose the name for the main character and the rest of the characters because he is not very good at giving names. Looting asked him to let her try writing first and they could discuss names after she finished the draft. She wondered what special meaning this surname could have. There was a crescent moon in the sky, and the word counter on the text document showed 2,268 words. The main character silently wiped away his tears. He told Looting that she wrote very well and it was incredible. Looting wondered if she passed the test. The protagonist said that it exceeded his expectations, and 1/3 of the profits undoubtedly belonged to her. He said he wouldn't give them to anyone else. Looting asked if they were now partners. Han asked since this is a collaboration if they should sign some kind of contract. Looting looked at the phone screen in shock. Biting her nails, she wondered if they signed a formal contract. Would their personal information and appearance be revealed? She thought that if the book was successful, 1/3 of the profits would be substantial. And without a contract she was not also completely at ease. She asked what he thought. The main character asked if she was worried about revealing personal information. Looting said she does have concerns about this. The main character suggested that he give her access to the author's dashboard, with which she could see the data at any time, and she would provide him with her account for payments. He said that as soon as the monthly payments came, he would send her the money immediately, and when they got to know each other better and she trusted him, they could draw up a contract. He asked what she thought about this plan. Looting replied with a smile that she was fine with that. She wished him productive cooperation. Han wished her the same. Getting up from the table, the main character said that he would now accumulate several drafts, accumulate several thousand words, and then upload them to the network. He thought that he had been sitting in the room for several days and had not cleaned it, so he first went downstairs to take out the trash. Hearing some sound, the main character frowned. He turned around slowly. Ding Ding and Dongbei appeared at the door with packages and said with smiles that they were back. Dongbei asked if their big brother was here. He noticed the main character. Han turned around with a threatening expression on his face. Dongbei turned pale and opened his mouth. Frightenedly hugging each other, they shouted that they had been caught again. The main character looked at them in bewilderment. He asked if they had returned. He asked them to turn it on over. Dongbei wiped his sweat in fear. Ding Ding clicked the light switch. The light came on in the room. Han asked what was the matter and if he would go inside. Dongbei asked what he was doing and why he didn't turn on the light. He asked what was in this bag and whether it was Huang Wai. The main character said that Huang Wai is gigantic and it won't fit in this small bag. He told them to hurry inside because he was just taking out the trash. Dongbei asked how he could allow him to do something like this. He said to wait for them to clean up. The garbage bag was tied in a knot. Ding Ding told the protagonist that he had brought some local food for him. He said it came straight from their family factory and he and his sister ate it over time when they were kids and it was absolutely pure and hygienic. He threw the package to the main character and told him to try it. Looking at the packaging, Han asked about the snack factory. Chewing the meat, he said he was jealous of classmates whose parents owned snack factories when he was a child. He thought he didn't like snacks as much as he grew up. He said it was really very tasty. Ding Ding grinned and said that if he liked it, he would ask them to send him more, enough to last him a year. Dongbei said that he also brought a little local flavor. He said that all this was from their northeastern forestry station. He said he wasn't sure what he liked, so he brought an assortment. Throwing the packages to the main character, he told him to try and eat. Dongbei said that if he couldn't finish eating, he could share it. Han said that was a lot and he would only try a few. He said he should keep them. Ding Ding said that they have been eating them since they were little, and now they don't even want to touch them. Dongbei said that they were especially for him, and he might not behave politely. The main character, thanking them, said that they were too kind. He wondered if it was possible that those two naive children had been scared of him earlier. He thought that if he did not frighten them, he himself would be humiliated. Looking at them, Han thought that they had been pampered from a young age, and these children were daring enough to follow the crowd and do anything. He thought that with someone like Huang Wei in charge, bullying was a common thing for them. Dongbei turned around and asked why he was glaring at him. The main character said nothing and asked where Huang Wei was and if he had moved for good. Ding Ding and Dongbei were silent for a while. Dongbei said that it doesn't really matter whether he moved or not, but he definitely didn't show off in front of him. Ding Ding thought that Han definitely wanted to put Huang Wei in that bag, and he had better not come back. The main character said that it seemed like nothing serious had happened. He thought that these two kids could still get along without doing anything stupid. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he suggested cleaning up and going to bed. He said they brought him so much local food that he felt a little embarrassed. He offered to treat them tomorrow in return. Dongbei agreed and said that they would not be formal with him. Ding Ding told him to go to bed first. The sky over the city turned orange in the evening colors. Passers-by were walking along the street. Dongbei told the main character that he is being very generous and the barbecue here is very tasty. Han said that if it wasn't delicious here, he wouldn't have brought them here. He said looking at his phone that if that wasn't enough, they could order more because the fried rice here was delicious too. He thought that he should treat Feifei and the others too. After all, they had been hospitable to him for a very long time. Hearing someone say about the incredible coincidence, Han looked up. The pink-haired girl tucked her hair behind her ear, which had a star-shaped earring on it. In front of them, next to her, was a girl with short red hair and a yellow shirt. The red-haired girl asked Ding Ding when he returned. He said he came back last night. He asked if she had eaten. The girl said that they also returned last night, and they had not eaten yet because they had gone out just recently. Dongbei asked if the campus beauty of the School of Race Relations was beautiful. The main character agreed. Ding Ding invited the girls to join their table because it was a great opportunity to get to know each other better. A red-haired girl with sparkling eyes asked if it was possible. She looked at the girl with pink hair, asking permission. Raising her eyes, the girl thought a little. Then she agreed. The can of cola opened with a click. Dongbei said that fate had brought them together from distant places, and he would introduce everyone to each other to get to know each other better. Pointing to the red-haired girl, he said that this is a cheerful and beautiful young girl. This is their finance class monitor, Fu Daodu, nicknamed Tofu. Daodu said they could call her Tofu or Daodu. She was fine with both. Pointing to the girl with pink hair, Dongbei said that this is an outstanding person. The beauty of their class and school, the most popular girl in the entire university, Pang Ji. The main character thought that Dongbei lived up to the northeastern reputation. Dongbei started introducing him as brilliant and valiant, and Han choked on his cola. Raising his hand, he said that his name was Han. He said with a smile that he was from the financial eye of the business school. The main character thought that he could not allow him to do whatever he wanted. Daodu said the name sounded familiar. Pang Ji looked at her questioningly. Remembering, Daodu exclaimed as she slammed her fist into her palm. She asked if he was the guy whom two beauties from business school were actively approaching, competing to treat for meals. The main character turned pale and froze in place. He thought that this conversation had really escalated quite rapidly. Dongbei and Ding Ding exclaimed that he was incredible. Ding Ding asked how such an incredible story could not be told to friends. The main character said that there is nothing to share here. Pang Ji suggested we start by ordering a few dishes. She asked if they wanted to add more food. Dongbei agreed and said that today Han is paying for the food and they can order whatever they want. Daodu said that would be wrong. She asked how they could let someone they just met pay for them. She suggested that she pay for everyone herself. The main character said that he would pay, because if they met, it was fate, and there was no point in making a fuss about food. He said that anyone can afford such a barbecue feast, and they are classmates in a sense, so they can consider it a normal classmate reunion. He said the main point is to enjoy a delicious meal together. Daodu and Pangji silently exchanged glances. Taking the menu in her hands, Daodu thanked him. The main character asked that she suddenly started calling him brother. Daodu said it's easier to pronounce and they can't call it Li directly. Han said that makes sense. Ding ding, pointing to a line on the menu, told Daodu that it was very tasty and she should order another portion to try. The main character thought that he only saw Pangji from afar, and it seemed like Dongbei and her were classmates. He wondered if she was supposed to be a rich and all-powerful princess. Looking at her, Han thought that she was willing to share a table with strangers, talking in awkward situations and showing confidence. He thought that her character was completely different from what he had heard about her. Opening the tin, he thought it was better to see than to hear. He started drinking cola and someone called out to him. Pangji said that she doesn't tolerate alcohol well, but at least she can join in and have a glass. She asked if he would mind walking the bill, because he is in charge today. They knocked cans of cola, and the main character suggested drinking as much as they could and not thinking about the traditions of drinking places. He said that if things got tough they could just order fruit juices and it wasn't safe for the girl to drink too much. Pangji smiled and agreed if it suits him. He opened his eyes. The main character looked at her. They looked at each other, sitting opposite each other. Han said that her eyes seemed to be quite distinct. Pangji said that her mother comes from an ethnic minority, and she inherited her eye color. She asked if this was unusual. The main character gave a thumbs up and said that they were uniquely beautiful. Pangji asked where he was from. Han asked if she had ever heard of Dream City. Pangji said that this is a city rich in minerals. She asked if it was nice there. The main character said that there are several mountains there, but nothing particularly picturesque. Pangji asked whether the mining operations caused damage. The main character said that, of course, this is the price of progress. Ding Ding called out to him, pointing his finger at Looting standing nearby. He told him to look there. He asked if this charming girl was from his class. Noticing him, Looting opened her eyes. The main character waved his hand at her, calling her class monitor. Daodu asked about class monitor. Pangji thought about Looting. Looting looked at her and pursed her lips, thinking about Pangji. Looting and Pangji, two recognized exceptional talents in the School of Humanities. Looting, not only a class monitor, but also a student union member. Her goal is clear, to take advantage of her position in the fields of literature and the arts to achieve senior roles, honing her skills. Pangji, a finance class student at the School of International Relations, doesn't care about the school's problems and is patiently waiting for the opportunity to go abroad to study. In theory, there shouldn't be much interaction between these two people. Looting thought it would be strange if she didn't say anything. She thought that she was drowning in work in the student union, and after much effort she took the position of deputy head of the literature and art department from the student union president in the second semester of freshman year. Squinting her eyes, she thought that 2 days had passed, and she heard that the deputy head position was empty on purpose for the freshmen. Looting thought that the student union had privately invited this big shot, but the person flatly refused, and what's more, they insisted that the position remain vacant for this person. She thought that they only backed down when they confirmed that the person was not interested in it, and then the position went to her. She thought that she had worked so hard for something that no one else wanted, and that person who could not be lured by the student union was none other than Pangji, the princess of the financial class of race relations. Looking down, Looting wondered why Han was sitting next to her and whether this guy was socialite. She wondered if Yu Yun and Feifei weren't enough for him. She asked him with a smile what was going on, since Yu Yun was waiting for his message in the dorm. The protagonist wondered if she had come to mock him, and hadn't they just become strategic partners. Touching his forehead with a finger, he said that he was just treating his roommates and happened to meet a student from the School of Race Relations, so they shared a table. He asked if she came here, what to eat. Han asked if she could do him a favor and take something with her later. He said to consider this his treat for everyone in the dorm. It is for everyone, and this allows them to not wait in line for a table. Looting wondered what this guy was hinting at, and whether he was happy to see her here. Daodu thought there were rumors going around. Dongbei suggested they eat together since they all met here. He asked how long they would have to wait in line and if they could split the bill between them once they were done. He asked the waiter to bring another chair. He told Han to move so the class monitor could sit down. The main character exclaimed in amazement. Ding Ding thought that they were doomed, because it was obvious that this girl was right for Han right now. He thought that it looked like Dongbei would also have problems today. The main character, smiling nervously, thanked him and said that he would teach him today how to recite some scriptures. Dongbei looked at him blankly, smiling nervously. He wondered if he had screwed up this time. Looting silently looked to the side. She said that in that case she would accept their invitation. She asked Han if she would disturb them if she joined. The main character thought that something was definitely wrong here. Frowning, he thought that although Little Cucumber was usually a little reckless, she would never do something like that. And he had heard rumors of some problems with the peerless duo from the College of Humanities. He thought that no one knew what might happen if they actually shared a meal at the same table. Han told her that they had been eating here for a long time, and as far as she could see, there were only scraps left on the table. He said that this time it would probably not be very convenient. He asked what she wanted to eat as he could order some fresh food for her to take home. The main character said that he would invite her again in a grander way. Smiling, he said that if they wanted to get to know each other better, they could arrange another dinner date in the future. He asked what she thought. Clenching her fist, Looting said she understood. She said that there was no need to order anything for her because she wanted something else now. As she left, she told them to enjoy their meal because she would no longer disturb them. Dongbei told the main character that this girl seemed to be angry. Han said that he himself is not blind. Exhaling, he thought that she was really upset and he needed to console her later. Walking down the street, Looting suddenly stopped. She thought that she had lived so much, and no one had yet dared to refuse her like that. She thought she just saw them sitting together and hurried there before her brain could process it. With tears in her eyes, Looting thought that she didn't even look at her. Wiping away her tears, she continued to scold him in her mind. Dongbei called out to the main character. He asked if he was in the same class as this tall girl. Daodu said that in the finance department there are only 2 classes and 2 class representatives. She asked if Han is not in the same class as Looting, then what class could he be in? She asked if they weren't all in the same dorm. She asked how he could not even know about it. Ding Ding scratched his head and said that there were a lot of things going on and he completely forgot about it. He thought that they couldn't say that Han was so scary that they didn't dare ask him. Pangji said that she just left like that, and she didn't seem to like it that much. Dongbei said to let her leave if she wants since she doesn't get along with Han. He said that when she approached them that way, he thought she was a close friend of his. Daodu said that she and Looting are both on the student council, and although they rarely meet, she seems to be a pretty good person who is very diligent in her work. Pangji, putting the jar on the table, said that sometimes you can't judge people by their appearance. She said that she too had heard of Looting, and although she is diligent in her work, her personality can be too dominant and fickle at times. She said that such a person could easily offend, and many people did not get along with her. Dongbei said that he noticed that she has a bad temper. He asked who could handle a girl like her. The main character said that this is not an exaggeration, and Pangji's words are true. Such a character may indeed not be liked by other people. He said she was just young and maybe she never experienced the big obstacles that others experienced. He said that he doesn't really have a problem with her, it's just that they both have their own temperaments and don't want to give in to each other. He said that people grow and characters also need time to mature. Everyone looked at him in amazement, and Han said, there's no need to be too rigid about it. Everyone started applauding. The main character, chewing fried meat, raised an eyebrow. Daodu told him that when he says things like that, it's really impressive. Pangji said that he talks just like her father. She said he was really right, people have a lot of facets, and being too one-sided isn't good. Han asked what she meant by that and if she was calling him old. He suggested eating quickly because the skewers were getting cold. Getting up from the table, he said that he would go to the toilet. He asked for extra fried rice to go. The main character entered the men's room. Sitting in one of the booths, he read a message from Looting, who asked if he was there. She wrote that she was furious right now and he couldn't imagine what she had been through. The main character asked what happened. Looting said that she has one classmate who is probably one of those born into a rich family, and his usual style is similar to that of a domineering CEO, and she even planned to use him as a reference for writing novels. She said that he is not just a domineering CEO, but an absolute tyrant. The main character thought that she was going to use him as material for her story after all. He asked her that she actually had a domineering CEO nearby. He said that they should use it as a reference as soon as possible. Han asked her what he did to make her so angry. Looting started typing on her phone. She wrote that she had always secretly used him as a reference, but this time he crossed the line and she felt like he was deliberately toying with her feelings, being very kind one moment and ignoring her the next. She said the speed at which he changes his attitude is faster than flipping through a book. Han wondered if she suddenly ran up to him and he didn't even ignore her. pressing the flush button on the toilet. He thought that Ham was just an online friend, so he would just play along with what she said. Looting asked the cashier to bring her a portion of fried rice to go. The main character wrote, "He's hot and cold. Isn't that just him playing cat and mouse? We won't fall for this." Looting, agreeing with him, said that she simply turned around and left without looking back. She said that he would probably regret it and she would not contact him again in the future. The main character thought that this would not work. He wrote that he, being her online friend, is definitely on her side and unconditionally supports her. He said that if things don't work out, they can create a character in their story who's the most down and out ever and even make him suffer. Han told the others that he had things to do and would be gone for a while. He told them to enjoy their meal and if he didn't come back later, Dongbae would be responsible for the bill. Putting the wallet on the table, he told him to lose it and if anything happened to write to him. Dongbae, taking the wallet, said that he vows to complete this mission. She asked if they exchanged contact information. He asked where he had gone. Pang Ji and Ding Ding, looking after the main character, said they don't know. The cashier asked Looting if she wanted anything added to her fried rice. He said that adding eggs would cost 2 yuan, and adding sausage would cost 3 yuan. Looting asked for an egg. The main character told her that they could use him as a prototype and make him one of the villains who wouldn't last 10 chapters. Looting asked if this was too cruel. Han asked what was wrong with this. He said that he found this approach quite satisfying because he needed to be punished for hurting little Cucumber. He said that no matter what, he is loyal to his family and friends and he will stand by her side. But she needs to keep in mind that in real life she needs to be careful. The main character said that he understands that she is passionate about this situation, but she cannot blindly believe that she is right simply because he is on her side this time. He said that in case she was in serious trouble, he hoped she would understand what he meant. Looting thought he was right and she actually felt a lot calmer after talking to him. She thought that she was very glad that he was taking care of her. Handing over the bag, the cashier told her that she was charged 10 yuan. Looting asked to wait a minute and started looking for her wallet. The main character, appearing behind her, said that he would pay for her portion. He asked if he hadn't said that he would pay for her food. Picking up the bag, he told her to switch with him because the fried rice from the previous store was quite tasty and not too greasy. Frowning, Han asked if she wanted to trade. He said that he had already given them his wallet, so he only had 10 yuan now. He said that he tried their fried rice and it was greasy and salty and also too expensive. The main character asked if she was afraid that she would get pimples after eating it. Looting and the cashier turned pale. Smirking annoyed, she thanked him for his kindness. She said she doesn't know if fried rice causes acne, but she definitely gets it from how angry it makes her. As she left, she told him to eat it since he bought it. Exhaling, the main character said that she was really angry this time. He thought that something strange was bound to happen when things were out of the norm, and little Cucumber suddenly changing her behavior was quite unusual. He thought that they weren't getting any special reaction from her, even with Yu Yun and Fei Fei constantly hovering around him. Han thought that the only strange thing was this mysterious explosive chemistry between her and Pang Ji. He glanced at his phone screen. Looting complained to him about something wrong with his head, and he just came over to give her the portion of fried rice he bought, but she ignored him this time and left. The main character said that he will give him some credit this time. He asked if she was feeling better and if she was still on the street. He told her to be careful when she was alone. Looting said she was feeling better and was returning to the dorm to continue writing. She said that anger causes acne, so she won't be angry with him anymore. Han noticed a dialogue box that said, "Experience points plus 2,000. He thought there seemed to be a windfall from this. He thought that little Cucumber's personality was indeed a bit hypocritical, and she demanded that people not approach her without her permission. But on the other hand, she herself easily violates other people's personal boundaries. The main character thought that such reckless behavior would definitely backfire one day, and if she realized this problem earlier, then she would be able to correct it as early as possible. Ding Ding asked him that he had already returned. He asked if he still wanted to eat since they were about to leave. Han offered to pay the bill because he didn't want to waste those 2 bags of food. Dongbei asked where he was taking that bag of fried rice just now and why he brought back 2 bags. Ding Ding, covering his mouth with his hand, told him to stop asking unnecessary questions and not to meddle in Han's personal affairs. Pang Ji said that they would also be leaving and she would treat them next time if they got a chance to meet. Daodu said goodbye to everyone with a smile. The main character, waving his hand, said that they will have a chance next time. Dongbei told the main character that he and Ding Ding would go out later. He asked if he wanted to join them. Han asked where. Ding Ding ran his hand through his hair and said that he and his classmates had planned to go to karaoke with several girls majoring in drama at the Shanghai Theater Academy tonight. The main character asked if he was sure they didn't invite them just to pay the bill. Ding Ding put his hand on his face and told him that sometimes he shouldn't be so straightforward. Dongbei asked how he knew, and whether reading the holy scriptures allows one to foresee things. The main character said no. He said that they both exude a sense of pure stupidity, and that they are just stupid and rich is obvious. Turning around, he told them to go. He said that he won't join because classes will start soon and he hasn't even started studying. Dongbei asked if he really wouldn't go. He said that these girls are Dan Zaihao's friends from their class, and each of them is dazzlingly beautiful. Han said that he really won't go because he can't throw away money to pay their bills. He added that he is not interested in beautiful girls right now. Dongbei asked if he had any interest in the beauties from their class, since he and Ding Ding could help him with that. The main character said that they have a very rich list of services, including even helping with someone's love life. He asked why don't they help themselves with this. Dongbei asked if he was joking since he couldn't afford or stand a girl like that. He said that even if she came to him herself, he would have to think about it carefully. Ding Ding said that he is absolutely right, and having self-awareness is crucial. The main character said that he didn't know that they both had so much awareness. Ding Ding hugged Dongbei, who asked if he knew whose lackeys they were. Han told them to finish with the big brother and little brother stuff. Turning to them, he said it was as if they are all brothers here. He said that if someone didn't know better, they would think that this hostel housed a gang of hooligans. He told them to have fun outside and not disturb him while he was studying. After saying goodbye, they left, closing the door behind them. Han, including the computer, thought that after the National Day holiday, on November 11th, a stock trading competition exclusively co-hosted by leading experts with technical support from the securities industry will begin. He thought the competition would have 3 rounds and run until January 27th next year with slots open to the public. He thought that once a person reaches the final round, they get full control and operations over 1 million in real funds. The protagonist thought that during the last 2 weeks of the competition, all profits made with this million would be considered legitimate income, and this would not only allow him to validate his practical skills in third-level finance, but also provide a golden opportunity to make a significant profit. Looking at the monitor screen, Han thought that the word count for the dominating CEO's Goddess of Revenge had already reached 100,000 words, and Little Cucumber seemed to be working quite productively. He thought that once the first contract was revealed, they would be able to generate revenue the following month. Rubbing his face thoughtfully, he thought about Pang Ji. Han thought that he didn't know what the problems were between them, but for now it didn't concern him. He thought that this woman's social status was too high. She was a real noble, raised in a rich home from a young age, and he did not have the strength or ability to deal with her at the moment. Smirking, he thought that he would let things take their course for now. End of the holiday. Feifei, waving her hand at the main character, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Han said that it's only been a week, so they haven't seen each other for that long. Feifei, sitting next to him, said that this was the first long break since the start of the school year, and he needed to go out and have fun more often. The main character said that he has too much to do and his schedule is full. Looking at the book, he thought that soon all his professional courses would be organized, and he would begin to prepare for advanced specialization in this field. He thought that, in addition to this, he would need to set aside 2 hours every day in order to write his novella. Exhaling, he thought that, apparently, only those who are truly busy understand that 24 hours in a day are not enough. Feifei said with a grin that it's good to be busy, but she heard about someone who says that he has no money left to live, but at the same time takes the neighboring international exchange campus bell out for a meal. Crossing his arms, the main character shouted at her to stop. He asked if it was Yuyun's influence that made her so fond of rumors. Feifei, laughing, told him that she was just worried about him. She asked if he had recently quarreled with Looting. The main character asked why she was asking this. Feifei said that when Looting returned yesterday, she looked very gloomy. She said that they asked her what happened, but she only coldly replied that she caught her big brother taking the International Exchange College's campus bell out for dinner, and after Yuyun heard about this, her face became even more darker. She said their expressions got worse and worse, and eventually she didn't dare ask any more questions. The main character thought, seeing that cryptic tone, why she is tattling on him like that. Feifei asked him to tell her what really happened. Han said that nothing happened and he was just having dinner with his roommates and happened to meet their class monitor, so they sat at the same table. He He said that during the process Looting met them. He did not invite her to eat and she was offended. Feifei asked, just like that? The main character said, just like that. Letting out a frustrated breath, Feifei said that she thought something incredible had happened. She asked if he didn't save any face for Looting. Han said that he is not one of her simps who are ready to bend in any direction just to fulfill her every whim. He thought that if he had given in and allowed them to sit together, the situation would have turned even more chaotic. Feifei asked if he really wasn't interested in Looting. The main character said that this does not concern her. He told her to leave him alone because he needed to continue reading. He looked at Looting calmly. She looked at him silently. The bell rang. Feifei asked the main character if he would like to have lunch at her expense. Han said that he would treat her because he was planning to find a chance to treat them all. He said that they had all treated him for a long time, and it was time for him to return the favor. Feifei exclaimed happily that she really wanted to eat hot pot. The main character asked why don't she go and ask Yun and the others what they want to eat. He said they could decide by voting. Han wondered if Looting felt awkward after yesterday's incident, and if she realized that her behavior was a little impulsive. He thought that with her character, she would never be able to apologize and make peace on her own. Feifei told them that Han offered to treat them to food. She asked what they wanted to eat. The protagonist thought that the more nonchalant he behaves at such moments, the richer her inner thoughts will become. They came to the restaurant. Yun suggested ordering Yuanyang hot pot because everyone can enjoy it. Feifei asked to add an extra side dish for her. She asked Looting if she wanted one too. Looting said she is fine with it. She told them to order it. She thought that yesterday was very awkward, and this guy is acting as if nothing happened, and these two are enjoying the hot pot meal as if nothing happened yesterday. She thought that she would not be kind to him, because she had to make him understand that offending her has serious consequences. Someone asked that there were 3 beautiful girls here who came for the hot pot. A guy sitting at a table nearby with 2 other guys suggested that they sit at the table because they were having a lot of fun. He said that he would treat them all. Looting turned away and refused. She thought about another one trying to start a conversation. The guy, approaching them, said with a slippery smile that there was no need to be so cold. He asked what school they were from. Looting, frowning, said that they were from another school, which meant that this did not concern him. Feifei worriedly asked where Han was and why he wasn't coming back. Yun told her to call him. Looking at the phone screen, she decided to call him. The guy approached her and asked if she was playing on the phone. He suggested exchanging contact information. Feifei exclaimed that he did not answer the call. Looting, rising from her seat, asked what they were trying to do in broad daylight. She said that if they continued to harass them, they would have to call the police. The guy said she was pretty, but she had a terrible temper. Putting his hand on Yun's shoulder, he asked how this could be considered harassment. He said with a grin that they were just treating them all. Grabbing her hand, he told her not to be shy. Looting shouted at him not to touch her. Someone asked him what he was doing. The main character asked that this commotion happened exactly when he went out to pick up the money. He asked if his constitution was not enough to provide people with food. He said it seems like every time he tries to treat someone, there's a problem. Feifei and Yun turned around happily. The guy, turning a little pale, asked if he was with them. He said he was lucky to have these beautiful girls. She asked which of them was his girlfriend, and whether she was the most beautiful. Looting demanded that she be released. The guy said that he should introduce them to these girls so that they could get to know them better. Han swore at him, and the guy turned around, sweating nervously. The main character grabbed him by the wrist and asked what he was doing with his hands. Looting opened her eyes in amazement. The guy demanded to let him go. The main character squeezed his hand tighter, and the veins on his hand bulged. The guy screamed in pain and asked if he was crazy. Breaking free of his grip, he demanded to be released. The main character asked if he is crazy for just grabbing him. Then what is he for grabbing a girl he doesn't even know? The guy, irritably pointing his finger at him, asked if he could meet someone. He asked if he has a problem with that. Raising his fist, he said that if he wanted to fight, he would teach him a lesson about how to behave. Han stopped the guy's fist with a wave of his hand. He stamped his foot and furrowed his brows. The main character hit the guy on the ground in one motion. He said with a calm face that he started it himself. Shaking his fists, he said that he simply listened to his request to let him go and defended himself. Turning to the other guys, Han asked if everyone saw that he started it. The guy with the packages appeared at the restaurant and asked what happened. The main character turned away, frowning nervously. He asked the girls why he was all standing still. He told them to follow him. Turning to them, Han asked if they wanted to be surrounded by spectators while they ate. He said they are all waiting for the drama to unfold before their eyes. He called them to go to another restaurant. Yun exclaimed that these people are extremely annoying. Fei told her to be quiet because those people might come back to cause trouble again. Yuyun asked what she was afraid of, because Han, although not noticeable, hit hard. She said one fist for every bully. The main character asked Looting if she was okay. Rubbing her hands, Looting said she was fine. Han said that's good. Looting wondered if he just wanted to ask a question, frowning. She wondered what this guy was even thinking about. The main character smirked. Didn't she think that Punch was pretty cool? Pointing his finger at her, he said that this happens in short stories about domineering CEOs. The girl is offended by bullies, and the main character appears, looks cool, and deals with them all. Looting asked what that had to do with it. She asked why a man like him reads such novels. She wondered how this guy knew what she was just thinking about, and whether he was a tapeworm living in her stomach. The main character asked if not all romantic stories follow this pattern. He said that, to be honest, at that moment he even thought about beating them all. He thought that he wanted to try out the athletic skills that the system provided him. Smiling, Han said that, unfortunately, novels and reality are different, and they cannot act impulsively. He said that, after weighing all the pros and cons, a little show of deterrence should be enough. Walking forward, he said that if they actually got into a fight with them, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the three of them. The main character added that, in addition, a conflict in a hot pot restaurant implies significant security risks, because previously there have been situations where people threw hot soup during quarrels, so they need to prioritize everyone's personal safety. He said that these guys were also unlucky because he knows the owner of this hot pot restaurant, and he is a retired police officer with a strong sense of justice. Looking at his phone, he said that once he sees the CCTV footage, these hoodlums will most likely be caught and taught a serious lesson. He said they might even have to call their parents. Looting, laughing, asked that even bullies can call their parents. Han said he's not sure, but he's definitely afraid of being forced to call his parents. Looting asked, returning to the topic, if he called the owner of the restaurant. The main character said that he called him before he came in. He asked if it was smart. Looting said it could be called fast thinking. This night, the main character was wiping his head with a towel. Looking at the laptop screen, he saw a message from Looting. She said that the guy she complained about recently, even after the incident, acted like nothing happened, and he even invited her and her roommate to dinner. She said that wasn't the point, but that she had to admit that he was quite attractive today. Han thought that she was swearing at him yesterday, but today she thinks he's attractive. He thought that women could change their minds quickly. He replied that she seemed to have developed feelings for him in quite a short time and she had changed. He asked if she planned to focus on her career rather than men. He wrote to her that this was a betrayal of their great goal. Looting thought that she definitely didn't like this guy. She replied that she definitely didn't like him. The main character replied that he understands and she doesn't like him, she's just using him as material. He suggested putting her CEO-looking classmate on hold for later because he was going to serialize their story tomorrow. He asked her to confirm if there were any changes she wanted to make. He asked her to check the main character, characters, synopsis, tagline, as well as her account login details. Looting asked to give her one moment while she checked the system. Yuyun asked who she has been talking to on the phone every night lately. Looting said she was just chatting with a friend. Yuyun grinned and said that she changed her QQ account a few days ago. She asked if it was an online friend. Looting asked embarrassedly what she was thinking about, since this was just a friend she had known for a long time. Putting on a jacket, she said that she would walk to the library, and they could go to bed without waiting for her. Yuyun asked if she was going to go out so late. Looting left, closing the door behind her. Yuyun asked Fei if she thought Looting had been acting rather mysterious lately, and was constantly going to the library. The day has come. The teacher said that he knows that the long vacation has just ended, and everyone's spirit has not yet returned to study. However, investment studies is one of the most important courses for the finance major, and he hopes that everyone can quickly get into the mood for study. He said that at the end of the day, theory is theory and the market is the market, and investing skills cannot be learned from studying textbooks. He said the key is to get hands-on experience. Looting looked at the phone on her lap. Looking at the page of her book, she thought that it's approved. Smiling nervously, she thought that she wasn't even that excited when she published her first novella. She remembered how the main character in the chat asked her if there was any meaning behind her wanting to change the main character's name to Han Lai. Looting replied that the guy she complained about was also named Han. She said that she thought about it carefully, and although this guy can be annoying sometimes, his personality is similar to their main character, and something valuable can be gained from it. the main character told her to continue to carefully observe him, because, in the end, inspiration comes from personal experience. The teacher called out to one of the students, snapping looting out of her thoughts. He turned to a student named Han. He asked what he was using his laptop for right now. The main character smiled nervously. He thought, shouldn't Master Wu be more encouraging? He wondered why he suddenly called his name. Teacher Wu, adjusting his glasses, told him that he knew that this investment management course might seem quite boring, but he hoped that he could take it a little more seriously. The guy at the back desk, folding his arms across his chest in boredom, said that this is Han style. While they are all playing on the phone at worst, he brought a whole computer with him. Another guy asked if he wasn't usually very diligent, and if there was some problem between him and Teacher Wu. Han, grinning nervously, remembered that Teacher Wu told everyone to bring their laptops to class for the convenience of combining course materials and real-life trading. But this only happened after he finished with Chapter 14 of the course. Rising from his seat, he said that he was not playing on the computer, but was practicing his skills. He thought that he had thought about familiarizing himself with the operations before the competition, but didn't realize that he was confused in the timeline. The guy, holding back his laughter, told him to just admit that he was playing on the computer. The teacher asked if he was engaged in real trading. Han thought that he couldn't say that he received a 30% return rate just a week after opening his account because it was hard to believe. He thought that he wished he had started with more capital, otherwise this return rate would have looked even more impressive. He said it was a demo account. Teacher Wu asked if he thought that running a completely stress-free demo account made any real difference or brought any benefit. The main character said that this is true because he can research trading patterns in advance and become familiar with the operations before doing it for real. The teacher said with a smile that he had ambitions and liked students like him. He asked if he would explain to everyone what components a complete and mature trading pattern should have. He said that if he explained well, he would give him a perfect participation grade and he wouldn't even have to take his classes anymore that semester. But if his explanation was unclear, he might have to take away his points for participation. The guy in the pink t-shirt said that Teacher Wu takes attendance every class and even checks the students' homework. He said he didn't even have enough participation points to deduct anymore. The guy said that he is very jealous of Han because he also wants to stand up and explain it. Another guy asked what was there to be jealous about, and even if he could explain some of it, would he be able to make it understandable? He said he was willing to bet that he would immediately lose all his participation points. Feifei wondered if Han could handle this. Yuyun asked looting what the trading pattern is. She said it sounded very sophisticated. Yuyun thought that whether he lost his participation points didn't matter since everyone knew that Feifei and her were chasing after Han. She thought that if Han made a mistake and they laughed at him, it would be a shame for them too. Looting asked why she was so worried about it. She said that Teacher Wu is strict, but he is not the kind of teacher who would suppress his students. She said that even if Han couldn't explain well, Teacher Wu wouldn't shame him for it. The main character said that since the teacher gave him such an opportunity, he would say a few words, straightening his fingers on his palm. He said that the trading pattern is not a concept with a specific definition, because, in fact, it is a summarized framework for a trader's own investment strategy. He said that he is not qualified to judge whether a trading pattern is mature and correct, and he can only speak about what he understands and what a trading pattern capable of generating stable profits might look like. Han said, 1. Trading time frame. 2. Trading skills. 3. Position management. 4. Risk control. 5. Trading discipline. He said that these 5 main factors must be seamlessly integrated and flexibly adjusted, according to market conditions, to form a complete and clear trading system. He said that when pulled out individually and used specifically for certain situations, it becomes a trading pattern. Teacher Wu clapped his hands. He said he explained it pretty well. The guys in the class were talking about how they didn't understand a word of what he just said. Someone asked his deskmate if he had ever seen Wu so joyful. He said that his reaction means that Han explained very well and he has skills. Wu's teacher said that in the final exam all he had to do was turn in a blank piece of paper with his name on it and he would be given 95 points. The guy exclaimed that Han is truly incredible. The main character said with a smile that this was too much, because he still wanted to get a full score on his own. Looting thought he was an arrogant. Han asked if what he said after this was not good enough, would he cancel his previous reward. Master Wu said that he could not take away from him what he had already promised him. He said he believes in his students and if he can do it, they can too. Han thought that they had only taken a few investment lessons, and even if he could explain it clearly, they might not understand. Rubbing his neck, he thought that since they were here now, according to the saying, teaching is also a way to learn. Leaning his hand on the podium, he thought that he could take this opportunity to review and organize previous knowledge. He thought that this was also a good opportunity to win them over. The main character said that he doesn't know if they remember this, but when he introduced himself, he mentioned that the reason he is studying finance is because he wants to carve out his place in this wide and turbulent market, to collect his first pot of gold in life and realize his own value in this world. Looting listened with her hands folded on her chest, and Han said that he wanted to eventually become a down-to-earth and kind rich person. Taking the chalk in his hand, he said that this was not an easy task, but he still wanted to put his effort into it. He said that he also mentioned that he is looking forward to meeting like-minded partners who will join his journey. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would prove the strength invested in his ideal, and once again extend the invitation by sharing his aspirations. Starting to write with chalk on the blackboard, he said that he would begin to explain the topic of trading patterns. First, the trading time frame. The trading time frame is the core of the trading model, and only by determining their operational philosophy and time frame for the future can they gradually fill in the details. The guy asked if he could explain it in a way that made sense. The main character thought that although this is not the best school, as they say, real experts can be found among ordinary people, and there are many financial geniuses here who will be swimming in money in the future. He said that both confirming buying and selling points requires very strict skills for traders, and depending on the trading time frame, the buying and selling techniques need to adapt accordingly. Han thought that he had already used the pseudonym Ham to contact Little Cucumber, who is good at writing online, and their offline progress is also going well. He thought that at least he had her full attention. He wrote on the board, 3. Position management. The main character said that this key point is quite simple and they must control their actions based on market sentiment and their own understanding of the market. Go short, go light, or go heavy. He thought that he still needed to win over 2 people, one of whom was Zhang Lei. Although this guy is usually under the radar, he will shine in the stock trading competition that will take place in a month. The main character thought that the other person was Xia Hongwan, and if he remembered correctly, she, Zheng Lei and Xiaoi were the top 3 in class during the stock trading competition. He thought that with her and Zheng Lei, one being bold and the other cautious, having these 2 talents with him would be a great advantage. Putting down the chalk, Han said that once their own trading model is fully formed, they will be able to find a predetermined process to handle any situation, no matter what it is. Turning around, he said that the most difficult and important task is strict execution. The main character said that successful people can make money because they have a model and discipline, but sheeples lose money because they do not have a model and discipline, or they do not strictly follow this model. He said that they do not understand everything or nothing, but nevertheless rush into the market blindly. They lack common sense, discipline, methods, and determination. He said that the cost of acting recklessly is uncontrollable losses, and that is the end of his explanation. Han thanked the teacher for the opportunity to share this with everyone else, and although it sounds difficult, they should not despair. Raising his index finger, he said that he would say a few words off topic. The main character said that since they chose this direction, they have already received more information in comparison with others, and precisely because there are so many sheeples around they have the opportunity to demonstrate their talents and professionalism. He said that, in fact, this matter is not as difficult as it seems, and they just need to respect the market, be afraid of trends, and learn the right technique. Yuyun listened with her eyes wide open while Looting frowned, and Han said that whether it is investing in stocks or their daily lives, as long as they do not fall for the so-called insider information or learn some wonderful secret, with their judgment, understanding, and a certain level of common sense, having made this thinking habit, they have already far surpassed many others. Holding up 2 fingers with a smile, he said that he was done talking and he hoped that they could encourage each other in the future. The main character nervously looked at the class, who sat silently and without moving. He wondered why no one was reacting. Clapping their hands, someone said he was incredible. The students rose from their seats, saying that he had expressed himself very well. The main character narrowed his eyes. Raising his hand, he smiled and thanked them all for their support. He thought that this was the feeling of being a genius. Daodu asked Pang Ji if she still remembered Han. Pang Ji said that of course she remembered him, because they ate together 2 days ago. She asked what happened. Daodu said that she asked Ding Ding and the others to find out about it. She said that some time ago, Huang Wei suddenly said that he wanted to move, and according to one of his close friends, his face became pale and gloomy those days. Holding up her index finger, she said that when they asked him about it, he became restless, and everyone was pretty sure that he was bullied in the dorm. Daodu said that when you combine this with Ding Ding and Dongbei's respectful attitude toward Han, she has a feeling that Han may have done something. Pang Ji said that Huang Wei is not an easy person to mess with. She asked if Ding Ding and Dongbei were added, could one person bully 3 people at the same time? Daodu said that she is watching Han closely. She said that he is so low-key that he doesn't even get fazed by Pang Ji's beauty. Pang Ji said that this guy is quite interesting. She asked why she suddenly mentioned him and if she had any rumors. Daodu asked if the teacher in the nearby finance class wasn't known for being very strict. She said that Han openly brought a laptop to class and even stated that he was doing trading simulations. Pang Ji asked if their finance classes were progressing so quickly. Daodu said no, and their progress is almost the same as theirs. With her hands folded in front of her, she said that he not only began simulated trading ahead of time, but was also called by the teacher to explain what a trading model was. She said that Han Lai explained everything so well that he was able to spark enthusiasm for learning among his classmates. Daodu said that usually the students in this class play truant, but now they are all full of energy as if they are excited. Frowning, she said that he was not only an adult, but also a super academic achiever. She said that a man like him would definitely achieve incredible things. Pang Ji said that whether he achieves probable things or not has nothing to do with them, and she has always been carried away by rumors. Daodu said it's no surprise that he's so popular. Pang Ji said that Han really has a unique aura. Someone called out to the main character. Hung Wan said that she organized the things he said yesterday into her notes to achieve her own understanding. She asked if he could check if there were any errors in them. Han agreed. In the notebook it was written, when the market situation turns sour, hold back and stay out. When the prospects are uncertain, tread cautiously. When the overall market is on the upswing, load up. The main character said that in general the strategy is correct, but you need to keep one thing in mind. He said that you can never go all in, and you need to leave room for trading opportunities and manage their positions well. He said this was the first step to mastering his human nature. Han said that human nature is greedy, and once it takes hold of a person, it is easy for him to make wrong decisions. Hengwan asked about risk management. Xiaoi, laughing, said that he was only talking nonsense, and there were actually people who wanted his advice. Hengwan asked how about Teacher Wu starts talking nonsense in his next lesson. She asked what he could come up with then. Turning to him, she said that she considered Han's opinion valuable, and it had nothing to do with him. Xiaoi said that what Han said is indeed true, but it is an old-fashioned thing. He said that if she really wanted to learn, she could go to stock forums and read posts from real trading experts because it would be very helpful. Hengwan said that it is impossible to repeat someone else's success story, and without his own thinking and judgment, one day he himself will become a victim. Raising her palm, she said that in addition to this, Teacher Wu himself said that Han's thinking and ideas are internally consistent and very valuable for learning. Xiaoi asked what she meant by internally consistent. Hengwan said that it is a self-contained system that is repeatable and verifiable. Looting turned in their direction, and Hengwan said that although making money in the market does not require a completely self-consistent theory or model, gradually improving this system through continuous validation. Looting thought that this guy was called to the stage by a teacher yesterday, and although she couldn't fully understand what he was talking about, judging from Teacher Wu's look, it seemed like it was something that stood out. Remembering his face, she thought that he acted confidently and spoke eloquently, not to mention clear and logical explanations. Looting thought that she suddenly realized that when a person has a self-consistent model and he continuously refines it in practice, he can use this model to achieve success again and again. She wondered if this was where his strong self-confidence came from. Looking down, she thought that this was not blind arrogance or inexplicable pride, and not the result of external factors like wealth or parental influence. She thought he showed personal confidence, completely independent, and seemed able to withstand any test. Yuyun looked at him with admiration, and Looting thought that the reason why people find Han attractive is not because he is incredibly handsome, but because of the strength of his aura. She wondered if it was the fundamental charm of a domineering CEO personality, this feeling of self-confidence that is in complete control of the situation. She thought that in her work, the main character, Han Liai, should have the same quality. His character, his fierceness, his charm, everything came from this. Zai Mengjun admires the strong, craving to be conquered, which is why she falls so passionately for Han Liai. Zai Mengjun's sister, on the other hand, developed emotions for him in the midst of Han Liai's brutality. On one hand, she wants to escape, but on the other hand, she yearns to continue finding excitement in that kind of torment. Raising an eyebrow, Looting said that she is being tamed. She thought that she didn't want to admit it, but she had a feeling of admiration for Han. She thought that from the moment she met him, he had been leading her by the nose, although she could act even more aloof and domineering than he. She thought that she knows that she doesn't have the self-confidence that she has, and although this guy can be annoying sometimes, his knowledge, skills, and confidence aren't just for show. Frowning, Looting thought that not much time had passed since the start of the school year, and he had already aced all the calculus and professional courses, and had even earned the favor of Teacher Wu. She thought that if he didn't want to, he could easily choose between Tsinghua and Fudan next May when the transfer program ended. Sighing, she thought that earlier she had clearly said that she wanted to surpass him, but now she was just wasting her time, getting angry over all sorts of little things, and while she was here throwing a tantrum, he was already ahead of her by a huge margin. She thought about taking advantage of yesterday's situation and making peace with him. Noticing something, Looting's eyes widened. The main character was surrounded by girls, and she wondered why everyone was crowded there. The girl asked him that he was definitely not new to stock trading. She asked if he really does value investing here in China. Another girl said that she wrote down everything he said yesterday, and she agreed with his approach. She asked where she could get trading skills. Someone else said that he was learning the Wyckoff method from his father. He asked why he had been performing poorly for the last 2 years. The main character said that value investing can be done at any time. He asked if they were sure that the value they were talking about actually corresponded to the economic trends of the future. He said that regarding trading skills, they can search on the internet or follow the best performers during stock trading competitions. The guy smiled awkwardly and said that it was interesting whether he could say formidable master like Zhu Yang. The main character thought, as expected from those who study finance, everyone here is asking significant questions. He thought that the characteristics of these issues were strongly tied to the era. Looking at his classmates, he thought that in 10 years, the market environment will change significantly from the current one. And right now, investors are full of simplicity and enthusiasm, which makes harvesting a bunch of leaks with one sweep quite simple, which is really comfortable. Smirking, Han thought that this is different from the future, where everyone has skills, retail investors are scattered, and market sentiment is unpredictable. He thought that these new generation tycoons shared too many insights and techniques, which created many skillful individual investors. He thought that if he added some dark horses that entered the playing field in the middle of the game, the scene would become chaotic. Someone told him that he always thought the recent changes in stock market hotspots were a little unusual. Another guy agreed with him and said that the overall market's blue chips are consistently seeing net overflows. The guy asked if the bear market would last a long time. Han asked them to ask questions one at a time. Looting called out to the main character, looking down in embarrassment. She said that she also wanted to ask him a few questions about trading strategies. Looting sat on the bed in her room, swearing. She remembered how the main character, having greeted her, said that he must answer the rest of the questions first, because first come first served. Yu-Yun and Fei-Fei surrounded him, and he sat with a satisfied smile on his face. Looting wrote that she even gave up her pride and started a conversation with him, but he did not show any particular reaction. The main character read her messages, clutching his head. Looting wrote that these two girls annoy her because first they are worried that this guy will embarrass himself and it will affect their reputation, and then everyone is clinging to him. Han thought that her imagination is really impressive. No wonder she writes novels. He thought that he was not so excessive then. She remembered how he asked Looting to wait a bit so that everyone could ask questions one at a time. He said that he cannot guarantee that everything he says is true, but he can share his train of thought with anyone. Yu-Yun put her hands on his shoulders and said that he was full of enthusiasm. She asked him to come to them at the next break to give him a couple of extra lessons. Fei-Fei asked if she was sure that she just wanted extra lessons. Yu-Yun grinned, sticking out her tongue. The main character thought that obviously Yu-Yun and Fei-Fei started this and it had nothing to do with him. He thought that the situation was so chaotic that he felt as if the wheels of fate were almost running over his face. Rubbing his chin, he wondered if the reason Little Cucumber acted so carefree online was because she needed to maintain her image in real life. He wondered if it was because she had to restrain herself for so long. Han thought that although her online personality and her real-life personality seemed to be quite different, her inherent pride was still noticeable when talking to her. He thought that this girl seems easy to deceive, but in reality she is clear as a mirror, and she makes every action and decision after a long weighing of the pros and cons. The main character thought that if it weren't for the hope she saw in the CEO's Goddess project, she wouldn't have put so much time and enthusiasm into it and wouldn't have been so passionate about a man named Han. He asked her if she had made peace with this domineering CEO classmate, and if he was that popular. Looting wrote that initially he was surrounded by his 2 roommates, but now he is surrounded by half the girls in his class, and even some guys. She said that although he does stand out, it makes her very angry. The main character replied that everyone likes to be around outstanding people. He asked why she was so angry. He asked if it was because he was better than her or because there were too many girls around him. He asked if she didn't really like him, because it sounded a bit like jealousy. Looting immediately blushed. She told him not to make things up, and she just doesn't understand why he stands out so much, despite the fact that they are the same age. Han replied that in that case, she just needs to become better than him. He told her seriously excel in this book, and when the time comes they will show him their results. Looting calmly looked at the phone screen. She imagined herself towering triumphantly over a kneeling Han, and immediately agreed with a grin. The main character wrote to her that it would be best for her to focus on making the plot solid, and successful work always comes down to the plot and characters, so she better not waste his investment. Smirking, he thought that he knew it, and this girl had the best understanding among all the others. He thought that, although she had messed with him before, he could not deny her severity towards herself and her excellence. Looking up and putting his hand in his pocket, Han asked how everything would work out in this life in which their roles were reversed. He thought he was looking forward to it. The main character wrote to her that together they, 2 vegetables, would overcome any obstacles. Laughing, Looting replied that it was a terrible name. Night, October 15th. A joyful exclamation sounded from the toilet stall. Looting wrote that the week's worth of contracts is amazing. She said that he was right, and they united front, and 2 vegetables together are unstoppable. The main character told her that she had changed, because a couple of days ago she said that it was a terrible name. Looting said she was just joking. She thought with a smile that she knew this book would definitely be a hit. Raising her index finger, she thought that once the first wave of promotion began, she would take another big step towards success, and she remembered how this guy said that he wanted to write a novella, but could not. She thought that when the time came, she would slap him in the face with their book, written by her in ham, and make him call her boss. An alert on my phone notified me of a new message. The main character wrote to her that he had bad news. Looting thought hard about the bad news. She asked what the bad news was. Han thought that they were going to take the first wave of recommendations by updating chapters 3 to 5 daily during the promotion period. He thought that the existing backlog could support then for 1 or 2 months. However, there's a stock trading competition going on from November all the way to January, so it won't be possible to focus as much on the novel as they do now. He thought that, along with other updates, it was likely that they might be overwhelmed. Typing on the phone's keyboard, he thought that the other aspects of the plot were fine, except for one thing. The main character wrote that he tried to write some passionate scenes, but they lacked the spark, and he thought, why don't she write those scenes while he takes care of the rest of the plot? He said that he would, of course, pay her extra for this part, based on a rate of 40 RMB per 1,000 characters, because she was very good at it. Exhaling, Looting thought that he scared her, because she thought that something serious had happened. She wrote to him that she thought there was some problem with their book. She said that 40 was too much and they could go with the previous rate of 25 RMB per 1,000 characters, because after all, these parts don't have much impact on the story. She asked if he left it all to her, including the imprisonment scene. The main character said that he really couldn't write it, so he would count on her. He suggested going with the 40 rate, and like she said, that part doesn't really matter in the story. But they're in this place, so there's no need to sweat the small stuff. Looting thought that this rate was significantly higher than many writers, and since Ham trusted her so much, she could not let him down. She told him that he was very generous and she could handle it. Han thought that the problem was solved, and thus his stress would be reduced and he would receive little cucumbers gratitude. Looting wrote to him that the usual romantic scenes are fine, but she may not be able to write an imprisonment scene well. The main character opened his eyes wide. He thought that he himself did not understand anything about this, and whether they could rely on the internet. An idea came to his head. The main character wondered if the system had provided some kind of reward recently. Han asked if the delivery package is large. Walking behind Looting, he asked if he could help her carry it because she had a petite frame. Looting asked what he meant and if he was looking down on her. The main character said that girls simply have less strength by nature. He asked if he was just showing his anxiety. Looting irritably thanked him for his concern. She told him to wait here and she would find her package herself. The main character agreed. Looting found the right package among the many boxes. Looking at the names of the recipient and the sender, she thought that Ham was really something. She thought he actually used the names of the book's main character and heroine. The main character asked what made her smile so happily. Looting said it didn't concern him. Han, grinning, thought it's his business. He thought that he had put a lot of effort into sending this gift. He asked where she was going. Looting again said it was none of his business. Suddenly she stopped. She said what he said in class last time. Looting asked if he really thought he could make money in the stock market. Han asked, why not? Looting said the local market is more like a gambling den, and players from large companies and institutions prey on the small investors without mercy. She asked if he wasn't just a sitting duck at all if he didn't have enough connections or inside information. The main character asked if she, a future expert in this industry, already had that impression. He asked why she was studying finance if she was already having such thoughts. Looting said his words made sense. Turning to him, she asked if what she said was not true. The main character said no. He asked if she followed financial news. He said that, firstly, unlike a casino, where there is only a balance of possibilities, behind which there is no logic, the stock market in each bull market, and every time sector move collectively, has an internal logic behind it. She said the purpose of studying finance is to understand this logic so that you can follow trends and become richer. Han said that when trends go south, learning to take the profit and cut losses is the basic rule to make money. And secondly, her notion of bankers is actually quite outdated. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that China's criminal law has specific provisions, like Article 182, to deal with such activities, and the era of rampant bankers is long gone. He said that if one closely follows news in the industry, hundreds of people are sentenced for such activities every year, all of whom face serious consequences. Looting asked if this was true. Han said that she must remember this, and these so-called new tricks may look tempting, but if they involve insider trading, they must face legal consequences. He said that she should never try to cut corners or engage in speculation. Concepts like upgrading from a bicycle to a motorcycle most often turn out to be just gimmicks. Looting said that makes sense. She asked how he knew so much. Han smiled, raising his head up. He said that perhaps it was because he also had dreams. He thought that with his original experience and knowledge, even if he started over, he would be an ordinary person who lives with a bit more insight. However, now that he has this system, why not give it his all and live an extraordinary life? Looting said thoughtfully about dreams. The main character smiled and asked if she also had a dream. He said she could do it if she really wanted it. Looting's eyes flashed and she said that she didn't seem to understand anything. Shrugging, Han said that if she didn't understand anything, he could teach her. Looting, frowning, said that she did not believe that he was so kind. Laughing, the main character said that she really understood him. He said that if she treated him like her teacher and paid a little for the lessons, he would try his best to teach her. Looting asked who would even want to consider him their teacher. She said that he could forget about paying tuition because she would buy him breakfast. Someone called out to Han and Looting. Noticing Yu-Yun, Looting asked what about Fei-Fei. Yu-Yun said that she had not woken up yet. She asked how the two of them ended up here together. Looting, turning away, said that they just met by chance while jogging and came here together. The main character said with a smile that she was kind to invite him here, and for him this is a big part. Looting annoyedly told him to shut up. She suggested we go get some food. Han said that he was just telling the truth. Yu-Yun silently watched their quarrel in amazement. She wondered what was going on between these two. She wondered if that hot pot incident had changed her attitude towards Han, and if she had said that she didn't care about him a couple of days ago. Yu-Yun grabbed the main character's hand and asked what they would eat today. Breaking free from her grip, Han asked if she meant mixed rice dish or a spicy hot pot. He said that since Looting was treating them, she was in charge here. Looting asked him why he eats such heavy and fatty food every morning. Yu-Yun wondered why Looting was giving Han food. The main character exclaimed that she still cares about him. He said that in that case he would eat something light. Looting shouted that she was criticizing him, not showing concern. Yu-Yun wondered what happened between the two again. The three of them sat down at the table, and Yu-Yun said that he really chose light dishes with Looting. She said that since there was little meat in the dishes at school, she would give him lion's head meatballs. She thought that although it's okay for Fei-Fei, and if she takes the initiative, it will just be mediocre compared to her. But Looting is different. Yu-Yun thought that if Looting really entered the game, both of them would definitely lose to her. The main character said that he likes to eat something light sometimes. He thought that he understood very well what situation Yu-Yun was in now. He thought that she could find the right person if she lowered her standards a little, but she insists on aiming for someone high, even though there is little hope. He thought she was trying to please another person without even thinking about becoming a better person herself. Appearing in the cafe, someone noticed Han. Yu-Yun, noticing them, waved her hand. Looting frowned nervously. She turned around slowly. Tang Ji and Daodu stood in front of them. There was a bowl of vegetable salad on the table. Pang-ji carefully put the salad into her mouth. A heavy silence hung over both tables. Yu-yeon asked Han why she felt the atmosphere was getting a little strange. Dao asked if another beauty who usually goes with him came with them today. Han said that he went out for a morning jog, but she couldn't get up, so she's still sleeping. He said that they also woke up quite early today. Pang-ji said it was 7:15 a.m., and they were right on time. She said that if she lived on campus, she would have breakfast at this time every morning. The main character asked, afraid of trouble? Pang-ji said yes. Han thought that the first lesson starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the dining hall's peak hours are between 7:30 and 7:50. The fourth years are not on campus, third years don't go to class, and the second years skip breakfast, so the ones coming to the dining hall are mostly the first year freshmen. And Pang-ji is incredibly famous among the freshmen. Looting thought, didn't he just eat with Pang-ji that day? She thought why there is such great chemistry between them, because there is even some inexplicable couple vibe between them. Looting began to peel the tangerine and called out to the main character. She asked about the fact that, according to his rules, he listens to everyone who treats him to food. She told him to shut up and eat and talk later. Pang-ji wondered if this was an announcement for sovereignty, and if she had feelings for Han. She wondered if she was looking to settle the score from last time. The main character chuckled. He said that if Looting treats him, he will follow her rules. Yu-yeon said that he was indecisive because she invited him first. Han said that his position is very firm. You invite someone, it's their treat, and it's normal to support whoever pays the bill. He said it was honest and fair, without favoritism towards anyone. Looting said she'd give him some credit for having somewhat of a conscience. Raising her finger, Dao said that it was an incredible act. She said that she had never seen such shamelessness and self-righteousness from anyone. The main character said that people who have no shame can be invulnerable. He asked if she wanted to experience VIP-level treatment. Dao said that it wouldn't work, and with her meager allowance she could only barely feed herself. She invited him to talk to Pang-ji, because she promised to treat him next time. She said that her weekly allowance could cover the cafeteria's expenses for a whole year. Han said that having a meal occasionally is fine, but his 3 daily meals are all planned out for him now. He added that letting Pang-ji treat him in the cafeteria would be a waste. He said that if they met by chance one day, having dinner at Wangjong Pavilion would be much more profitable. Pang-ji said that if they had the opportunity to meet, she would treat him at Wangjong Pavilion, but he had better not scare her by suddenly taking out the ring. Dao asked, what ring? Han said that Wangjong Pavilion is an intimate restaurant boasting the best views of the Bund, and one can communicate with the restaurant butler in advance for reservations and decoration arrangements. He said that, in short, it is a restaurant with a strong ceremonial feel, often referred to as the holy place for wedding proposals in the city. The main character told Pang-ji not to worry because he doesn't insist on going to Wangjong Pavilion, and any 5-star restaurant will suit him. He said that their meeting was a very rare opportunity, so they should enjoy a good dinner. Yu-yeon thought about sacred places for marriage proposals. She thought that she was already having a hard time dealing with Looting, and now Pang-ji came onto the scene. Who comes from a rich family, looks great and is a perfect match for Han. Rubbing her chin, she thought that if the meat was rotting in its own pot, she would still have a chance to take a bite. But if someone took the whole pot, then there would be nothing left for her. She thought she needed to change the subject and gain control of the situation. Yu-yeon asked Looting what she bought. She asked if she would let her look. She extended her hand towards the box. Yu-yeon said it was surprisingly light. Looting said she didn't buy it and a friend sent it to her. Yu-yeon asked who this friend was, because they had been friends for 2 months, but she had never heard of him. She asked if this was the same person she texted every night. Looting, sweating nervously, frowned. Taking the box from her, she asked what she was talking about and if she knew each of her friends. She wondered why she was digging holes for her allies at such a moment. The main character asked what if it was a gift from a fan. He said she would be embarrassed to reveal it in public. Looting asked why he was making this up, because he should know that she never accepts gifts from fans. Dao said that Looting is very outstanding and very popular in the student council. Raising her head up, she said that several guys had confessed to her. She said that Pang-ji also often receives gifts like this, and it seems to be a disadvantage of being a beauty. Looting said they were just teasing her and it was not a gift from a fan, but just jewelry that she asked a friend to buy for her. She told Yu-yeon that if she liked it so much, she could hold it for her. Looting thought that although Ham did not specify what he sent, judging by the weight, it was some kind of jewelry or chain. She thought that trying to hide it made it look even more suspicious, so it was better to be more generous in this case. She said that if she liked the style, she could wear it for a couple of days. Yu-yeon exclaimed happily that she was very kind. Luding asked if she was happy now. She suggested that she continue because the noodles were starting to get soggy, and if she wanted to open the box, she could do it later because she didn't bring a letter opener with her when she went for a run. She thought that luckily she didn't have the tools to open the box right now, and she would figure out how to get her to return the package to her when they got back to the dorm. Yu-yeon opened the box with a small blade. Chuckling, she asked if she expected her to always carry a small eyebrow razor with her. Exclaiming, she took out a red gift wrapper. Yu-yeon said that she likes to open boxes this way. Luding wondered why she always carries an eyebrow razor with her. Nervously biting her nails, she thought that if it was really an accessory, she would insist that it was earrings. And if it was a chain, the short one would be an ankle chain and the long one would be a waist chain. Yu-yeon accidentally dropped the packaging. The package fell to the floor and Yu-yeon apologized. Luding looked at the floor in amazement, and Yu-yeon asked what it was. She was holding a black collar with a thick leash in her hands. Luding thought how it could be this, and she could explain it if it was just a collar, but he also sent a rope. Yu-yeon told her that she wasn't into that kind of stuff and it was better for her to keep it for herself. Luding asked if she had said before that she was curious. She said it was hers now and she didn't have to be polite because it was a gift between sisters. Daodu looked at them in amazement. Pangji said that this thing looks like the exact same collar she used on her dog. She thought that, as they say, there's no accounting for taste in this vast world, and she respects people's preferences, but the fact that Luding has such an interest, and she even has an eye on her best friend now is way too much. She thought that she couldn't imagine that she had such a fetish, and did they really do such things in their free time? Yu-yeon offered to give the collar to Feifei. Daodu asked if this wasn't meant for walking dogs. She exclaimed that she was truly incredible. Luding said that she did not mean anything related to Yu-yeon. She said he didn't think about it himself and she didn't buy it for herself. Blushing in embarrassment, she thought that she was finished, and how she would explain it now, because she had just lied too much. She asked Yu-yeon to come to her. She asked why she was avoiding her and if she realized it was just a misunderstanding. Yu-yeon said, looking away, that she deeply respects her preferences, but she likes men. Luding asked what this had to do with liking men. Pangji stood up. With her hand on Luding's shoulder, she said that as long as it didn't hurt anyone, everyone's preferences should be respected. She thought that given Luding's personality, she would soon make a big scene. She told her that those who understood her would not judge her, and those who did not understand did not deserve her to worry about them. Pangji thought that the fact that she was able to see such a performance meant that she had not come to this cafeteria in vain. She said that she really admires her from the bottom of her heart, and she should continue to be herself and not bother explaining herself to others. Waving her hand, she said that they had other things to do, so they were leaving. The main character couldn't help but laugh. Luding angrily asked what he was laughing at. Han said he thought they interacted very interestingly and was surprised by the unique personal preferences of their class monitor. Pushing him, Luding said that it was all a misunderstanding. She forbade him to laugh at her. Clenching her fist, she thought that besides the fact that Pangji laughed at her, she was now a reason for Han to laugh. She thought she hit him, but he didn't even flinch, and it's ironic that now her own arm hurts. Luding wondered why he didn't say a word to her. Sitting back down, she thought it was like hitting cotton wool every time. She thought that maybe Pangji was whispering behind her back right now. Luding placed her face on the table screaming. Yu-yeon asked why she was crying. She asked her not to cry because there are a lot of people here. Smiling, she thought that Pangji had left, and especially Luding's hobby had just been revealed. She thought that she had really helped solve a big problem. Yu-yeon asked the main character to tell her something. She thought that she didn't believe that Han would like a woman with such a fetish. Looking at him, she opened her eyes in amazement. The main character sat with a satisfied grin on his face, folding his arms across his chest, and Yu-yeon wondered what kind of expression that was. Han stroked Luding's head and said that Yu-yeon was right. He said that there are a lot of people here, and this is just a small thing, and it's nothing to make a big deal out of. Putting the red box on the table, he said that he had already packed her things. Handing her a napkin, he told her to dry her tears. He said that he would buy some ice cream. She would eat sweets and she would not cry anymore. Han asked if she understood. He told Yu-yeon to look after her while he went out for ice cream. Yu-yeon nodded. She thought, wasn't Han constantly unable to tolerate Luding's strong-willed and willful attitude? She thought that now he was not only indulging Luding's whims, but was even going to buy her ice cream to please her. With her eyes widened, she thought that Han had said that he didn't like Luding's character, but he had never said that he didn't like her, and this so-called disinterest was just a form of provocation towards her. Yu-yeon thought that Luding is picky, willful, dominant, and values pride even at the cost of suffering. And that indiscriminate arrogance of hers can harm those around her easily. On the other hand, Han decides to be indifferent to looting, in contrast to her attitude, using Yu-Yun and Fei-Fei. She thought that this was all deliberately designed to destroy her pride, forcing her to reveal all her weaknesses. With her mouth wide open, Yu-Yun thought that it was as if he was taking the initiative to beat up his love rival, and also provide splendid assist for the person they like. Looking to the side, she thought that this guy was really something. She thought that she still couldn't accept it. The main character took the ice cream in his hand and heard the sound of an alert. The system told him that he was rewarding his victim with ice cream, even though he was the villain, and he deserved praise for stooping so low. Complimentary gift received, sweet toffee of obedience. It originated from a bitter accident, but exudes an enticing sweet fragrance. Before the sweet milky scent dissipates when fed to someone, it will help to increase their obedience to him, perhaps even making them agree to some of his requests. The probability of them agreeing to it will be determined by the difficulty of the requests themselves. Note, while it may not create miracles, when used well, you will certainly be met with surprises. The main character, putting his hand in his pocket, thought that he received this gift just in time. He suggested that Yu-Yun return to class first. He said that he would stay here with her for a while longer because she was not able to go to class right now. Yu-Yun agreed and said that she would take the place behind them, so they had better not be late for class. She said to call her if they needed anything. The main character, having said goodbye, thought that this girl was very resilient and adaptable. Looting told him to leave because she didn't need him here. Han asked why she didn't say this when Yu-Yun had just left. He asked if she still acts like a tsundere in this situation. He said that he bought her ice cream. Looting shouted that she doesn't want ice cream and he uses ice cream every time to tease her. The main character asked if she was sure that she didn't want him. Looting said no, and he always likes this. Han said that he had already bought it. He suggested that she try it and he would tell her how to get out of this mess. Looting opened her mouth. Raising her head, she asked, "Really?" Wiping her tears, she asked if he promised that he would help her get out of this. The main character said that he promises that he will give her some ideas. Looting said that she would trust him this time. Slowly opening the ice cream, she said that she would believe him this time. The main character thought how someone could look so cute when they were crying. He thought that this incomparably beautiful girl, a goddess whom he had not even dared to dream of in his past life, who even deceived him once, now let down all her defenses and became his little cucumber. Blushing slightly, Han thought, there probably isn't anything more refreshing and delightful than this in this world. Looting hit the table and shouted that she had eaten ice cream. Frowning, she told him to tell her what to do. The main character said that everything is simple and she just needs to admit it in public. Looking down, Looting asked how she could do this. Realizing his words, she asked what she meant by confession. The main character said that she needed, of course, to admit her hobby. He asked why she cared so much. He said let the others do whatever they want and she won't let them control her. Looting grabbed his wrist. She bit him on the arm, and Han, cursing, demanded to let him go. She asked why he was biting him, and wasn't his way good enough. Looting said irritably that she knew he couldn't be trusted and she shouldn't have trusted him. The main character asked why she was saying such things. He told her to think about it, because if she finds other people's words scary and is afraid of being laughed at, then she might just break the cracked jar completely. He said that if he was already given up on healing it, she should just be more imposing with a cold face when the time comes, and, at most, everyone will be shocked. He asked when he would tease her then. Looting asked if he suggested that she behave like an imposing queen from today on. Han asked with a grin if she needed to pretend, considering how she usually acts. He said that if she had a small whip in her hands, everyone would call her mistress. Looting shouted at him not to dare mention it. She asked who would even want to be queen, and he was definitely up to something. The main character said that even if she starts acting like a queen, he won't get any benefit from it. He said that even if she wanted to use the whip, he was not going to endure the pain. Looting asked who was talking about the whip and why he always jumps to conclusions. She said he just wanted to experience it for work. Turning away, she said that the more she explained, the worse everything would get, so she wouldn't explain anything to him anymore, because he wouldn't understand anything anyway. The main character patted her on the head. He said with a smile that he knows he won't understand, but he believes that she has her reasons and can do what she wants. He said that while understanding others is important, they should not give up what they want to do simply because others do not understand them. Tears appeared in Looting's eyes, and Han said that she no longer needed to explain anything to anyone, and she could be herself. He asked if she was feeling better and if she wanted some candy. He said he had heard experts say that sugar helps lift your mood. Looting, snatching the candy from him, said that if he could get something from a greedy guy like him, then of course she would eat it. She said he usually acts like a dog, but he is quite reliable at such important times. She put the candy in her mouth. The main character, grinning, thought how he could fall for this so easily. Moving closer to her, he said that she wanted to try that thing. He wanted to experience the effects of this toffee a little. Han asked if she needed his help. Looting, in amazement and embarrassment, thought that after all this he wanted to be the one leading into that topic. She thought that, anyway, he is the main character and she is the main character, and she needs to write this part of the novella herself. She thought that she would consider this an experience for her sister in advance. Turning pale, she thought where this part about her sister came from, because it was just a story, not reality. Looting pushed the main character away. She asked if he was trying to fool her again. Saying that she had to go to class, she said goodbye. Han asked if they could discuss this a little more. Looking after her with a grin, he thought that, as he thought, she would not be so easily fooled. He thought that if she was so easy to manipulate, then she wouldn't be looting. He thought that this toffee looks very effective at first glance, but in reality it has strict limitations, and requests that cross someone's personal boundaries are impossible to fulfill. But take this opportunity to plant a seed in her heart. It's not a bad idea. Looking to the side, the main character thought that in his past life she could even be considered detestable to him. He thought that he had to take the blame for her and let her vent to him, and all he saw was her domineering side. He thought that everyone treats people with different values in different ways, and that's the cold, hard truth of this world. Raising his head, Han thought that now that he was distinguished and valuable enough to suppress her, she would reveal her soft and sweet crowns to him. As he stretched, he thought that the stronger a person, the more preferential treatment they receive, and self-improvement is always important. He decided to go back and continue studying his trading model. Sitting at the computer, the main character thought that 2014 could be considered the best era, not to mention a year and a half of bull markets. Looking at the current market environment is enough to make knowledgeable people ecstatic. Stocks, to put it plainly, are just buying and selling. It's just that as more and more people continue to share, retail investors also become more knowledgeable. Things only seemed chaotic and complex with the rapid iteration of technological upgrade. Although Han has been watching the market for a few days and it feels just okay, everything there is all just old routines. Entering the market now will definitely result in a frenzy. But seeing he only has a small amount of capital, it's better that he refines his trading system first. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Ding Ding asked if he went to class today because something big happened. The main character said that since he had already received permission from the teacher, he no longer needed to go to that lesson. He asked what happened. He wondered if news of the little cucumber incident had spread. Ding Ding asked if he had heard that looting from his class was actually liking girls. The main character asked where this rumor came from, because it was nonsense. Ding Ding said it was true, and today during recess, she came to their class looking for Pang Ji. He said that after that she made a confession to her. The main character, exclaiming in shock, thought what was happening. He asked what he had just said and who confessed to whom. Ding Ding said that he was not there, but the scene was incredible. It was shortly after their lesson ended when looting appeared at their door. Even though she had a smile on her face, she radiated a formidable aura that was not to be messed with. She immediately made it clear that he came here to see Pang Ji, and Pang Ji probably didn't understand what was going on, so she walked over to looting. But before she could blink an eye, Looting grabbed her hand and pulled her into her arms. They didn't hear exactly what Looting said, but they saw Pang Ji blush and push Looting away. However, Looting did not get angry when she was pushed away. She just smiled cheerfully and said that this gift was specially prepared for her. She asked if she wanted to try it. Ding Ding said that after she said that, Looting just slapped her from behind and left. He said that Pang Ji was shocked for quite a long time, and a crowd gathered around her, asking what happened. Dongbei asked what he thought this gift was, which made even Pang Ji blush. The main character asked how he knew. He thought that although he himself had suggested that she be more direct, he had not told her to be so direct. He thought that, as expected of her, she was truly decisive and ruthless, and even remembered to maximize her advantages in the midst of all this. Even when faced with conflicted public opinion, she was successfully able to drag down her enemies with her, putting them in a passive position. Han folded his arms and thought that even Pang Ji didn't expect something like this to happen. Ding Ding, putting his hand on his shoulder, asked if he could find out more about it since he was in the same class as Looting. The main character asked why he, a grown man, still listens to rumors between two girls. Ding Ding said that he was just a little curious. Han said that he was going to go eat. He asked what about the two of them. Ding Ding said that they had already eaten and they were going to sleep this afternoon. Dongbei agreed with a wave of his hand and told him to have a good lunch, because right now there was no line at the cafeteria. The main character said that he would go to his class during the day so as not to disturb their rest. Ding Ding and Dongbei said goodbye with an awkward smile. The afternoon sun was shining over the campus. Feifei told the main character that he didn't come to class this morning, and something incredible happened. The main character asked if she was talking about how Looting confessed to Pang Ji. She asked why she was so excited about it. Feifei said that he didn't know how cool Looting was at that moment, and she simply said, no more pretending and becoming true to herself. She told him to imagine what it would be like if the two beauties, Pang Ji and Looting, actually got together. She said that this scene would definitely be very beautiful. The main character said that it really sounded good. He wondered why Feifei and Looting suddenly became so close, even calling her sister Ting Ting. Feifei grabbed his hand. Embarrassed and blushing, she began to say something. Han wondered why she suddenly gave him a demonstration, and why she was looking at him like that right now. He thought that something was very wrong, and this girl had never looked so shy and uncomfortable when talking to him. Feifei said that if he also likes things like what Looting bought, she is willing to try it with him, but he cannot interfere with her and Looting. The main character wondered if Little Cucumber really used this set on Feifei as well. A girl in the class asked in amazement if they were really together now. Feifei said that she had misunderstood everything. Looking at Han, she said that they were just good friends, and Han was like a brother or best friend to her. The main character thought that he had now become someone's best friend. He thought that now Little Cucumber is in true love, and he is just a good sister. He thought that this was not the development of events that he expected. Feifei asked if he wanted to go out to eat together. She said that she needed to find Looting after lunch. Han thought that this girl was a goddess in his previous life, and now she suddenly became a fool in love. He wondered how this happened. The main character thought that now Little Cucumber has taken an early leap onto the cultural stage, not only impressing men, but women as well, and, fortunately, Feifei's previous fanatical admiration towards him seems to have shifted to Little Cucumber. Looking at her, he thought that even without Feifei there was still Yu Yun. She and Little Cucumber seemed to have fallen out, and she's never been on good terms with Feifei. He thought that girl is a tough nut to crack, and not one to give up easily. Given the current situation, she might cling to him even tighter. Feifei asked him if he was okay. Han said he's fine. He thought that this situation was too chaotic. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The main character thought that he still had that second mastermind account. He came to the library. Han was sitting at the computer, typing on the keyboard. Looting was swearing and asking in the chat if he understood what she had to go through today because everyone saw his dog leash. She asked if he realized how close she was to hanging herself right there in the cafeteria. She wrote that it was all because of Yu Yun because no one carries an eyebrow razor. She asked if he could imagine this scene and the look of horror on the street of her classmate. The main character thought that the angry woman was truly terrifying. Looting wrote that she almost went crazy at that moment, and Yu Yun definitely didn't have good intentions from the very beginning. She did it on purpose, and she not only opened her package on purpose, but also wanted to label her in front of her male god. Han wondered who she was talking about. Looting wrote that she even added fuel to the fire by saying that she texts him every night, and she was unable to respond in time and said that it was just a gift from an online friend. She wrote that she pretended to be innocent, which is just funny, and every time she gets a chance, she tries her best to take advantage of her male god, adjusting her collars and rubbing against him. She wrote that, fortunately, her male god is much more naive and straightforward, so he did not fall for it, otherwise he could have become an item. The main character, covering his face with his hand, thought that the male god she was talking about was him. He thought when he became a male god for her, he wondered if it was the toffee effect. He thought that although she was able to escape that time, it must have affected her mind, and although he wouldn't dare admit it as Han, he could be completely open about it as Han. Han thought that she was really able to uncover Yu Yun's evil plans, because he is Yu Yun's top-notch schemer, and she spent a lot of time on her schemes. He thought that she would never be afraid of such a necklace, and acting is Yu Yun's expertise, and improvisation is her forte. He thought that Little Cucumber really was taken advantage of by her this time. In the subsequent entries, seeing that Ham hasn't come online for a while, looks like she decided to go confess to Pang Ji. The main character thought that according to her, this was all really done on purpose, and she wanted to take Pang Ji along with her to the trending page. The main character asked how so many things happened. He silently looked at the monitor and thought that she was not answering. He assumed she was eating now. Looking at his phone, he thought that, seeing that the news has been fermenting for the entire morning, now the entire community is discussing this matter. Seeing the title on the screen, Han thought that, as expected, this was the most popular topic of discussion. He thought that, according to Little Cucumber, Pang Ji started hanging out with girls since high school, and there have been rumors that Pang Ji is a lace enthusiast. He thought that if Little Cucumber continues to be blackened like this, she might actually try to use that set on Pang Ji. Smiling stupidly, he thought it would be very exciting. The bright sun was shining above the buildings. The main character entered the classroom. Yu-yun, waving her hand, told him that she had an empty seat. He walked past Looting. She told him to sit here because she wanted to discuss something with him. Han smiled nervously and thought that this was a two-front attack from the very beginning. He asked her what happened. Looting, frowning, thought that he was sensible for not joining in with Yu-yun. She said that Liu Hong just came to talk to her. The main character asked if she was talking about the morning news about how he was looking for Pang Ji. She asked what else it could be. She said that it seemed like he wanted to take over her position as the class monitor, saying that there might be reports and criticism on top of that. Han said with a smirk that he was just talking nonsense and it was just a bunch of hot air. He asked what was there to criticize. Looking at her, he said that he is usually not one to bother with things, but when it comes to the International Exchange Department, he's surprisingly quick to step up for others. Looting asked how many people can escape being materialistic in this world. She said they now need to figure out how to deal with this problem. The main character said that Liu Hong would want to grasp onto people's weaknesses and gain benefits from them whenever there's nothing going on, all while showing his authority on the side. He said the solution to this problem is quite simple. He told her to take 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes after class, wrap them in black bags and hide them under his office desk. He told her to talk to him personally, write a short essay as a self-criticism later, and after that everything should be fine. Looting asked in shock whether it was really necessary to obtain 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes for something so trivial. The main character told her if she trusts him to do what he says. He asked if she had other ideas or if she wanted to experience what it was like to have Liu watching her every day. Looting said that she would follow his instructions and take care of it tomorrow. Han thought that Toffee seemed to be working. He said that he still preferred the rebellious and untamed demeanor she had before, to be honest. Looting told him not to head cocky with her. She said that he was not the same as before and she could take away all his food tickets. The main character asked how she can change her face so quickly, because first she uses it and then throws it away. She said that he gave her a lot of ideas and she was so ungrateful. Looting told him that he himself was not so great, and they're on equal footing, half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. The main character, agreeing, said that they would not quibble over these details. He told her to do what she wanted, but not to come to him again for advice if things went wrong. He thought that it seemed like her success had a lot to do with her sense of morality, and, while she had no power, she kept a low profile. But once she didn't tolerate those high and mighty types. Looting asked what could be more serious than being socially dead to her. She said, anyway, she's already thrown caution to the wind at this point. She asked if he noticed that she didn't get along with Pang Ji. She said that if she didn't show some attitude, she would never be able to deal with her in her life. The main character wished her luck and said that although he didn't understand what was going on between them, he wished her success, and if she couldn't handle Pang Ji, she could go handle someone else. He said that in life it is natural to follow your heart in situations that do not harm others or violate principles. He asked why bother caring so much. A dialogue box congratulated him on mastering a new skill, instigation. Level 1. I'll handle the good things while you do the dirty work, and you can use ignore at the same time, causing a scapegoat effect. When used together with tug, the effect of inspiration will be enhanced. Learn something serious. You're becoming a master of good-for-nothing tricks. The main character thought irritably. He was giving a serious suggestion, not instigating someone. He thought it was a pointless skill and he wasn't going to spend experience points on it. He thought the data for CEO's goddess has improved now. Han thought that they should start making a profit soon. He wondered what they would spend the money on when they received it. The 17th of October, a dialogue box reported that the instigation skill level had been increased to 2. The main character thought about how this could happen. He wondered why it rose to the 2nd level on its own, and when he instigated someone. Looting wrote to him about seeing their book make the A list. She said he was incredible and from that moment on she was a fan. The main character asked if she wasn't a fan of her male god. Looting responded that they were 2 completely different things. She said that in terms of writing she is his fan, in terms of handling life, she is a fan of Han. She said that these are two different things and he should not confuse them. The main character said that it seemed to him as if she had been a little distracted while editing the last few days. He told her to remember to focus. He asked what the current situation was. Looting wrote that, of course, everything had already been resolved, and her male god was the one who helped her find a solution this time. Han replied that, as far as he could see, 8 out of 10 sentences written to her were about her male god. He asked why she shouldn't try pursuing him, since she calls him her male god. He said, "You always come to me with your ramblings. Don't you think you can win someone's heart that way?" The main character smiled contentedly, and the system notified that the instigation skill had improved. Looting thought in shock that she was trying to win Han's heart. Pursing her lips, she thought about how she had never achieved anyone in her life. She wrote that he is currently in seclusion during the day, establishing trading models, and he doesn't like responding to messages at night, so she can hardly see him at all. She added that she pretends to like other girls. She asked how she could pursue him in such conditions. She thought that if she knew, she would have left herself a way out. The main character replied that he had completely forgotten about her pretense. He said that if he is usually busy, she can invite him on the weekend. He asked what she would do if this continued for a long time, and he would sincerely think that she liked girls and would give her blessings for a long and happy relationship with girls. Looting thought that he was right, and if Han believed it, it would be a problem. There was a message on the screen. That makes sense. I'll give it a try and see if I can get him out on the weekend. Clouds floated across the sky above the steel fence. Someone called out to the main character, who was breathing heavily. Turning around, Han greeted Looting. He asked if she was going on a date with Pang Ji since she dressed like that. Looting, frowning, asked what he was thinking about, because Pang Ji was no longer at school today and went home. Looking away, she asked if he had finished his model recap, and if he wanted to go play in the new escape room nearby. The main character said that he doesn't need to do a recap now. He asked if she wanted him to accompany her to explore a new lot. He asked why not invite Feifei, since she would probably want to go with her. Looting said that, with Feifei's intelligence and courage, she did not want to go with her. She asked whether he would go or not. She said she had a few things she didn't fully understand yet, and they could discuss them along the way. The main character told her with a grin that his lessons were not free. He asked if she had her tuition fee with her. Looting asked if an escape room ticket plus lunch was enough for him. Han said that this was hardly enough, and she could wait here while he went to change clothes. Looting told him to hurry up because she had already made a reservation. The main character said that she is quite the planner. After some time they were walking along a city street. Looting walked behind the main character, embarrassedly clutching her bag to herself. Han asked that there must be another reason for her suddenly calling him over besides exploring that new place and discussing some questions. Looting thought about what to do. Sweating nervously, she thought that Ham had not told her how to respond to this situation. She wondered if she should confess directly. She thought that she didn't like him that much. Han asked if there was any problem with her relationship with Pang Ji. He told her with a smile that everything would be fine, and if she had any worries, she could ask him directly and he would give her relationship advice. Looting said angrily that she called him because he was the only person present that she knew. She asked who else she should call if not him. The main character asked why she always resorts to physical violence, and if her arm hurts. Pointing his finger behind her, he asked if this was the escape room she was talking about. A man in a black maniac suit with a mask was inviting people. The main character asked Looting if she wanted to come in now. Looting held a flashlight in her hand. She remembered Ham's words about taking him into a haunted house and pretending to be very scared. Lean into him and the rest will fall in place. The main character clicked on her and touched her back. Looting screamed in fear. Han apologized for scaring her and asked if she had any specific questions or topics she wanted to discuss with him. Looting asked if she needed to ask these questions now, since they were playing a horror escape room right now. The main character, throwing up his hands, said that he was just trying to liven up the atmosphere because it looked tense. He asked if a ghost with a chainsaw appears suddenly and asks her, what will share market A's trend be like in the next 2 months and how should one make an assessment for it? Does she think the question of the ghost is scarier? Looting exhaled and said that these two things were equally scary. She said she had trouble understanding recent topics in class and didn't know why Wu suddenly started rushing through the material. She said she never understood numbers and maybe she was just not suited to study finance. Han said that learning such things does require some talent, and talented people can achieve twice the results with half the effort, while those without talent need to put in double or even more effort to get the same results. He said that regarding rushing through material, stock trading competition will begin in November, and registration will begin in a few days. He told her if she lacked talent, make it up with hard work. He asked how he could know she wasn't good at something unless she tried. Looting said she had not heard anything about stock trading competition. She noticed that her flashlight had gone out. Her shoulder collided with someone. Looting turned around, looking at the flashlight. She pointed the flashlight at the person she crashed into. In front of her was a guy with a disfigured face holding a chainsaw. Daylight shone on the white buildings. Looting said, sitting at the table, that it was very scary. Han asked about what she complained about Feifei with her level of courage. Looting slammed her glass on the table and asked how she could have known that an NPC would suddenly appear. She said that chainsaw was really menacing. Resting her head on her hand, she said that he mentioned the stock trading competition in November, and this was the first time she had heard about it. The main character said that Teacher Wu told him about it personally, and he remembers what Lu Zhai and the others said about the competition. He asked how she, being a class monitor and group admin, could not have heard about this. Looting wondered if she was imagining it, or if his demeanor had suddenly become cold and distant. She asked if they had talked about it. Han said that she had previously talked about how she wanted to surpass him, so he thought that she would pay more attention to news related to this topic. Putting his glass on the table, he said that he heard that her group of followers had been making a lot of noise lately because of the situation between her and Pang Ji. The main character said that he doesn't want to do baseless assumptions, but for her, class monitor, to do something like that seems like trying to shift the blame. Rising from his seat, he said that she could play as she wanted, but he would not interfere. He said that he is focusing on his studies and his entrepreneurship and does not have time to play games with her. Han waved his hand and said that he would leave first. Rising from her seat, Looting shouted that this was not what she meant. She thought that although she did get into trouble in that regard, she never wanted to use it as a shield. She thought that it was her own fault that she had rushed it, and she completely forgot about it. She thought that it wasn't Han's fault for misunderstanding her, and anyone in this situation would have thought the same. Looting thought that now anyone who came near her or Pang Ji would become the target of bullying. Clenching her fist, she thought that he didn't even give her a chance to explain. And if he doesn't want to be found, so be it. She thought that she would find Pang Ji. Pang Ji, lying on the bed, looked at the phone, which began to ring. Looking at the screen, she asked who it was. Looting asked her what she was doing. She said that she hasn't seen all of her and she misses her. She asked if she wanted to go to lunch together because she got stood up and it was very boring to eat in the cafeteria alone. Pang Ji thought irritably that she had brought this on herself. She thought that she didn't want to leave her alone even when she had already gone home. Smiling, she thought about how she bullies her every day when she's alone. The main character was walking down the street. There was a friend request from Pang Ji on his phone screen, and Han wondered how she found his WeChat. He thought that it seemed like Looting had contacted her again. Pang Ji wrote to him that she received his contact information from Daodu. She asked if he was free today. The protagonist wondered if she wanted to drag him into the mess and use him to put pressure on Looting. Pang Ji wrote that she went to eat Japanese food and made a special reservation, but her friend couldn't come. She asked if they hadn't talked about going out to eat together when they got the chance and if he wanted to eat Japanese food. She said that she was quite sincere about it because he was the first person that came to her mind. Han asked, this afternoon. She replied that she would be ready to go in half an hour. Pang Ji thought that even though they had just met, it was quite obvious that Looting couldn't stand Han. Smirking, she thought that if she dragged Han along with her, she would have no problem dealing with Looting. The main character replied that he could not go today. He wrote that he went to the escape room with a classmate this morning, and they planned to have lunch together. But suddenly an important matter came up, and he would most likely be busy until the evening, so he would not be able to go to lunch with her. Pang Ji wondered if he had just rejected her. She thought that if it were anyone else, he would take the time to keep her company, even if he was busy. She wrote that they could make an appointment for another time. Pang Ji wondered if he went to the escape room with the girl. She thought that Looting suddenly called her to lunch in the morning, saying that she had stood up. She wondered if Han couldn't come. Looking to the side, she wondered why she wanted to drag Han into this. She wondered if this was to distract the fans' attention. She thought that she was wondering why Han specifically added this sentence, and he definitely knows why she added it. Pang Ji replied to Looting that she was too lazy to go. She wondered if the reason why he suddenly stood up and didn't have lunch with Looting was because he understood Looting's intentions. Looting wrote to her that she found a very interesting escape room, and it was very scary there. She looked at her phone screen. Smiling slyly, she thought it was interesting. The main character wondered why he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. He thought that this must be Little Cucumber muttering about him again. He thought that he had just used her as a pretext and she should have understood what he meant. Han thought that although seeing girls every day was quite fun, if she paid too little attention to her studies or writing endeavor, it would be a problem. The main character received a message that the payment had been transferred. The editor told him to send the contract when he signed it. He asked how many more chapters they had. He suggested to go big for the next promotion. The main character said that they have enough content to keep up with daily updates until the end of the year, even with additional updates, and he doesn't have to worry about it. The editor suggested adding him to their team's panel of experts. He said that many of them have sold the copyrights of their projects and made a fortune, and he thinks the CEO's goddess could easily be worth several million. The main character thought, several million, so much. He thought that the CEO's goddess was expected to have between 550,000 and 800,000 words categorized as modern romance. And while the subscription rate for modern romance is top-notch on this platform, film and television rights are not as lucrative as ancient romance drama. He thought, the current market trend is towards ancient costume dramas after all. Opening his eyes, Han thought, although his stock trading skills are only at the 3rd level now, investing in stocks is not something they can rush into, and the current experience is sufficient in the current environment. He thought that the payment had just arrived and was being converted into experience points, and together with the remaining experience points, he had a total of 170,000 experience points left. Little Cucumber's overall writing skills are probably around level 3, but in terms of writing style alone, she can probably reach around level 4 or more. Moreover, her improvement progress is very fast, and it won't be long before she catches up. The reason why CEO's Goddess became popular is because it is an avant-garde revenge-themed smutty angst novel that takes advantage of many era-specific trends, and if it weren't for Little Cucumber's polishing, the book's performance might not even be 1/10 of what it is now. The main character decided to focus on first raising the level of writing skills to the 4th level. He noticed an alert on his phone. Pang Ji sent him a sticker asking if he was here. Pang Ji, sitting in a restaurant, ordered stir-fried crab roe with silver skin, crab meat with Australian abalone, and shrimp and crab with 2 kinds of sauce. When ordering 4 crabs, she specified that she preferred male crabs, which weighed at least half a kilogram. She asked the main character if he drinks alcohol, because their yellow wine goes very well with Chinese mitten crabs. She asked if he wanted anything else to eat. The main character agreed and said that if it wasn't enough for them, they could always add more. He said there was no need to order too much at once. Pang Ji asked since he finally had free time, why not take advantage of it? She said that from late October to early November, she tried to get him to go out with her. Han said that he had no choice and he didn't want to refuse her either, he was just very busy. He thought that although he didn't want to interfere, she's lowering her stance so much. He thought that refusal might look like playing hard to get, and if he refused her a 3rd time, they might not be able to remain friends anymore. Pang Ji asked if he was busy because of the courses or if it was because of the stock trading competition. The main character said it was because of the competition because it was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to put in the effort. Pang Ji suggested not to talk about this difficult topic. She asked what he thought about this restaurant. The main character said that since this place is recommended by Pang Ji, it will definitely not disappoint him. Smiling, he added that with her, this place simply shines. Pang Ji said that he was flattering her and she thought that he would like the local scenery. The main character said his professional ethics are widely praised, especially in terms of respecting his patrons. He said that her treating him to such good food shows that she is beautiful and kind-hearted, so of course he has nothing but praise. Pang Ji said that it is not surprising that Yu Yun and the others like to be around him because he has an interesting way of speaking. The main character, embarrassed, said that providing emotional values is a given in any social interactions. He thought that Pang Ji, Little Cucumber, and the others were not even on the same level, and he could not understand at all what she was thinking or the true meaning behind her words. He thought about dialogue, tones, and expressions. Han thought that, even with his level 3 psychology, this was still not enough, but if he had more interactions with her, he should be able to analyze her overall psychological activity. The waiter, placing the crabs on the table, told them to call him if they needed anything. The main character said that it smelled very good, and nothing less could be expected from the restaurant that Pang Ji chose. He thought that Pang Ji is really a real rich lady, and she eats female crabs in October and male crabs in November. He discovered this interesting fact when he heard someone boasting. In October, the female crabs are plump and rich with roe, while in November, as the cold air comes, the male crab solidifies, making it the most delicious and sweet delicacy. He thought it's no wonder people say making friends across different social circles is difficult. The differences are reflected in these little details, and it's not just in the aspect of food, but also in daily behaviors and interpersonal skills. Han thought that, however, there was no need to force himself to fit into another circle, and it was enough to be a happy ordinary person. Pang Ji told him not to start eating yet. She asked to be allowed to take a photo for her social media. She said this angle was very good. The protagonist thought that the habit of letting the phone eat first seemed to be common even among the rich. Turning pale, he thought that he had previously watched her social media, and even for a restaurant of this caliber, is taking photos and checking in at such high-level restaurants really worth it? Looking at how she looked at the phone with a smile, he thought that there must be some kind of conspiracy behind this. Pang Ji raised her index finger and suggested they start eating, and told him to remember to like her post. The main character agreed and said that he usually doesn't look much at his social media. He thought about her including him in her post. There was a photo of the crab and Han on the screen, and he thought that she had actually included him in her photo. Han thought that not only did she reveal his presence, but she also specifically revealed the portion for 2 people. He thought that he already knew that she invited him in order to deal with Little Cucumber, but he still fell into her trap. Pang Ji told him to try it because it was the best dish in this restaurant. Someone exclaimed that his Nana and her friends came here to eat. Pang Ji, getting up from her seat, exclaimed, "Dad." She exclaimed that Uncle Pang and Uncle Jang also exist, and this is an incredible coincidence. The fat man said that Uncle Pang wanted crab paste from here, so they planned to come here together and have some drinks. He said that he hasn't told her mom about drinking yet and she better keep it a secret. Pang Ji said with a smile that she would keep it a secret, because if mom found out about him sneaking out for a drink, she would definitely swear at him again. Her father, laughing, said that he knew that she would not betray him. He said she still hasn't introduced him to her classmate. The main character introduced himself and said that he goes to the same university as Pang Ji. Taking his hands, Pang Ji's father exclaimed that he was a friend from the same school. He said she rarely goes out to dinner with the boys alone, and he's the first he's heard of. The main character said that now he is a little embarrassed. He wondered what was going on here. Pang Ji's father said that he wholeheartedly supports her in making friends, and he doesn't have to worry too much, because as long as their personalities are the same, that's the most important thing, and the rest doesn't matter. He said he has a pretty strong arm. She asked if he exercises regularly. He said he was a little skinny. The main character was wondering why Pang Ji's father is so eccentric and if he behaves like this with everyone. The man told him to take it easy and not to scare the guy. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that this hand doesn't look bad, and there is a sharpness and sparkle in his eyes, unlike others who look too soft and fragile. He said with a smile that guys should play sports. Another man, straightening his tie, asked why it seemed to him as if someone was throwing shade at him. The man told Zhang that he was simply expressing his personal opinion and that it was not aimed at anyone. Zhang chuckled and said that he believes the most important thing at this age is to focus on studies. Pang Ji's father asked why they were arguing in front of the children. Pang Ji put her hand on her father's shoulder, pushing him aside. She said that she was just having lunch with her friend and their private room was upstairs. She said that she wouldn't bother them anymore. Her father told them to dine quietly and order more if they didn't have enough. He said that no matter who had to pay today, he would pay for everything. Giving them a thumbs up, he told them not to pay the bill in secret and just enjoy the food. The main character said with a bewildered smile that he could count on them. The man with the beard said that he likes this guy because he is not too delicate and weak. Zhang said that he is quite polite. The father asked why it was so important to them whether his daughter made friends or not. Han asked if they would continue eating. Pang Ji, sitting down at the table, asked what else they should do. Frowning, she asked if they should run away. Looking away, she wondered why her father was so enthusiastic. The main character said that her father is quite interesting. He asked what business he was in. He said that Uncle Jang seemed very familiar to him. Pang Ji asked why he calls other people's fathers father. Han said that he just misspoke and he didn't do it on purpose. Pang Ji said that if he dared to go upstairs right now and call him father to his face, she would tell him anything he wanted to know. The main character said with a grin that he would indeed go. Pang Ji asked if he was sick and where his professional ethics were. Han said that now she is not the one paying for their food, so professional ethics has nothing to do with it. Pang Ji folded her arms across her chest and said that this makes sense. She said that of course Uncle Jang would look familiar because his photo was still on their school's official website, and he was the director of the humanities department. She said one of her father's roles is to serve on their school's board of directors, but he is never involved in school affairs. The main character said that it was not surprising that she chose the humanities. He asked why she didn't apply to a prestigious foreign university straight out of high school. He said that even though her father has a seat on the board of directors for humanities, it'll still be quite challenging to get out of the humanities program through exams, and he's heard that many students from their school's international exchange departments end up applying to mid-sized universities. Pang Ji said with a bitter smile that where she studies doesn't matter anyway. She said that she can't graduate from a prestigious university until the rest of them are different from local universities. Besides that, her mother doesn't want her to be too far away. The main character thought that at this time, the old generation still has outdated beliefs, and their businesses are too different, so they have a hard time thinking about passing them on to their children. He thought that the position of heir was not something that could only be achieved by attending a prestigious school, earning a fancy degree, or receiving scholarships. If children are worthy of cultivation, they will be brought into the business as early as possible and nurtured gradually, and if they lack talent, then it is better to let them lead a comfortable life, at least as long as they do not cause problems. Han thought that these stereotypes exist, and therefore their only expectation from someone like Pang Ji is to get married and have a family as early as possible. He thought that for someone as smart as Pang Ji, it's sung a waste for her to just become a wife. He asked if she was going to go abroad. Pang Ji said that for her the future is more or less certain and the process does not matter. Noticing Pang Ji, someone asked about what she had too. She asked why she invited someone to eat crabs but not her. She said that she really doesn't love her anymore. The main character looked at her, his mouth wide open in amazement. Looting hugged Pang Ji, and he thought it was very fake. He thought that she had obviously found him on purpose, checked his friend group posts, and pretended it was a chance meeting. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he now understood why Mr. Pang was so enthusiastic towards him. He thought that Mr. Pang, being a member of the board, could not help but know about what was happening at the university, especially when it concerned his beloved daughter. He thought that Pang Ji had always played with girls since childhood, and now Little Cucumber had confessed to her, and the two of them were constantly together. Putting his hand on his face, Han thought that Mr. Pang must be worried about his daughter turning into other girls' lover. Someone called out to him and said that Mr. Pang wanted to discuss something with him. Pang Ji asked why her father wanted to talk to Han. Someone asked that this child looks smart, but does he need to be so enthusiastic about him? Someone else told him that he was surprised that, as a principal, he did not know what was going on in his own school. He said that he heard that a girl confessed her love to Mr. Pang's daughter, and he must be very worried. Mr. Pang said he usually doesn't interfere with his daughter's hobbies, but the current situation worries him. He said that he heard that this girl stands out. He asked what if his daughter was sincerely interested and who would get his business in the future. He said that he knows Pang Ji is smart, but he can't completely trust a girl with business. He asked, given all the responsibility, that eating would be too difficult for her. Mr. Pang asked if she could find a decent man so she could focus on enjoying life. The main character thought that it looked like Mr. Pang was going to hand over the role of successor to his future son-in-law. Touching the door with his hand, he thought that, regardless of his plans, this was a very rare opportunity. The waiter asked him whether to announce his arrival. Han thought it would be stupid not to take advantage of this opportunity. He asked if he could wait for him a little. Mr. Pang stood up and asked him to come in. Han, holding a bottle and glass in his hands, apologized for the trouble with a smile. Mr. Pang invited him to come and talk to them. He asked about the fact that he had brought alcohol with him. The main character said that he thought it would be wrong to come empty-handed. Thanking him for his hospitality, he said that he would like to give a toast to him and the other uncles. The man said that he was too thoughtful. He said that he had no need to be polite to them. The main character, while pouring a drink into a glass, said that his family taught him the importance of etiquette from a young age. He said that, moreover, being the youngest here, this is what he has to do. Clinking their glasses together, he thanked him for his hospitality and raised a toast to him. Mr. Pang, laughing, said that he would accept it. He thought that he poured the wine with precision, starting from the main place and going around in order. He thought, what meticulous etiquette, even the details like clinking glasses and handling the wine bottle are spot on. Looking at Han, he thought that his family background must be impressive. After all, in order to raise such a child, he had to receive special training. Mr. Pang asked him that his accent sounded like he was not local. He asked if he is a boarding student and if the academic pressure is being stressful. The main character turned around and said that his hometown is Dream City. He said that he had recently arrived in the capital and had not yet gotten acquainted, so he decided to live on campus, and the teachers did not give them too much homework, so the pressure was not too much. Mr. Pang said that Dream City is a good place. He said that he didn't call him for anything specific, it's just that Pang Ji rarely goes out with boys and it proves that he's a good guy if she wants to spend time with him. He said that he would be glad if he kept her company more often, going shopping or just talking. He told him not to worry because he would cover the financial side. The main character smiled awkwardly and said that he was too kind. He said that he uses his free time to educate himself, so he doesn't have much time. He said that Pang Ji likes to talk to girls, and the classmate she's talking to right now just arrived. Mr. Pang said that this explained why she did not come with him. He said that he knew Pang Ji's friends quite well. He asked who the girl was. The main character said that she is the class monitor in his class and her name is Looting. Mr. Pang told him to go and eat. He said to take good care of Pang Ji for his sake and order whatever he wants. Han told them to enjoy their drinks while he went downstairs. Mr. Pang smiled and said that he was a wonderful child. The door to the room closed. Mr. Pang froze in place. Grabbing his head, he said that it was all over. Slamming his hands on the table, he said that this could not be. He said that he should go down and see what was happening there with his own eyes. Jang asked him to wait a little. The man with the beard said that they don't know what's going on, so he better wait a little before going down. Jang asked what he would do if he went downstairs and scared the children. Mr. Pang gritted his teeth in irritation. Pang Ji noticed that the main character had returned. She asked what her father wanted from him. Han said that he simply told him to eat, drink and take care of his beloved daughter. Looting said that she already takes care of Pang Ji, so she doesn't need him. Pointing her finger at him, she asked why he was suddenly hanging out with Pang Ji. The main character said that of course he wanted to eat for free. He asked why she came here. Looting said she just wanted to eat crabs. She asked what the problem was and if this was the only place he knew that served good crab. The main character remained silent nervously. Looting called the waiter and asked him to bring 2 more crabs to this table. Han thought this was nonsense, and she obviously came here to keep an eye on things. He thought that Pang Ji was really unlucky, and she originally wanted to drag him down with her, but Mr. Pang suddenly appeared and saw them together, and then Looting suddenly appeared. Pang Ji told Looting to stop, and since she didn't invite her, she would pay for her food herself. The main character thought that now, in the midst of this chaos, she had dug herself a hole. Looting, frowning, said that she would pay for her own food because she had just received her allowance anyway. Pointing her finger at the main character, she asked if he was trying to mooch off every beauty on campus. She asked if the Pang Ji food ticket was delicious. Pang Ji frowned and said that Han was a good person and she invited him to dinner herself. She said they get along very well and she enjoys sharing good food with him. The main character thought that problems would start now because Pang Ji's words were quite provocative. He told them, no matter what they were going to do, to leave him out of it. He said that he wished them both 100 years of happiness. Han said that he now feels like a light bulb that shines brightest, like the one he just bought. He suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Mr. Pang, and Looting said that she would take him up on his wishes, and, as long as he knows his place, that's enough. She said that they would finish eating here and then she and Pang Ji would go on a date. The main character, waving his arms, wondered if she was really going along with it, because Mr. Pang was looking at them. Mr. Pang suddenly grabbed the railing. The main character turned pale and turned around. He wondered if Mr. Pang's blood pressure had gone up. Pang Ji told them to eat. Han told Pang to be careful with his pressure. Smiling nervously and pointing his fingers to the side, he said, getting all lovey-dovey while having a meal. Pang Ji irritably asked what he meant by not only stabbing her with Looting's issue, but also winking at her. She asked how dare he play games with her. She said that he wouldn't be Pang Ji if she didn't retaliate here. She asked what this meant. Pang Ji asked if he hoped that the two of them would have a harmonious relationship, and if he was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Pang wondered if Pang Ji was flirting with Han. He thought that, thank God, Pang Ji still has an interest in men. Opening his eyes, he wondered what she meant by killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and whether this is how young people behave these days. He thought that his Pang Ji was really getting influenced. Looting told Pang Ji to stop joking. She thought that although she was just messing with Pang Ji, she really had feelings for Han. Looking at him irritably, she told him not to even think about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She touched Pang Ji's face. Looting asked why men were needed at all, and whether she was not enough for her. She said that she had seen her skills with those toys and they could handle it on their own. She said that she was quite skilled, but if that wasn't enough for her, she could always turn to Feifei. Mr. Pang, trembling, wondered what that even meant. He thought that it turns out his daughter is not only liking other girls, but also a submissive one. And she is not the only one in this relationship. He thought that she also looked embarrassed and innocent. He fell, and a man with a beard, catching him, asked what was the matter. Mr. Pang said that he put so much effort into raising his girl, and now he is in a relationship with a woman who's playing both sides. With tears running down his face, he said it was a tragedy. Then he clenched his fist. He wondered if they still didn't have this young man. Mr. Pang decided to put the whole two-timing mess aside for now and thought that if he could get his daughter back on track, they could agree on anything. Looting asked what to ask Feifei. She said she was just here to have fun with her. Pointing to Han, she said that if Han agreed, she would rather marry him tomorrow. Looting asked, "Do you really think you're all that impressive?" Pang Ji told the protagonist to remove Feifei as soon as possible. She told him to look at what happened to Looting. Looting asked what this had to do with her. Mr. Pang wondered if his daughter was really that loyal to Looting. He wondered if taking Han out for a meal is just a ploy to break up her girlfriend and her original partner. Clenching his fist, he thought that if he didn't get his daughter back on the right path, everything would be ruined, and as a father, he had to step in and stop it all. Pang Ji demanded that she be released because she was interfering with her enjoyment of the crab. Mr. Pang asked her with a tight smile if she liked the food. Pang Ji asked in amazement why he came down here. He said that he heard that her friend came too, so he came to meet them. He asked Looting that she seemed to be Ting Ting. Looting greeted with an awkward smile. Mr. Pang asked her where her parents were from and if they were in good health. The protagonist thought that this was an exclusive round of greetings and routine questions from the elders. He thought that judging by their reactions, they could understand why Mr. Pang was acting so unusual. Mr. Pang said that he won't bother them anymore. He told the main character that Pang Ji is a bit shy and doesn't have many friends who get along well with her. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that he and Looting were both good guys and he really liked it. Mr. Pang gave a thumbs up and said that in the future, when they have a free weekend, they can come to their house and he will be more than happy to see them both. Pang Ji thought that something was wrong here and her father was always strict with boys, but for some reason suddenly shows favoritism towards Han. She wondered if there was some kind of magic around this guy, since they had only met twice. The main character, noticing her gaze, lit her up with a smile. Looting told Pang Ji that her father looks very amiable and totally down to earth. Pang Ji wondered why he was smiling. Frowning, she thought that there was nothing extraordinary about her father liking him. She thought that she would definitely find out what was so special about him. Night has come. The main character entered his room. He asked Ding Ding and Dongbei if they didn't go out for fun today. He asked why they looked so gloomy. They looked at each other, trying to decide who would say this. Han, frowning, told them to tell him what happened. Dongbei said that they had been waiting for him here all day. He said that a guy from their class, Zihao, suddenly asked them about him today. The main character asked why he was asking about him. Dongbei said that he is not sure because he did not tell them the reason. The main character, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, said that this name sounds familiar. Remembering, he opened his eyes wide. The 1 power, 2 hard, 3 rich, 4 noble list at the International Exchange Department. The guy who is rank 3 rich. Also, he is Pang Ji's #1 admirer. Han thought that he must have become interested in him because of Pang Ji. He thanked them for the information. Ding Ding said that although they didn't say it directly, it was definitely related to Pang Ji. The main character asked if this could be related to Huang Wei. He said that he couldn't do anything except play tricks behind his back and he wouldn't be able to influence him anyway. Dongbei thought that the main concern was not whether he could harm him, but to ensure that Han did not harm anyone's life. He said that Zihao knows quite a lot of people, and he even saw them play poker. He thought that he was not worried about him doing anything to Han, but was worried about Zihao, because if he angered Han, he could simply destroy him with 1 blow. Dongbei thought about how many bags it would take to pack Zihao and his lackeys. Looking at him, Han wondered what he was thinking about now. Ding Ding patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's all done now that they've told him." Dongbei told the main character that they would go outside. The main character said that they should come here more often because his hammer never tilts towards his friends. Dongbei and Ding Ding turned pale in fear. Dongbei chuckled and told him to be careful and not act impulsively if something happened. Ding Ding told him to shut up and go. The main character, waving his hand, thought about how scared he was. Turning on the laptop, he thought that although Zihao is not to be messed with, it should not develop into a full-fledged fight. Pam asked Looting if she had received payment for her manuscript. He said to notify him as soon as she received payment in case he made a mistake. Looting said she received payment and it was a lot of money. Han thought with a grin, after all, CEO's goddess had the highest paid contract. and he didn't expect that paying Looting's salary would give him experience points. He wondered if this would become a perpetual experience point producing machine when he started his company in the future. Clenching his fist, he thought that every penny spent would be converted into experience points, and it would be a bliss. The main character started typing on the keyboard. He wrote to Looting to wait until the second wave of recommendations began, and then her payment for the manuscript would only increase. Looting replied that this was the first time she had earned so much money on her own, and she used to think that having 1 or 2,000 would be great. But today she realized that money would never be enough for her. She asked him how much he thought they could get next month. Han thought that Little Cucumber had finally grasped the idea of making money, and it seemed that his words last time were not in vain. He thought that in 2013, the monthly salary of city workers across the country was less than 3,000 yuan, and the manuscript payment that Little Cucumber received this time was already enough to match the median salary in Mo Capital. He asked if she underestimated the strength of their melon duo. He told her to dare to dream about payment for the manuscript and make him, her master, lose face. The main character asked why she suddenly felt like she didn't have enough money. He said that as far as he could remember, she was also a university student and this should cover her living expenses for a few months. Looting replied that she strongly suspects that conniving White Lotus has set her sights on her male god, and her family is very rich. She treated her male god to a crab feast today, and they spent more than 3,000 yuan, but she found out in time she came running onto the stage and taught her a good lesson. Looting exclaimed that food for 3,000 is her usual expense. She wrote that her mother gives her 100,000 every month, and her father is even more outrageous, and he gives her everything she wants. Besides that, she has her own little pile of money because she managed all the red envelopes she received from childhood until now, and she never had to give them back. Looting exclaimed that she never saw where this money went. The main character thought that everyone's childhood was approximately the same. He said that he also did not see his money from the red envelope, and his parents saved it for him. He asked if she was worried about using her financial power to win her dream guy. Looting frowned and replied that when she earns a lot of money in the future, she will also throw money away. The protagonist asked, given that she had just started making money, how long she thought it would take her to surpass the hard-earned achievements of someone's parents. Looting thought that she had been working hard writing for a year, and the income was still not enough to match Pang Ji's monthly living expenses. She replied that it made sense and asked what she should do now. The main character suggested that she change her approach, because if she cannot match in money, she can match in beauty. He said that although he did not know what she looked like, he was sure that she must be as beautiful as a goddess. Han grinned. Looting looked at her phone screen in confusion. The next day, people turned in amazement as Looting passed by. She smiled slightly with pink lips. Looting walked into her classroom. The guy, eating a burger, looked at Looting. He said their class monitor looked stunning. Looting asked the main character if he hadn't decided not to go to Teacher Wu's classes anymore. The main character said that he just thought that it would be interesting to listen to his lectures sometimes. He turned in her direction. Looting said that sometimes it is interesting to listen to him. Smiling, she said, "Good morning." The main character couldn't help but laugh, and she looked at him questioningly. He said she seemed to be in a good mood today. He asked if she managed to sleep with Pang Ji yesterday. Squinting, he said, "Not bad." He said the cool and elegant style suits her personality well. Looting, frowning, said that she did not show it to him. Looking down, she thought that she had put so much effort into her makeup today, and he was reacting like this. Han said that he was obviously just attracted to her strange mood and was just curious. The teacher coughed and greeted everyone. Teacher Wu asked if everyone was here today. He said he had an important announcement to make. He said that they had all probably already heard about it. Teacher Wu said that there is a stock trading competition going on right now, sponsored by Tengzun Finance, with technical support from Daju Hui Software, and exclusive cooperation with Haitong Securities. He said that registration is open right now to the entire community. He said this competition is divided into 3 rounds. He told them to listen carefully as he explained the rules and take notes. After writing the rules on the board, Teacher Wu said that participants could start with a simulation account in the preliminary round, and once they advance to the small live trading competition, they'll have the right to operate with a real capital of 300,000. If they advance to the finals, they'll have the right to operate with a real capital of 1 million. People in the class exclaimed that this was 1 million real money. The main character thought, there's more to be excited about than just that. Crossing his arms, he thought that the most important thing was that during the final 2 weeks, all the profits earned with this million would become part of the contestants' legal income. Teacher Wu said that if they could get to the top 10, Not only would they have a substantial income, but they would also be invited to the post-competition award ceremony. The award ceremony will be held in the imperial capital, where annual masters and industry experts gather, and only will they reap massive profits, but they'll also gain fame within the industry. He told them to think about it for 2 weeks, because it was 1 million with no string attached. He asked how much they could make even if they aimed for a modest 50% profit. Looting said the competition is more impressive than she thought. Teacher Wu said that even if they couldn't make it to the finals, just participating in this battle would bring them valuable experience. He asked if he was right. The disciples said that he was right. Teacher Wu told students who wanted to participate to come up to him and register, and he would be reviewing everyone's trading activities for the rest of the semester. He said students who perform well will be exempt from the final exam. The main character asked Looting if she was going to register. Looting said this is a great opportunity. She said that this was a great opportunity to make money, and she's definitely going for the live trading finals. She asked the main character what this look was and whether he doubted her abilities. Han said no. He thought that Little Cucumber is a participant who stood guard in the big bull market. He wondered who gave her the courage to participate in the competition in the bear market. Yuyun invited him to register with her. The main character thought that, if he remembered correctly, in a past life Looting had her performance in this competition hailed as the first tragedy in the financial class simulation trading. He thought that for 2 months she experienced consecutive losses, ending up with a 77% return, bravely seizing the last place in the class and becoming a legend in the finance class. While others who suffered major losses knew to take a break, she, on the other hand, kept on fighting, undeterred by setbacks. After a series of operations, she finally proved with her abilities that she was the thickest and most robust leak in the class. The bell rang. Xiaoe said that this time he will show his skills in the competition and show them all his true strength. The guy next to me said that if he can get a good ranking, he'll be able to swagger around in school from now on. Yuyun and Feifei ran behind him. Yuyun asked the main character if he could teach her how to build a trading model. She grabbed his arm and said that this was a long-awaited chance for him to show off his skills. Feifei, holding her other hand, told her that she always flatters people like that, and Han doesn't need this competition to prove herself. Xiaoe, clenching his fist, thought that he had just registered, and the competition had not yet started, and he was already showing off. Looking at him, Han wondered why he had this feeling like he's being slandered. He thought about how the relationship between Xiaoe and Feifei began with this competition. He thought that although he had a difficult personality, he definitely had skills. Xiaoe, Zhenglei, Hanwan. Granted that none of them could advance to the small-scale live trading round, their return rate is quite impressive, ranking at the top 3 of the class with over 20%. The protagonist thought that the reason why Xiaoe was able to attract the favor of beauties must be due to this aspect. He thought that everything was different in this life, because this was a chance for him to show off. Looting, with her hands on her hips, said that they would see how he handled it once he's blown out all that hot air. Han thought she was being reckless as usual. Looting thought that he would be surrounded again if she relaxed even for a moment. She wondered why this guy was so popular. The main character with a sly smile suggested make a bet if the class monitor really thinks so. Looting asked that he was going to set her up again. Han asked if he set her up before. He said that since it was a competition, they should bet on who would have the higher rate of return. Looting asked who would compete with him in rates of return. She said that even Teacher Wu said that he was an expert and she was just an ordinary beginner. She asked if he has any face left, betting on the rate of return with her like this. A guy in the class agreed with her and said that he was so skilled that he needed to give her a 10-point advantage. Another guy said that for Han 10 points is nothing and it should be at least a 20-point lead. Xiaoe thought that if the class monitor loses, Han's ego will become infinite. He said that with Han's skill level, any advantage might be useless, and he believed that it was better not to bet against him on this. Looting slammed her hand on the table and offered 20%. She said that if he dared to give her this advantage, then she would accept his bet. Pursing her lips, she thought, would she still have any face as the class monitor if she doesn't accept this bet with him? She thought that she didn't believe that she would lose to him by 20 points. The main character agreed with a smile to a 20% advantage. He thought that if she followed the same strategy as in her previous life, he could give her an 80% advantage and still win easily. Yuyun said that is expected from Han. He is very spirited. She asked how you can bet without betting. Looting asked what the rates were. She said that since he gave her an advantage, he would decide the bets. The main character said thoughtfully about the bets. He raised his index finger and said with a smile that if she won, she could ask him for anything and he would do his best to fulfill it if it was in his power. He said that if he wins, then in the future, no matter what, she should forgive him once. Looting, blushing embarrassedly, repeated his words questioningly. She asked what to forgive him for and what he was going to do. The main character said that it was just a passing thought. He asked what the worst thing he could do was. He said he would probably get caught on a date with a beauty. A guy in class asked Looting if something was going on with Han. Looting asked why she should catch him in the act, because she likes beauties. She added that who he dates is his own business and has nothing to do with her. Han asked what bets she wanted. Looting said that if she wins, he will be banned from dating for all 4 years of college. The main character opened his mouth in shock. He said he accepted the bet. He wondered how it would benefit her that he couldn't be in a relationship, since she was digging a hole for herself right now. Yuyun said that this is too much. She asked who doesn't date all 4 years of college. The guy smiled nervously and said that he didn't think it was a bad idea. He thought that Han was very fixated on beauties, and forbidding him to meet them would drive him crazy. He thought that if he doesn't fall into a relationship like the last one, he will have a chance, and he doesn't believe that Yuyun and the others will be able to endure these 4 years. Looting thought that her heart hasn't settled yet, and why not lock it, because there is still a lot of time ahead. The main character told her, no matter whether she wins or loses, not to go back on her word. He held out his little finger to her. Looting asked, "Pinky promise." She asked if he was a child. The guy raised his fist and told her to try and show Han what she was made of. The guy in the t-shirt told the main character to defeat her. Zheng Lei told the main character that he wants to get into trend investing, but he doesn't know how to find buying and selling points with higher certainty. Hongwan said she had the exact same question. The main character thought that his future right-hand man had doubts and he needed to try. He started talking about skills in this field, but found that Xiaoe was eavesdropping on them. He said that without practical experience, anything he told him would probably only leave an impression on him. He invited them to act on their own ideas, and, during the review in the market, he would tell them what was wrong with their approach based on their actions. Zheng Lei agreed with a smile and thanked him in advance. Hongwan said that she also wants to reserve a place in his lecture. The main character said that they would simply create a discussion group in which they could chat whenever they had questions. Zheng Lei said that he will create a group. Hongwan said that she hasn't added him as a friend yet. Yuyun suggested that the main character go out to eat. Hongwan told him to go with a smile, and they would also go out to dinner soon. The main character told her to ask questions in the group if she had any. Yuyun asked if they could have spicy hot pot today. Han agreed. Yuyun asked if he could join her for a stroll in the field after eating. He refused. Yuyun said that she understands and he is probably worried that others will misunderstand their relationship. She asked how such small things could hold him back when he was so capable. She told him not to put too much pressure on himself because she would always wait for him. The main character thought, how can they say winners are always fools and scheming women, and the emotions and this attitude are just too considerate. He thought that if he had seen the real her before, he would probably have been caught by now. Han removed her hand and thought that her obedience and kindness were based on the assumption that his family was rich and powerful, and if she found out the truth, she would hate him the most, and perhaps even do something crazy. Turning to her, he said that he never believes in promises, and he only believes in time. Yuyun opened her eyes in amazement. She thought that judging by his behavior, looting was true and he must have had his heart broken. She said she wouldn't let him down. She thought it wasn't surprising that he wasn't touched by either she or Feifei, since it turns out he was just afraid of getting hurt again. And if it was a couple of lingering emotional wounds, she could wait a few more years. Yuyun grabbed his hand and called him to go. She thought that she refused to believe that she could not melt this cold heart. The main character thought that he had already treated her coldly enough. Why did she become more excited? A dialogue box notified that Tug has leveled up to level 2. He wondered why randomly leveled up again. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On the screen there was a message from Ham to the readers, where he says that his real name is Han. He is 35 years old, and he wrote this book together with Little Zai, whom he met by chance, and if this book comes out with a physical book, he thinks about putting a photo of Little Zai there because her beauty will exceed their expectations. Looting asked what he was talking about. She asked Ham what he was talking about and wasn't he in college too. She asked what this nonsense about an autobiography was. Ham replied that this was simply to attract subscribers, and this would only make them more interested in the book. He added that he was promoting her. He said that in the future, when she starts a new project, she can simply use the name Zai Meng Jun in her profile, and watch the hype train roll. Looting wondered if this was the reason he did it, and if she misunderstood him. She apologized to him. The main character replied that he forgives her. He asked what he thought her main point was about using her photo for promotion. Looting replied that this was not a problem, because if the book was actually published, there would be book signings, and sooner or later she would have to show her face. She said that she is quite beautiful in real life, so she can live up to the hype he's created. 11th of November. There were several people sitting in the class. The teacher exhaled and closed the book. He said his next class might be on Friday and asked for a message from him. He said every student is welcome to bring their laptop to class and he wants to join in the fun too. The main character thought why he feels a feeling of old leaks giving up while watching young leaks jumping around from teacher Shang's words. The top 10 in the simulated trading round directly qualify for the small live trading competition. The competition just started today, and he has to be calm. Han opened his laptop. He thought about how looting made her move very quickly, and it looks like she really wants to win, and he is curious if she will regret this bet if she wins. Clutching his head, he thought that with her tactics and mindset, she couldn't win even if he gave her a 100-point lead. On the screen were chat messages from looting about which stocks she bought and why. Han thought that with this tone and subtle, cool and confident style, even he almost believed it. He wondered if she was a genius at a share analysis, and how she managed to see that it could turn strong again in the future just from these candlestick charts. He thought that looting knew how to talk, but these people really knew how to flatter. Looking at the chat, the main character thought that there was even a fool here who blindly followed the trend. Looting was sitting at the same table in the cafe with Feifei. She asked the main character in the chat what he was going to buy. The main character wondered if she was sincerely asking for advice or just pretending. He thought that since he was mentioned, he had no reason not to respond, and his only concern was that if he shared this screenshot, everyone might get too agitated. Xiaoi replied that he was really skilled and bold. He asked about what he was so confident about when he taught them position management, and now he is fully loaded and charging towards the daily limit board himself. Lujai said that she says one thing and then does something completely different. He asked what approach they should actually follow. The protagonist thought that these two were really not afraid of causing trouble, and their hidden scheme skills were also excellent. People in the chat talked about how they followed Han's advice and never went all in. Han thought that trying to make him the target of criticism was a bold plan. Hongwan asked if he could share why he decided to buy these shares. Looting told him to hurry up because she thought he would lose if things continued like this. The main character thought that even Looting was getting cocky with her lousy moves. He started typing on the keyboard. He wrote a huge post analyzing the stocks Looting had invested in and the stocks he had invested in, highlighting its mistakes. The main character smiled contentedly. No one wrote anything in the chat. He wondered why everyone was silent now. He wondered if his internet connection had lost. The sound of alerts was heard. People in the chat started writing about how brilliant his strategy was. Someone asked if it was feasible for him to go after it tomorrow. Han thought that this was really brave, and he was not going to take on such responsibility. He said that he would most likely sell it when it surges tomorrow. He said that the purpose of this game is to learn and practice, and they need to make their own decisions. Looting said that he just knows how to talk. Feifei said that he really said it well. Looting said that she does not believe that Lion Zin's return can surpass Hua King Bao. The next day, the main character walked around the classroom. He grabbed the chair next to Looting. Han said that Lion Zin's performance is even better than he imagined. He asked how about her Hua King Bao. Looting, straightening her hair, said that in war, victory and defeat are common. She told him not to get too cocky. Pointing her finger at him, she told him to wait and see that Hua King Bao would definitely come back tomorrow. The main character said that they should learn to let go and move on if they are in this industry. He thought that with her aura, those people who don't know anything might think that the first and last place are the same. He asked if she wanted to eat with him. Looting said irritably that no one would want to eat with him. She said she needed to focus on monitoring data. The main character wished her luck. He came to the cafeteria. Looking at the phone, he thought that Yu Yun has been especially clingy lately, so he dare not rely on her for free food. Someone exclaimed when they noticed him. Pang Ji called him, waving her hand. Han thought that there must be a hidden agenda behind this sudden enthusiasm. Pang Ji said that she has been waiting for him for a long time. The main character asked when he agreed to have lunch with her. Daodu called him to them. He asked what he wanted to eat. Han said that anything would suit him because he's not picky. He thought something was wrong with Pang Ji after the last crab meal. He wondered if she had gone crazy too. The guy could hardly contain his laughter. Sitting with his arms folded, he asked if he was Han. The main character asked what happened. He thought that he knew that things were not that simple, and Pang Ji was definitely causing him problems. The guy said he was obviously a poor guy, but he thought he was something special. Pang Ji said it was very rude. The guy said he was just telling the truth. Han thought that Pang Ji had many fans and she could easily handle everything on her own in the past. He wondered why she needed someone as a shield. He thought that this guy must be the same Dan Zihao. Zihao said that he didn't mean anything else, but given her status, being friends with someone like him would only lower her standards. He said that he even dared to make her wait so long. Pang Ji said that everything was fine and she tried to invite him to eat crab a while ago, and it took them a few days. She said he may not be as rich as her family, but he works hard. She thought that she couldn't compete with looting, and if she could cause trouble for Han, that would be a good thing. Pang Ji wondered who even told him to help her, and he even enjoyed free crabs from her. She thought that, however, her father constantly talks to her about him. The main character extended his hand. Patting her on the head, he apologized. Pang Ji looked at his hand, embarrassed and questioning. Han said that he was a little late while he was writing something and kept them waiting. He asked if he told you not to wait for him. He says that she needs to listen to him next time. Sometimes she might die of hunger. He thought that if she wanted to involve him in this, he would not mind, but the initiative should be his. Pang Ji clenched her teeth, blushing. Zihao and Daodu looked at them in amazement. Pang Ji thought that even her father didn't dare to touch her head like that. She wondered where this scoundrel got his audacity. Pursing her lips, she thought that she was the one who called him, and acting so close to him in front of Zihao was also her initiative. She thought that there was nothing she could do about this situation. Pang Ji thought that she caused this scene herself, but he climbed up the steps she built. And she can't even swear at him, because if everything goes wrong, not only will she become a laughingstock, but Zihao will definitely take advantage of this situation in the future. She thought that now she could only use her trump card. She used secret technique, Silent Haze accusation technique. She mentally demanded that he hurry up and apologize to her. Han looked at her questioningly. An awkward silence fell between them. Sweating nervously, Pang Ji wondered why it didn't work. She had been using this move since childhood, and no one could look into her eyes for more than 10 seconds. Everyone she looked at with this look immediately reflects on their action and then comes to appease her. Zihao opened his mouth in amazement. Cursing, he clenched his fist. Zihao shouted angrily. How dare he touch Pang Ji with his dirty hands? He thought that the Pang Ji he knew hated most was being touched without permission. He wondered what the relationship was between them. He thought, this greasy and superficial concern, she won't appreciate it at all. Pang Ji, straightening her hair behind her ear, told him not to touch her head so casually in the future. She said he ruined her hair. She thought that everyone knows how to act and she has to endure it because she can't reveal any flaws. Zihao gaped in shock. He wondered if the problem was that he had ruined her hair. He thought that she should scold him and make sure that he never appeared before her again. The main character asked about his name being Zihao. Zihao said that he forgot to introduce himself and he is a friend of his roommates. He thought that he needed to remain calm because Huang Wei had mentioned that this guy was very suspicious. Han remained silent in response. Zihao suggested they hang out together when they get the chance in the future. He thought that he would like to see what was suspicious about him. He wondered if he wasn't just an ordinary poor child. Han agreed. Smiling, he suggested having a drink together when they had the opportunity. Zihao moved in surprise. He wondered if it was the rumored mentally disturbed vacant gaze. He thought that it was not surprising that Huang Wei was so scared, because his gaze seemed to pierce his soul. Turning away, he wondered if he would try to smash his head in with a hammer in the middle of the day. Daodu asked what happened to them because they looked bad. The main character, thanking her, said that they were just getting to know each other. Zihao gritted his teeth and wondered if this guy was mentally ill, because the way he controlled that gaze was uncanny. The main character thought with a smile that regardless of the obstacles in front of the system panel, he could simply lock onto the text he wanted to see using X-ray vision and freely adjust its position within a 5-meter radius. Looking at the food, he exclaimed slightly in amazement. Daodu said that she forgot to take cutlery again. Pang Ji asked when she would correct this habit of hers. Daodu asked to wait while she went to get the cutlery. Raising his hand, Han said that there was no need for this because it was too troublesome. He said that there are already ready-made ones here and he's just using these. Zihao looked at the cutlery. In front of him was the king of all handmade utensils, the Goa series from Cutapal in Portugal, and, in simple terms, it's ridiculously expensive. He thought that he shouldn't even touch this thing, but Han could just use it calmly. He thought that Pang Ji wasn't even angry at all. Pang Ji ran out of energy to be angry. She thought that he could use them and she would play along with him because they were just a set of cutlery and she would throw them away and buy new ones. Zihao was shocked to think that they could even share exclusive cutlery. He wondered if they were going to start feeding each other if he wasn't here. He grabbed his head in horror, removing his hands from his head. Zihao thought about looting since she was watching Pang Ji so closely. He wondered how a relationship could develop between the two under looting's nose. Daodu called out to Pang Ji, who was sitting on the bed. She asked what was going on between her and Han. Pang Ji asked what else it could be. She said, "It's just how things are." Daodu asked if he was making her angry on purpose. She said that she was so focused on the food that she didn't notice the awkward atmosphere between them at all. She said to give her a hint next time and she would beat him for her. Pang Ji asked whose side she was on since she was already shipping them. She asked if she could beat him with her small figure. Daodu said they won't know unless she tries, and of course she's on her side. Turning around, she said that she could not interfere in their relationship, and in ordinary love triangles two girls fight for one guy. But her triangle looks like a constant back and forth betrayal. She said she had never seen anything like it. Pang Ji told her to go play her games while she rested. Daodu said goodbye and waved. The door to the room closed. Pang Ji lay down in bed, covering herself with a blanket. She thought, what a fast runner. Pang Ji was born into a wealthy family, the apple of her parents' eye and an object of envy for many. She remembered how the girl approached her, begging her to help her deal with her debts. But sometimes being such a prominent figure may not be a good thing. When one has the power to easily alter the course of others' lives, her dad always said that the smartest people keep their distance from those with whom they have too much of a status gap. Sitting on the bed, Pang Ji thought, those much higher than her don't require her ingratiating, and those much lower don't need her patronage. She thought that although Daodu likes to tease her about the affairs with her and looting, when things get serious, she runs away first. She thought that she had long been accustomed to this because she had not had many close friends since childhood. She silently looked down, clasping her knees with her hands. Pang Ji hit the bed with her fist and thought that it was all Han's fault. She thought they had such a nice conversation when they first met, and seeing Looting Lu's face made everything very funny. Frowning, she thought that in today's incident, she just wanted to get back at her and cause him a little trouble. As she fell face first into the pillow, she thought that instead this had turned into an intense battle, with her and her cutlery being the only casualties. She thought that Han and Looting were both crazier than the other, and both incredibly brave. Pang Ji thought that everyone has their weaknesses, but when they can't be found, it's the same as if they don't exist. And she can't continue to risk herself like Looting. But if she can't go all out, like she can get back at them. Daodu ran into the room and announced breaking news. She said she had to see it. Showing her the phone screen, she said that rankings for the Ashare competition within the classes came out today, and the student council compared the top performers and posted a list. She said Han was indeed on the list. Pang Ji asked whether 9th place is a significant rank. Daodu asked if she was interested in Han's abilities. She said he bought 5,000 shares of Kaiyuan, current price 25.99, plus 8%. She gave her a lecture about how Zihao, who took first place, was just lucky, while what Han did may look like a beginner's move, but in reality it is not that simple. Placing her hand on her chest, Daodu said that she believed that he was an expert, and not even just an expert. Pang Ji said that although she doesn't quite understand, but from what she said, it seems that he is quite incredible. Daodu said, yes, but what? Pang Ji said with a sly smile, nothing. Taking the phone in her hand, she said that she was just thinking about something. She asked, since he was so impressive, couldn't she help him raise his profile a little? November 13th. Someone was looking at their phone screen. People in the class were discussing the rankings of the competition. Looting looked around tensely as she sat next to Feifei. The guy exclaimed that Xiaoi took first place in their class yesterday, and he is incredible. Xiaoi waved his hand and said that it was nothing serious. Smiling, he said that he was just lucky. He told them to look at Han, because who knows what trump cards he has up his sleeve. Hongwan said to focus more on data instead of chatter. She said that if he gathered everyone here just to praise his skills, then she better leave. Xiaoi said that her words are too harsh and he knows that she is idealizing Han. But isn't it better for them all to get together and share their experiences? He said that if you watch him closely, Han talks up a good game, but when it comes to practical application of skills, he is quite ordinary. And he didn't even come to class. He said not to forget that their teacher warned them not to blindly follow others. Feifei told everyone to take a look at the forum. She said that the real-time overall rankings are being displayed. Han did something right before the market closed. The main character asked what they were talking about, because he heard the noise coming from their class from afar, and teacher Liu would come to them again and swear. He yawned tiredly. Everyone around fell silent and looked at him in amazement. Han asked why they were all looking at him like that. A voice announced the news. Han, freshman from the 2013 batch finance class of their business department, in the first round of the Tangs on a Share competition held recently, has achieved an outstanding 7th place nationally in the first week of the Tangs on a Stock competition. The voice said that they warmly congratulate him on behalf of their school administration, publicity department, student union, and the entire faculty and student body. Putting his hand on his face, Han thought that he had completely forgotten about it, and the overall rankings can now be displayed in real time just like back then from his memory. But he only squeezed into the top 10 of the weekly rankings. He thought it was only the 3rd day of the competition. The week wasn't even over. He wondered if it was too early to celebrate now. Yuyun said that she knew Han was the best. Approaching him, she said that he was truly the pride of their class because he took 7th place. The main character awkwardly thanked her and moved her away. The guy said that he knew that Han was holding back before making the attack. Zhenglei said that he was truly incredible, hitting the limit up for 2 consecutive days and even achieving an overall yield of 15.4% on the 3rd day. Xiaoi said that he was wondering why he didn't see him, and it turns out he was just waiting for the closing. Yuyun said that at this rate, looting might lose the dispute. The main character said that it's hard to say yet, because he did a little research yesterday. And Hua King Bao is expected to rebound today, since it rebounded by a whopping 4% just before closing. Looting said she already sold it this morning. Everyone froze, looking at her in amazement. Feifei asked what her situation is now. Looting closed her eyes and grinned. With a smug look, folding her arms across her chest, she said, 63.0 shared initially. Bought at 15.70, closing at 16.90, profit of 76.50. The main character wondered if she really just copied his homework, and it's no wonder she suddenly messaged him yesterday asking this and that. November 14th, Looting greeted the main character. To her bewilderment, he began to walk away silently. Looting asked what he was doing. Han said that she never smiles like that for a good reason. He asked if she was going to copy his homework again today. He said that he was wondering why she was interested in what he bought after he sold Lion's Inn, and it seemed like she was waiting for it. Looting asked if he heard what Teacher Wu said. She said with a grin that stock trading is a long-term, dynamic and persistent learning process, and sometimes that may take some detours, but as long as they correct them in time, it's fine. She said that now he is the benchmark in their class, and the fact that she will imitate him a little will not harm him. Smiling, she said that with his skills he's truly made a name for himself this time, and there will be more followers in the future. She asked if he had seen the confession wall group, because there was a senior sister confessing to him on the wall yesterday. Looting asked if he would go to class today. The main character turned away silently, and she asked why he fell silent. Han thought he was wondering why the school reacted so quickly, since they immediately issued a congratulatory announcement as soon as the rankings were visible. Turning around, he thought that they had publicly made a deal out of it, but no one from the school came to him in person to inform him. He thought that if someone was carefully watching him and manipulating things behind the scenes as soon as the data is out, then it all made sense. Looting tried to call out to him, wondering why the sudden change in expression. She suddenly relaxed her face. She told him to look here. Looting led him by the hand, and Han asked what was going on since they hadn't even finished running. He glanced at the sign with several people standing around it. On the paper were written congratulations to Han for finishing in 7th place. Looting said that with such an announcement there should be a prize. Someone asked where this Han came from, since he had never heard of it. The guy said that, as he thought, they made a lot of noise about a small achievement, and this school constantly exaggerates everything. The girl, folding her arms across her chest, said that he did not win any international award. Looting asked what they meant. She sternly said that the student had won a place in the national competition. She asked if they understood the concept of pride and parts. A girl with green hair asked with a grin where do the poppers from the business department get the qualifications to be on par with them students from the international exchange department. The girl with short hair said it was stupid, and they can't be bothered with these stock trading competitions. Looting frowned furiously, and the girl said that she looked familiar. She asked about the fact that she is Looting, who constantly walks shamelessly next to the most beautiful girl in the international exchange department. The main character called out to Looting, and she irritably asked if he could see that she was standing up for him. Han asked if she could loosen her grip a little. Looting noticed that she was holding his wrist. She turned slightly pale. She shouted that she didn't mean to grab him so tightly. The main character said that he wanted her to grab him. Looting asked angrily about how he was still in the mood to flirt after being scolded. The guy said with a grin that he was the famous Han. He asked if they were dating and if Looting was liking other girls. Looting twitched with anger, and the main character carefully called out to her. Smiling nervously, he said that fighting on campus could only lead to disciplinary action, and she should not engage in open physical confrontation. Even if she was angry, he thought that she was not the kind of person who could easily tolerate such things, and this would be a problem. Looting grinned. She asked if he dared to bark in front of her after he had even heard of her. She asked if he was Pang Ji's dog, who attacked everyone he saw, and if he was trying to stand up for his owner. They looked at her in shock. The guy clicked his tongue and said to wait, and then she would see what they would do. The main character couldn't help but laugh, and Looting asked why he was laughing. He said that he simply did not expect that she had such good composure. He said he thought she would beat them. Looting said that she was not stupid and a fight could only lead to expulsion. Turning away, she said that these people were simply talking too harshly about him because they were jealous of him. The main character said that their class president is quite smart. He said to let them be jealous because he wouldn't lose anything from it anyway. Patting her on the head, he told her that he wouldn't let a few words behind their back bother him, even if she cared. Looting angrily asked how dare he touch her head. Han said she has nice hair. At the same moment, the man folded his hands and turned to Pang Ji. He said her previous proposal had already been implemented and the poster was posted on the notice board this morning. He told her not to worry because their school would focus on promoting the stock trading competition in the next stage of publicity. Pang Ji thanked Chi. She asked if her friend is aiming for the student excellence list of scholarships. Pang asked about school awards still being based on actual performance. She said that if his grades were bad, they would not be able to convince their audience. She said that her words are absolutely true. He thought, why promote it without giving any benefits? He wondered if this wasn't something Han asked for and Pang Ji just wanted to give him a boost. He thought that it seemed like he needed to find out more about Han's background, since Pang Ji was worried about it so much, their relationship might not be so simple. Pang Ji told him in his head not to think that she couldn't handle him. She thought, couldn't she do a couple of good deeds behind the scenes, since she couldn't openly dislike him? Looking at the cup of tea, she thought that the higher the person stood, the more dangerous the situation. Pang Ji thought that the people from the International Exchange Department had always been arrogant, and now that they were suddenly eclipsed by someone, they must feel uneasy. She thought that if Han could really maintain his performance, everything would be fine, but if he made a mistake, there would be a bloodbath. The main character was sitting at his laptop. Dongbei said that rising to the 7th place from over 800,000 participants is really impressive. Han asked who they were talking about. Ding Ding smiled awkwardly and asked if he had already finished his run, and if he had had breakfast yet. Dongbei said that they took shrimp dumplings from Rongfeng Pavilion. He asked if he wanted a piece. The main character told them to eat themselves because he had already eaten. The box contained delicious dumplings. Ding Ding told the main character that he had made quite a name for himself. He said they put up posters, play radio announcements, and the seniors say they have never seen the school so excited. Dongbei said that, with this grand of display, they might give him a reward soon. Han asked if there were any high achievers in their class. Dongbei asked how can it be the same. He said that they have few academically inclined students in their class, and they cannot even understand normal lectures, let alone lectures entirely in English. He said that some of the high achievers have been trading stocks since middle school, but they all have inside information. Ding Ding said that even those who have inside information experience losses. He said that for this reason, many people in their class are jealous of Han's achievement, especially those who like to show off. Dongbei said that Zihao asked about him again today, but they completely ignored him. He said that the school wants to make Han the school's role model, so he doesn't care if they are jealous. He said that if they have the ability, let them speak with their estimates. Ding Ding asked if this was his problem. He said that the problem is that the school started promoting too early. He said the results weren't even final yet, and with all the hype, all the pressure was on Han. The main character thought that although this Ding Ding is quite quiet, he is quite smart. Folding his hands on his chest, he thought about those who harbored a grudge against him from the International Exchange Department. He wondered if it was Zihao or Pang Ji. Han said that he will keep an eye on this matter. Ding Ding said that since he was busy, they would not disturb him and would have fun outside. The main character thought that if he played, he would face unnecessary problems. He wondered who said he would lose. Pressing a button on the keyboard, he thought that, with another 3 points of profit, he can firmly secure a spot in the top 10 of the weekly rankings. Han thought that, with the preliminary scale small real trading, if the profit sees a significant drawdown, Then he needs to stabilize it, and emotions are emotions, trading is trading. He thought that a good trader can get angry. He can get upset, but he can never allow his emotions to control him and affect his operations. The 14th of November 2013, 9:29. The market has officially opened. The main character thought that since he was given a chance to make a name for himself, he had to win. And he'll win it beautifully. The clock on the computer showed 15. Han said that overall gains are 25.5, while yesterday's top earner only had a total of 18.5. He thought it was impressive and now he just needs to stabilize it. Although higher returns are preferable, when it comes to the brief live trading round, everything has to start from scratch. If there occurs a small loss or a chance of getting eliminated tomorrow, it still won't affect his position in weekly rankings if he's in the top 10. And all that matters now is to defend. The phone alert sounded. Looting wrote to him that Smiling Tiger wanted to talk to them, and judging by the tone of his voice, they were in trouble. She said she thought he knew about their argument with the students from the International Exchange Department that happened that morning. She asked if he had finished his work and suggested they go together. The main character thought that Liu Hong never misses an opportunity to take advantage of a situation. She told her to go first and he would come soon. Liu Hong slammed his hand on the table. He told Looting that she had a fight with Pang Ji before, and he spared her from losing her position because of her good attitude. And now she is looking for problems with people from the International Exchange Department. He asked what the look on her face was and whether she thought he couldn't criticize her. He said that he would simply take the position of class monitor away from her. Looking away, Looting thought that he always mentioned her position as the class monitor. The main character entered the office, and she thought that if it weren't for those few credits and in-school achievements, nobody would bother being the class monitor in this lousy school. Han asked Liu Hong if he was looking for him. He raised his hand and told him to come here and asked if he had finished his work. The main character thought that he hadn't just scolded someone. Liu Hong asked if he wanted water. He told Looting that they would talk about her later. He told her to wait outside while he spoke to Han personally. Looting, frowning, left the office. Liu Hong told the main character that he was indeed bringing honor to their business department. He told him to keep trying and do what he is doing. The main character said that he heard from the class monitor that he was looking for him, and he thought it was about this morning. Liu Hong smiled awkwardly and asked why the teacher would call him for such trifles. He thought that he was too focused on scolding that girl and almost forgot that he was there too. Han exhaled and said, "That's good to know," because when the class monitor saw how he was being humiliated by those students from the International Exchange Department, she stood up for him against them, and she couldn't bear to watch someone from their class being bullied laugh. He said that if she were punished for standing up for him, he would feel very guilty and would not be able to concentrate on the competition. Liu Hong said, "That won't do." He said that as the class monitor, it was only natural for her to stand up for her classmates. He asked why he should punish her, because she should be rewarded according to her deserts. Raising his index finger, he told him to focus fully on this competition. Liu Hong gave him an application for the student union and told him to fill it out if he's interested. He said that the school has not notified them about the rewards yet because it is not something that the teachers can decide. But as long as he brings glory to their school, they will definitely not be greedy about the rewards. He asked if Dream City was his hometown. He said that he heard that there are quite a few scholarly families there, and when his parents have time to visit Mo Capital, he really wants to ask them how they managed to raise such a smart child. The main character wondered if he was trying to find out about his background again. He wondered what he's got to do with that. Liu Hong turned around and said that this school has never placed this much emphasis on any school performance before. He said that even Chi's director called this morning to inquire about his personal situation. Han stood up and thought that Zhao did not have the ability to command the director, and if anyone could do it, it was Pang Ji. He thought that it seemed like he had offended her quite badly yesterday in the cafeteria, and this publicity wave clearly wasn't well intentioned. He thought playing the game of boosting to then finish off her opponent is a smart move, but while boosting will elevate him, he can't figure out her plan for finishing him off. As he left the office, he thought about how this helps her, and Liu Hong is easygoing, but that's all thanks to her blessing. And after solving the issue of their regular exams in all subjects, and bringing home a scholarship at the end of the term, his parents will definitely be thrilled. Looting asked if they were done talking and what he said to him. The main character said that he was always talking about official affairs, telling him to compete well and bring glory to the school with good results. He called her to go, because it looked like they were off the hook. They entered the classroom. The teacher told the students to applaud their classmates, Han and Looting. The class began to applaud, and the teacher said that the first and third places in the entire school were people from his class, and he was very pleased. He said that Han is definitely secure in the brief live trading round this week, and looting is only 1.2% away. He told her to put in a little more effort tomorrow and they would both be in the brief live trading round together. Looting and Han opened their mouths in amazement. The main character, looking at it, thought that he had not yet looked at the rankings, but it seems that Little Cucumber's performance is impressive, and it's quite something to achieve this result by copying homework midway through. Looting, sweating nervously, turned to Han. Looking down in embarrassment, she suggested calling off their bet. Feifei told the main character that he is incredible. Han, sitting down, asked Looting if she wanted to say that she no longer wanted to participate in this bet with him. Looting said yes. The main character told her not to be a coward, because she is now the #1 girl in the class. Looting said that he is already in the preliminary brief live trading round, and she is still in the preliminary simulation round. She said that they were no longer on different tracks, so there's nothing to bet on. She thought that she wasn't even sure how she achieved her current results, and with her skills, it would be like a public execution. The main character asked how he could know if she wasn't trying. He said that if she could reach the finals, she would become a rich madam. Looting raised an eyebrow and said that she was inexperienced, but not stupid, and she was overconfident because she had never lost, which is a mistake that all newbies make. She thought that she couldn't beat him, and she couldn't copy his homework forever. Bright daylight shone on the buildings. November 15, 2013, 12. Liu Hong asked Looting in the chat what she was doing, because he heard that her results yesterday were not bad. He asked why she was messing this up right now. He asked why she didn't consult Zan's opinion when she sold it. He said that if she hadn't messed around, there would have been 2 people in the top 10 in their class. The main character wondered if she sneak took the profit and sold out yesterday. He asked in the chat what was going on. Alerts sounded one after another. Looting replied that as far as they can see, she is sold out, and she has already responded to this in the group. She said that to be honest, her skills do not match this performance, and some may not know it, but she actually copied Han's homework, and she just wanted to prank him, but did not expect to get such a good result. She said that what is hers, and what is not, she does not need. She disappointed Liu Hong, and if they want results, they can find those who are truly capable of it. Han thought that her tone was really tough, and whether she was so afraid of societal death. He asked in the chat if she was that determined. Looting asked if he was trying to drag her into the live trading arena and beat her up. She said that she would not let him do what he wanted, even if she had to lose this competition. The main character wondered why she had such a keen intuition, and he missed the chance to mock her. Raising his head, he thought that she was not just giving up a spot in the live trading competition, but also the opportunity for fame that others dream of. Xiaoi and Zihao are willing to do anything to climb this ladder, but she chose to retreat even when given the opportunity. She always shows determination and attitude when it matters most and is willing to make tough decisions, which is impressive. The main character thought that what he loved most about her was this belief she has in herself. He wondered whether, even if she's impressive, she can swallow the book-dominant CEO's goddess. He thought that she had not even tested this collar yet. After finishing stretching, Han thought that once he finished his tasks for the day, he would be temporarily released. On the screen was Tang's a share competition forum section. People were discussing the sudden appearance of an expert with a 30% return rate. The main character, hearing a loud sound, moved. Frowning, he asked who was there. Liu Hong said that he knew that he should be in his dormitory, pointing to an elderly man with a receding hairline. He said that this was Director Liu from their business department, and the other man was Director Chi from the school office. Liu said he looked smart and full of energy. Shaking his hands, he said that the glory he had brought to their school was truly crucial, significant, and rare, and on behalf of the heads of the school, he expressed sincere blessings to him. He said that he hoped that he would continue to excel, unleash his talents and abilities, and continue to bring honor and glory to this school. Zuyin, a guy with glasses, congratulated him on taking first place on the weekly leaderboard of the stock trading competition and successfully advancing to the second preliminaries level. He gave his name and said that he was the president of the student union. Pointing to a girl with blonde hair, he said that this was Wang Changqing, minister of the student union's publicity department. Changqing greeted with a smile. Director Chi said that Tang Zun's finance department wants to interview him, and these two are here to help him. He suggested we talk about it later, but for now let's chat a little. He said the school would never mistreat a student who has made important contributions to the school. He asked if he had any queries or difficulties. She told him to tell him if he needed help with anything. Liu Hong, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that no matter what rewards he wanted, no matter what needs he had, Chi and Liu would both help him. Liu asked to be allowed to say something. He said that if he can advance to the finals, he will definitely have a spot within the International Student Exchange next year. He said that he could choose any school he wanted and all expenses would be covered for him. The International Exchange spot, unlike the group of rich second-generation students from the International Exchange Department, is fiercely contested by students from other colleges. The most popular destination in the Humanities Department is the one-year exchange program at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, with tuition waivers and other expenses totaling around 80,000 RMB. Chanking said in amazement, not only does it guarantee the spot, but it also covers all expenses. While this may seem substantial, it's considered the most cost-effective option for obtaining international exposure. Director Liu's suggestion is that Han can choose the best and most expensive school he wants to go to, as long as he brings himself along. All expenses will be reimbursed by this school. Zhuyin thought that he had become the president of the school union with great difficulty to get this opportunity, and now it's being given away so easily. Han thought that they were now trying to lure him with so many promises. He wondered if they thought they could bribe him with such small advantages. He wondered who they thought they were. The main character turned to the directors. He said with a grin that he has no problems and is not going to ask for anything, and if his final performance isn't good, he will have no face to make demands anyway. But if his performance is exceptionally good, he wouldn't need these rewards. He asked if he was wrong. Director Chi smiled awkwardly, putting his hand on his shoulder. He said that Han has a pragmatic attitude and he is confident in it. He told him that if he did really well, the school couldn't just pass him by. Waving his hand, he said that they would discuss this later. The main character thanked him for his understanding with a smile, and said that he would try his best at the competition. She said that in that case he would not interfere with him. Liu Hong reminded him about the interview. Han asked what the school authorities would consider an appropriate answer. He said that he would cooperate. Zhuyin handed the papers to the main character and said that these are questions for an online interview, and he wrote the framework. He asked him to check it to see if there was anything there that he would like to change. The main character, looking at the paper, thought that this was just an advertisement for school educational standards. Turning around, Director Liu told him to take a good rest when he was done with the competition. He said that they agreed on everything, and he does not need to go to classes. He can fully concentrate on the competition. Chanking called out to the main character. Smiling, she offered to exchange their contacts. She asked, QQ or VX? Han said that QQ is fine, but he usually doesn't read messages. She knocked on the door and asked if Director Zhang was busy right now. Zhang asked if something happened. She said that Han took first place in the first week of Tangzhun stock trading competition. He said the school's publicity department has drafted up a publicity proposal, so they'll have to trouble him with checking this document. Scratching his head, she said that it was all thanks to Pang Ji, because if she hadn't told him about it, they would have missed out on incredible talent. Zhang raised his head. He asked if the Pang family's daughter met him on her own for this purpose. She said that she even warned him not to let this guy know that this was done at her request. Zhang asked, Han, the lanky guy with big bright eyes. She asked if he knew him. Zhang said that he met him once, and old man Pang seemed to like him a lot. When signing the document, he said that the proposal is fine, and he can do as he sees fit. He told him with a smile to increase the bonus cap slightly, and they'll deal with the specifics when the final result is revealed. She said with a smile that he would start this immediately. He left the office. Then he pressed the document to his face with a smile. She exclaimed joyfully in his head. He thought he finally had a chance at promotion. Turning around, he thought that he could draw some conclusions from Zhang's words. First, Zhang doesn't know Han. Second, Director Pang actually doesn't know Han that well either, and they are most likely not close acquaintances. Third, Director Pang is not against Pang Ji dating Han. Fourth, Director Zhang is more than happy to oblige Han. And these four conclusions are not the most important part. She greeted passing students. He thought that the most important thing is that, as he thought, the relationship between Han and Pang Ji is not so simple, and Pang Ji might really have her eyes on him. Walking along the corridor, he thought that since he was a dear person to the little princess, he needed to put him on a pedestal. He thought that if Pang Ji was happy and decided to accidentally praise him in front of Director Pang, he would soon be basking in fame. Remembering something, Director Chi reached into his pocket. Taking out his phone, he thought that he needed to notify Pang Ji that he had settled this matter. Pang Ji, who was sitting in the classroom, rang. She glanced at the phone screen. She thought Chi was calling her. She picked up the phone and Chi said he was calling her to thank her. He thanked her for recommending such incredible talent to the school, and told her not to worry because he would secure lots of resources for him. He said he probably never would have known about it if she hadn't reminded him, and the school has high expectations for him. Daodu asked her if something had happened. Pang Ji clenched her teeth nervously. Pang Ji thanked him. She said that it was his job and it was hard for him to say about other matters, but he could handle taking care of Han. He noticed in amazement that she hung up. He thought that she must have gone to talk to her sweetheart, and he heard her breathing tremble. He thought she must be very excited. Daodu called out to Pang Ji. Zihao asked why she looked so pale and if she wanted to have dinner together. He said with a grin that he saw a new restaurant yesterday that had a terrace with a view of the sky, and even butler service, and she would definitely like it. He said that this poor Han would probably not be able to afford to go there, so he would accompany her to go there. Pang Ji stood up and told him to shut up. Zihao looked at her in amazement. Pang Ji asked if he was secretly in love with Han, since he always talks about him. She said he seemed to be keeping her company out of pity, but he acted as if he thought he was someone incredible. Zihao exclaimed that this is not what he meant. Pang Ji turned away and said that she was going home. Zihao raised his eyebrows and said that this woman changes her mood faster than flipping through a book. Pang Ji walked home thinking that this makes her very angry and they are all unreliable. She wondered how things could have gone so wrong when instead of forcing him to take her side, she gave him the perfect opportunity. She wondered if he was really that capable and how it was possible. A man in a suit next to a yellow expensive car asked her if she was going straight home. Pang Ji said yes. The yellow car drove down the road. Pang Ji arrived home. The maid told her that the master was looking for her. Pang Ji thought about why she had a bad feeling about her father looking for her. Mr. Pang asked about her returning. He said with a smile that Zhang had just called him. He asked how her relationship with her classmate was going lately. Pang Ji frowned nervously. The box of instant noodles was emitting steam. The main character thought that he wrote 3 chapters today and he needs to send them to Little Cucumber so that she can polish them. He thought that he needed to accumulate more manuscripts before the brief live trading competition round began. His phone rang. Han glanced at his phone screen. Yanfei asked if he is in the finance program in the business department at the School of Humanities. He thought that this was an extremely rare guest. He replied that it was and asked why she was asking. The main character thought that he had not spoken to her for more than 10 days, and although at first they communicated almost every day in the beginning, as time went by, with different schedules for everything, drifting apart was inevitable. He thought that he did not understand her problems and she could not sympathize with his problems, and this is one of the reasons why long-distance relationships do not last long, although the main reason is still communication. Han thought that Yanfei and he are not a couple, so they don't try to look for topics they can talk about. Yanfei asked if he knew who this person from the business department program, number 1358, was. The main character asked if she was also participating in the Ashare competition. Yanfei said yes, and she and her best friend took part for fun, but she lost. She texted him with a smile that she had just told her that Prodigy had emerged from a lower level college, and when she checked the leaderboard, she found out it's from his class. So she wanted to ask him about it. The main character asked if she only remembered him when she saw this. He said that, after all, she doesn't have him in her heart. Yanfei asked what this accusing tone was. She said he had picked up bad habits. She asked if he wasn't usually busy. Yanfei said that her best friend's brother seemed to be nearby. She said she was going to accompany him to visit his brother this weekend. She asked if they could meet then, and is big man Han available to host them. The main character thought in amazement that she was coming over. He thought that the time since they last parted ways has been too short, and there have been too many changes on his end, so it'll be hard to explain. He told her to call if she came. Han thought that she might not remember clearly, so she should be able to smooth things out, and it would be best if she didn't come. But if she came, that's fine too. While eating the noodles, he thought that tomorrow was the weekend and it was a good time to go out and have fun. It was late evening. Pang Ji sat in a luxurious room full of sofas and armchairs. Her father called out to her, and she moved sharply. Pang Ji slowly turned around. She said with a forced smile that she had been in class all day, and was very tired. She asked if they could talk about it tomorrow. Mr. Pang said she had been through a lot and agreed. Touching her, her mother asked what she did at school today. She said she hadn't seen her for a week and missed her to death. Hugging her, her mother asked why she was so tired. She asked if the academic stress is too much or if she has something on her mind. She said that keeping everything to herself is not good, and she should tell her about everything so that she can give her advice. Her mother was silently exerting force. Pang Ji said be quiet. She wondered what could make them both act at the same time. She asked her father if he had mentioned her friend. He said that he has been trading stocks in his free time. Hanging his head, he said that he had lost a lot of money. Pang Ji frowned and said that he only had a couple of cents in his stock account. She asked if he thought she didn't know. She thought about how the words stock and han appeared at the same time. Her father said it was because he had lost everything, and because of this, he was scolded several times by her mother. He said that Jan called him today and said that there is a student at school who excels in this, and he even knows her. Pang Ji frowned and he asked if she could invite him over to teach him a little. Pang Ji asked if he wanted to ask for his guidance. She asked if he thought it was outrageous. Her mother said that just looking at her father's stock account gave her a headache and she had to save her. She said that if Han were truly capable, she thought that they could simply entrust the account to him. Placing a hand on her shoulder, she told her not to be afraid because they would treat him well. Pang Ji asked why she should worry since it was their money. She thought something was wrong here, and they've been poking around her relationships lately. She wondered if they really suspected that she was with this scoundrel. Pang Ji jumped up and exclaimed that this was impossible. Her mother asked why. Pang Ji, smiling awkwardly, said that she wanted to say that she doubted that he was capable of this at such a delicate age. And it's not appropriate to invite a guy to dine at home either. Her mother asked how she could come to such a conclusion without talking to him. She said that, worst case scenario, she could invite his classmate too. Folding her arms across her chest, she said that everything was decided. She told her to ask if they were free tomorrow night and they should at least have dinner together. As she left, Pang Ji agreed with a tired look. Her mother, putting the cup down, told Mr. Pang that he seemed to be right. She said something was really wrong and their daughter really didn't want to interact with the opposite sex. Mr. Pang said that Han is the only guy who gets along with her. He said that if she hadn't allowed her to invite another girl, she would never have agreed to have Han have dinner with them. Pang Ji's mother said that in the worst case, even if it means doing it in front of that girl, they'll have to get their daughter's marriage settled. Mr. Pang said she had always been a sensitive child and they did not interfere in her life. He asked if she would be angry if they suddenly interfered in her relationship. Mrs. Pang said they couldn't sit idly by. Mr. Pang exhaled and said that their daughter had grown up and now had her own will. The next day, the main character woke up in bed from the sound of an alarm clock. Looking at his phone, he saw that it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Noticing the message from Pang Ji, he wondered what she was up to this time. Pang Ji wrote to him that her father heard that he won the competition and wants him to come and help him in stock trading tomorrow at 6 p.m. She will send him the address. The main character thought with a grin that this was a very impolite tone. He wondered why they were in a hurry to invite him. Han agreed, and Pang Ji wrote to him not to misunderstand, because looting will also come, and they better decide on a time to meet. Rising from the bed, the main character thought that she had even dragged looting into this, and the one who misunderstood everything was not he, but her father. He thought about meeting looting at 5 p.m. and she was really excited. Han was brushing his teeth and noticed an alert on his phone. Yanfei wrote to him that they would arrive soon. She asked if he wanted to have something to eat together. Later, the girl asked Yanfei if she really knew this genius. She told her not to deceive her. Yanfei asked why she should lie, because she really knows him. The girl suggested they just wait here because her brother said he would come pick them up. Yanfei said that her friend said the same thing and he should come soon. The main character called out to her, "Hey, flower of the village." Yanfei turned around at the familiar voice. Seeing Han, she opened her eyes in amazement. The main character asked with a smile if she could recognize him after 2.5 months. Yanfei asked if he had his head swapped. The main character asked how ugly he was in her eyes, because he just took off his glasses, had a dental correction and changed his hairstyle. Yanfei asked who said that he was ugly, because he was swollen and beaten back then, so she couldn't see him clearly. Her friend asked if he was the genius everyone was talking about. She said with a smile that it was very different from what she had imagined. Yanfei said that this is Ding Xiang, the campus belle of their business administration college. She said they're doormates and also best friends at that. Yanfei introduced the main character to her and said that he was a financial class genius. The main character, holding out his hand, said that his classmates call him Brother Li, but she can call him macho, like Yanfei. Ding Xiang extended her hand in response and called him little macho guy. Han asked how widely she had spread the news of his awkward moment. Yanfei said that this is a necessary part for his introduction. Someone came running, calling out to his sister. He asked if he kept them waiting long. Ding Ding looked up in amazement. Han asked why he was here. Ding Xiang asked about him coming. Ding Ding asked in shock why Han was also here. While holding hands with his sister, he wondered what was going on here, and whether Han and his sister knew each other. Ding Xiang called out to him. She asked why he was standing there. She told him to come here. She introduced her brother to the main character and vice versa. Han exclaimed with a smile, "What a coincidence." Ding Xiang asked what was wrong with his expression. Yanfei smiled with her eyes closed. She suggested we go eat first since no one had eaten yet. She said that they would get to know each other better later. She handed her bag to the main character, and he looked at her questioningly. Yanfei told him with a smile that she would give him the task of carrying the bags. Han, exhaling, agreed and said that he would take over the responsibilities of escorting the young ladies safely. Ding Ding looked at them in amazement. He pursed his lips and a nervous sweat ran down his face. He looked at the main character in bewilderment, who was walking surrounded by Yanfei and Ding Xiang. He thought that he always carried his sister's bag. Gritting his teeth, Ding Ding thought that even her high school boyfriend never got that treatment. He thought why Han should get to carry it. Imagining the main character and Ding Xiang in wedding suits, he wondered if he really wanted to become his brother-in-law since he was laughing so happily. He thought that he did not agree to this. Han turned around and called out to Ding Ding. Ding Ding, calling him brother-in-law, asked why he called him. Everyone looked at him in shock. Yanfei couldn't help but laugh. She started laughing loudly and said that her brother was really interesting. Turning to Han, she told him that he had just suddenly become brother-in-law. Hitting Ding Ding on the head, he asked him what nonsense he was shouting. Ding Ding said that they didn't shout anything. He thought that while he couldn't protect her, he could protect his head, and if Han really became his brother-in-law, he probably wouldn't have to worry about the crazy guy holding a hammer at his bedside. Beds in the middle of the night. Ding Xiang angrily asked if he was crazy. She said that Han is Yanfei's good friend, and she met him today for the first time. Ding Ding put his hand on the main character's shoulder. The main character, exhaling, said that he understood him, and now they will call each other whatever feels appropriate. Ding Ding called out to him in confusion. Yanfei said, laughing, that Han just wanted to ask him what he wanted to eat. Ding Ding opened his eyes in amazement. He told them to go find places and he and his sister would buy food. Yanfei, looking at the menu on the wall, said that she had heard that the food in their cafeteria was very tasty. She exclaimed that she would finally try it. She asked Han where he usually sits. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist told her to be careful. Grabbing Yanfei by the shoulders, he told her to keep her balance steady since girls wear high heels so often. He asked why everyone is so prone to tripping on flat ground. Yanfei turned around and said that his reaction implied that he had helped many girls in this way. Someone called out to the main character, and they turned around. Yuyun thought that it seemed like she had just seen his real girlfriend. The main character thought why she was in the cafeteria at this time. Yuyun pursed her lips. She asked if it was his friend, because she looked unfamiliar. Han, looking away, said that a classmate from high school had come to see him. Yuyun turned around sharply. She asked if she was the girl he dated in high school. Smiling slyly, she said that he was really beautiful. Yanfei opened her mouth. Yuyun asked the main character why he introduced them to such a beauty earlier. Smiling nervously, she thought, what a blunder. She thought that this girl looked so stunning. It's no wonder Han is smitten. Yanfei asked the main character if this was his sister. Yuyun thought that although she couldn't compare to her figure, her aura and vibe were the perfect script for a first love goddess. Yanfei asked if he was going to introduce them. Yuyun said hello and said that her name is Yuyun. Smiling, she said that she was Han's classmate and good friend. She asked how she should address her. Yanfei smiled thoughtfully. She took Yuyun's hand. Yanfei said that she was his classmate from high school. She said that Han seemed to be quite popular at their school, and she was afraid that he would not be able to adapt to the new environment here. Yuyun said that he is incredible. She said that he not only taught himself all the first and second year professional courses, but was also especially disciplined and incredibly humorous. She said that her bestie, classmates, and the most beautiful girl next door really liked him. The main character thought, it's fine when she gossips about herself, but why drag others into it? He thought Little Cucumber, Pangji, Feifei, along with her and Yanfei, are more than enough to form a mahjong war. Yanfei, straightening her hair, said that he has always been outstanding. She said that her father also said that Han was quite outstanding among his peers. She pinched him from behind, and the main character jumped in pain. Yanfei whispered to him that one should reevaluate after 3 days of separation, and she probably needs to take another look at all his aspects. The main character mentally told himself not to panic and to stand still like a stake. He thought that if he moved, the enemy would move, and if he did not move, the enemy would still move. He thought that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make, and the less he said, the fewer mistakes he would make. And perhaps it would be better for him not to say anything at all. Yu-yun thought that it was her father who said this, and he had already met her parents. Yanfei asked her if she also liked Han and if she had made any progress. Smiling, she said that he was quite picky. But it's alright, they can find the right remedy for any problems. Yanfei thought, in theory, she doesn't have the qualification or reason to feel upset about Han's pursuers. Letting go of her hand, she said if she wanted to know about his interests and hobbies, she could come and ask her. She wondered why she was so angry. Yanfei thought that she had known Han the longest, and a lot had happened between them. She thought that when it came to their relationship, she was far superior to these people. She thought that, judging by his non-interference and calm attitude, they definitely haven't reached that level of relationship yet. Looking at Yu-yun, who stood there with a tight smile, Yanfei thought that she didn't like this girl at first sight because she was full of gossips. She wondered if she is the embodiment of tea leaves in the tea garden. Ding Xiang asked why they were all standing here, and if they were going to find seats. Yanfei apologized. Pointing her finger at her, she said that she almost forgot that her best friend also liked Han, so she couldn't help her. She said that this is her best friend, Ding Xiang, and like her, she is also from the main campus of Shanghai International Studies University. Yanfei said that her younger brother lives in the same room with Han. She heard that Han achieved a decent result in the Ashare competition, so she specifically asked her to bring her here to celebrate with Han. Ding Xiang quietly asked if she didn't come here to see her brother. Yanfei whispered to play along with her, and she would treat her to food later. Yu-yun frowned and wondered why she was saying all this in front of Han. Turning, she looked at the main character. He stood smiling on the street, and she thought, why he's giving such an indulgent gaze. Someone asked what was going on here and why it was so noisy. Turning around, she saw Looting. Looting asked the main character if they weren't planning on going out together tonight. She asked if he was going to freshen up. Smiling, she said that she remembered what he had said about going out with friends. Looting asked if these were the friends he was talking about. Yanfei and Ding Xiang stood opposite Looting and Yu-yun, shrouded in battle auras. Stretching out her hand, Looting said with a sly smile that she was Han's class monitor. The main character wondered if this was what they called Shura Field, and if he could now pretend to be dead.